Zhao Yu wakes in a pounding haze inside a bare wooden hut and realizes he is not where he should be. A flood of memories crashes into him, and he realizes he is in the cultivation world at Heishan Market near the Sunlong mountain range. The memories make his situation brutally clear. He is a 38-year-old low-level cultivator with low-grade 5-element spiritual roots and only first-level qi refining strength. He also learns how bleak his past was. The Zhao family sold him to Tsengling sect at 18 as disposable labor to help open the mountains. Shaken by how weak he is, Zhao Yu steps outside and stares at the spirit fields that have consumed years of his life. Those memories tell him he spent 10 years as a spirit farmer to earn freedom, only to keep renting 3 mu of spirit fields just to survive. He weighs a hard choice: stay in Heishan Market as the weakest cultivator around, or leave for one of the 10 mortal cities and live comfortably as a minor lord. In the end, he nearly gives up on immortality, because his talent is so poor that staying in the cultivation world feels pointless. Before leaving, he goes back inside and checks everything this life has managed to save. The pile is depressing proof of how little 10 more years of freedom and farming have earned him. Trying at least one good thing in this world, Zhao Yu cooks spirit rice for the first time in a clumsy rush. The meal is shockingly good, and as the warm energy of the spirit rice spreads through him, something hidden starts to respond. A strange inner status appears in his mind and reveals his secret cheat, the Dao fruit of devouring. He quickly tests it and watches 1 point go into martial talent, proving the Dao fruit can really convert what he eats into growth. That tiny result makes him think bigger. If low-grade spirit rice can touch martial talent, stronger treasures might one day improve his spiritual roots too. For the first time since waking up, Zhao Yu throws away the idea of fleeing to a mortal city and decides to keep chasing cultivation. He sits cross-legged on the bed and starts cultivating the earth elemental skill exactly as the body's memories remembered. The process feels painfully slow, with most of the earth's spiritual power slipping away before he can keep it. An hour later he opens his eyes and finds his cultivation has not moved at all, confirming just how awful his spiritual root talent really is. So he makes a practical choice. If immortal cultivation will not protect him, he will build some real self-defense through mortal martial arts. He knows martial arts are looked down on, but he also knows an unshielded qi refining cultivator can still die to the right ambush. With that in mind, Zhao Yu carries spirit sand to Heishan Market to buy manuals that might keep him alive. The market is crowded and lively, full of loose cultivators drawn to the dangerous but treasure-rich Sanglong mountain range. After searching around, Zhao Yu enters a general store and asks the shopkeeper about martial arts manuals. The shopkeeper eagerly pitches the manuals, including one costly book he claims can reach the rare Great Grandmaster realm. When Zhao Yu hears that a martial Great Grandmaster can rival around the 6th level of qi refining, he decides that manual is worth chasing. He bargains hard, trying to buy the top manual while squeezing in extra manuals on flying daggers, qinggong, and swordsmanship. The merchant pushes harder and sets out a bottle of qi and blood pills, saying Zhao Yu will need it if he really wants to train martial arts. Zhao Yu puts on a show of reluctance, then finally pays 2 spirit stones for the whole package. The rice husks on the spirit stones make it obvious Zhao Yu is just a poor spirit farmer, even if the merchant keeps that contempt hidden. As Zhao Yu leaves, the merchant silently writes him off as another fool trying to change his fate through martial arts. The merchant leaves out one ugly truth: almost no one has ever mastered that manual, and the one famous success only reached the peak before dying of old age soon after. Zhao Yu hurries home and only relaxes once his hut door is safely closed behind him. He studies the Qi-Yang divine skill and realizes how extreme its path is, climbing from ordinary martial training all the way to Great Grandmaster by the 20th level. Even so, Heishan Market treats a manual that could shake the mortal world as something worth only 1 spirit stone. Soon after, Zhao Yu begins training under the harsh sun in the spirit fields, forcing his body through the Crimson Sun divine skill's first cycle. After 1 full session he gains only a single point of proficiency, and the math is ugly enough to crush any easy optimism. He quickly figures out that reaching Great Grandmaster at this pace would take around 60 years, which explains why most cultivators ignore mortal martial arts. Before he can sink too deep into that thought, Old Lu strolls over from a nearby field and catches him practicing. Old Lu teases him right away, asking if martial arts means Zhao Yu is finally planning to quit the market and settle down in the mortal cities. Zhao Yu says no for now, and the reply lands differently because Old Lu is not just a neighbor but the man who taught him spirit farming years ago. Old Lu immediately pivots to marriage and proudly offers Zhao Yu one of his 23 granddaughters as a wife. Zhao Yu dodges the offer and points out that Old Lu is almost 70, old enough that most cultivators give up on foundation establishment and go enjoy their remaining years. Instead of retiring, Old Lu boasts that one grandson has medium grade 4 spiritual roots, so he plans to keep working and pour everything into the boy's future. Zhao Yu gives him a sincere blessing, because in this world even a slight edge in spiritual roots can change an entire family's fate. Then Old Lu turns shamelessly practical and warns Zhao Yu to stop wasting money at 100 Flowers building if he really wants a future. Just hearing the name stirs up the old body's heated memories, and Zhao Yu can only answer with an embarrassed smile. Old Lu keeps joking, recommending cheaper women in Qingstone Alley or better yet several mortal wives in the 10 mortal cities to produce children with spirit roots. After the joking finally passes, Zhao Yu gets back to survival and carefully tends the spirit fields that are his only source of income. Day by day he starts a new routine, eating spirit rice at every meal to squeeze out more martial talent points from the Dao fruit. He keeps training both martial arts and the earth elemental skill, but only the martial side shows clear progress while his cultivation remains stuck. On the 4th day, he finally spends enough points to raise his martial talent from ordinary to extremely outstanding. The upgrade feels like a real transformation, a warm current rushing through his body and sharpening him from the inside out. When he trains again under the sun, the result is outrageous. His Crimson Sun divine skill leaps ahead at roughly 30 times his old speed. Now he can finally see a path to Great Grandmaster in about 2 years, enough power to stand on his own in Heishan Market. He swallows one Qi and Blood pill next, and the Dao fruit reacts again by unlocking a whole new path: alchemy proficiency. That discovery excites him because pill masters are rich and respected, but his excitement cools fast when he realizes Qi and Blood pills are a tiny, dangerous business for someone like him. Instead of wasting time dreaming, he pours the gain benefit straight back into training and pushes the Qi-on divine skill up into the 2nd level. That result sparks another idea. If eating a pill unlocks pill refinement, maybe swallowing a talisman can do the same for talisman crafting. He gathers his talismans, hesitates because these are precious safety tools, and finally chooses an evil warding talisman as the least painful sacrifice. He swallows the talisman, and the Dao fruit instantly opens the talisman path too, giving him beginner proficiency in evil warding talismans. When he adds points, drawing knowledge floods his mind as if he has already failed and practiced the talisman many times himself. Even that has limits though, because after counting his remaining spirit stones he realizes he cannot afford enough talismans and materials to build the craft right now. So he refocuses on the urgent problem in front of him and doubles down on martial training as his fastest protection. His days settle into a relentless rhythm: dawn cultivation, qigong weapon drills, fieldwork by day, and earth elemental meditation at night. As his martial talent rises, spirit rice stops giving easy gains, and he has to eat far more just to keep improving and recover from training. Half a month passes in hard work until his stored spirit rice runs out just as the harvest finally arrives. He harvests the 3 mu by himself, a heavy job that leaves him exhausted before the sect even takes its cut. After rent and 4 slow price sales, all that work leaves him with just 3 spirit stones and 90 gene of spirit rice. Looking at the tiny reward after a year's labor, Zhao Yu can only sigh that life as a spirit farmer is truly miserable. A month later, Zhao Yu trains beside the spirit fields until his movement turns ghost fast and his flying dagger lands cleanly in a distant tree. When Zhao Yu checks his progress, he sees how fast his martial side has grown in a month and a half, while his earth elemental skill has barely budged. Zhao Yu is pleased to finally have some power to protect himself, but the slow growth of his cultivation method reminds him martial arts alone will not carry him forever. Old Lu walks over praising Zhao Yu's flying daggers, surprised that his quiet neighbor had this much martial talent. When Zhao Yu asks about his grandson, Old Lu reveals he is delaying that visit because he joined Old Wu's team to explore a demon beast den in the Tsenglong Mountains. Zhao Yu immediately warns him that the Tsenglong Mountains are dangerous, because Old Lu normally avoids that place for good reason. Old Lu admits he is risking his life for one reason only: his grandson needs a single spirit pill to reach the 4th level and qualify for the Tsengling sect. Old Lu even invites Zhao Yu to come along, but Zhao Yu flatly refuses and chooses the safer life of tending the fields. Old Lu scolds him that cultivators have to fight fate for resources, but in the end he only asks Zhao Yu to watch his fields while he is gone. After Old Lu leaves, Zhao Yu is left counting a grim reality. His spirit rice is gone, only 4 spirit stones remain, and martial training alone will not keep him going. The next day he tries to sell all his secret manuals at the Market Street stalls, but cultivators walk past without giving them a second glance. 3 empty days later, Zhao Yu has no choice but to return to farming, cut his spirit rice to 1 gene a day, and put his hopes of improving his talent on hold. Half a month later at dusk, Zhao Yu cuts down a spirit field pest with one flash of his sword before it can keep devouring the crop. So starved for meat that he barely hesitates, Zhao Yu pops the pest into his mouth and finds it tastes oddly sweet, almost like fresh shrimp. Then Zhao Yu senses someone approaching and calls out to Old Lu, who is finally returning from the mountains. Even before they speak, Zhao Yu notices something is wrong. Old Lu's face is deathly pale, his eyes are bloodshot, and his breath is much weaker than before. Old Lu insists the trip paid off and proudly announces he brought back 100-year red hard grass, enough to buy the pill his grandson needs to break through. Still smiling, Old Lu warmly invites Zhao Yu home for demon beast meat and drinks to celebrate the haul. Zhao Yu pretends he is heading to the 100 Flowers building instead, but the moment he turns away his smile drops and his hand tightens around a warding talisman. The charm slowly starts burning, and Zhao Yu realizes with a jolt that Old Lu has been taken by an evil spirit that he never would have noticed otherwise. Behind him, Old Lu's friendly mask vanishes as his body starts trembling and his bloodshot eyes twist in a horrifying full spin. As Old Lu hunches and charges, Zhao Yu answers instantly with light body phantom step and bolts for the market at full speed. Old Lu cannot keep up, and Zhao Yu races straight to the Tsungling sect law enforcement headquarters to report what he saw. Inside, Zhao Yu quickly tells a black-uniformed disciple named Wang Xian that he has found signs of an evil spirit. Wang Xian immediately ushers Zhao Yu into a reception room, because even a weak evil spirit can become deadly if left to grow. A cold voice cuts in, and Zhao Yu turns to see Su_Bingyun, the law enforcement captain, a stunning young cultivator with an imposing presence. As Wang Xian introduces her, Zhao Yu cannot help envying how someone who looks barely 20 is already at the great circle of qi refinement, and on the edge of foundation establishment. Zhao Yu explains in detail that his neighbor Old Lu returned from the mountains acting wrong and was likely already possessed. Su_Bingyun wastes no time and leads 12 law enforcement disciples with Zhao Yu back to Old Lu's wooden house. The moment they arrive, Su_Bingyun's own exorcism talisman starts burning too, confirming the evil spirit is still inside. Zhao Yu immediately asks if he can leave because he only has one talisman left, showing just how badly this threat scares him. Instead of dismissing him, Su_Bingyun tosses Zhao Yu 10 more exorcism talismans, and orders him to wait farther away. Some law enforcement disciples sneer at the cowardly poor spirit farmer, but Zhao Yu ignores them because he knows exactly where spirit farmers stand in this world. With one order from Su_Bingyun, the team kicks in Old Lu's door and finds him sitting silently in the dark center of the house. The 12 disciples launch exorcism talismans at once, and the burning papers streak through the darkness toward Old Lu. The talismans force the thing inside Old Lu into the open, and his body erupts in black qi as it swells into a 3-meter monster. As the talismans scorch the black qi out of him, Su_Bingyun draws a bronze mirror and unleashes a red fire crow to finish the job. Engulfed by the fire crow's flames, the evil spirit burns out of Old Lu's monster body and collapses into ash. Seeing the clean kill, Zhao Yu sincerely praises the Tsungling sect law enforcement team. Wang Xian steps in to stop Zhao Yu from getting closer, but Zhao Yu mainly wants to return the extra talismans. Su_Bingyun casually tells him to keep the talismans as a reward and to report any evil spirits he finds in the future. Then a disciple brings over Old Lu's will, which says half his estate should go to Zhao Yu and the other half to his family in Haima City. Su_Bingyun orders the will followed, and Zhao Yu is taken to confirm that Old Lu left only modest stores of spirit rice, spirit stones, spirit sand, and gold. The 100-year red hard grass is nowhere in sight, but Zhao Yu wisely keeps that question to himself. After the law enforcement team leaves, Zhao Yu goes home and stays awake all night, still rattled by how close an evil spirit came to fooling him. The next day Zhao Yu sets out for Haima City, carrying the Lu family's share of Old Lu's estate as the will required. At Lu estate, Zhao Yu is struck by the contrast. Old Lu lived in a shabby wooden hut in the market, yet among mortals he owned a mansion guarded by stone lions. A haughty gate servant starts to brush him off, but the moment Zhao Yu says he is Old Lu's cultivator friend, the servant panics and rushes inside to report him. Soon Lu Qing, the family head, comes out with the household and greets Zhao Yu with all the respect due to a cultivator. When Zhao Yu tells him Old Lu has died and he has come to deliver the inheritance, Lu Qing invites him inside at once. Inside the reception hall, Zhao Yu meets Lu Fifan, Old Lu's teenage grandson, who sits there openly confident because he is already a 3rd-level qi refinement cultivator. Zhao Yu offers polite praise for Lu Fifan's talent, but the boy skips basic courtesy and immediately demands to know what inheritance his grandfather left behind. Zhao Yu hands over the bag and the will, clearly explaining the total estate and the half that Old Lu specifically left to him. Lu Fifan instantly refuses to believe the amount is so small and accuses Zhao Yu of secretly taking the rest. Zhao Yu answers with open disdain, reminding them the law enforcement team counted the inheritance, and revealing that Old Lu had also found a valuable 100-year red hard grass. That mention shuts the family up for a moment, because none of them dares challenge the Tsungling sect, and even Lu Fifan's swagger falters. But Lu Fifan is too spoiled to stop there, and he demands Zhao Yu hand over the half of the inheritance that Old Lu chose to leave him. That crosses Zhao Yu's limit, and he bluntly calls Lu Fifan an uncultured brute before deciding he is better off leaving than striking Old Lu's only promising grandson. Using his qinggong, Zhao Yu leaps out like a bird and leaves the Lu estate before the argument turns into violence. After Zhao Yu leaves, Lu Qing finally scolds his son, but Lu Fifan only sneers that Zhao Yu is a mere 1st-level qi refiner and spirit farmer. Lu Qing can only sigh, because Old Lu spoiled Lu Fifan so thoroughly that no one in the family can control him now. Back on the road, Zhao Yu spots 2 cultivators chasing another in the distance, and instantly decides not to get involved. He dives straight into the nearby jungle and takes a wide detour, trusting caution over curiosity again. Several miles later, a strange fragrance drifts through the forest, and one breath of it makes Zhao Yu feel refreshed and even stirs his mana. Following the scent, Zhao Yu finds something bizarre, a large red house standing deep in the woods beside a fruit tree loaded with 9 glowing spirit flame vermilion fruits. Zhao Yu recognizes the fruits at once as priceless spirit flame vermilion fruits, treasures worth 10,000 spirit stones that could transform a fire cultivator's talent. But before greed can carry him closer, the warding talisman in his hand starts burning again, warning that an evil spirit is tied to this red house too. That is enough for Zhao Yu to choose survival over fortune, and he turns and runs, unwilling to gamble his life on a haunted chance now that he has already changed his fate once. Back from the market, Zhao Yu spent his precious spirit stones on brush, ink, and paper because he was finally ready to gamble on learning talismans. After bathing and changing, he swallowed 9 evil-repelling talismans to trigger the Dao fruit and force years of talisman experience into his mind. The sudden boost left Zhao Yu fired up, because if he could really draw talismans, he could earn steady spirit stones and stop living as a trapped spirit farmer. He poured all his focus and mana into the first attempt, carefully finishing the last stroke on an evil-repelling talisman. The talisman immediately sizzled and burned to ash, and Zhao Yu was left sweaty and drained after a total failure. He bitterly accepted the real problem. Drawing talismans eats mana, stamina, and concentration, and his first layer chi refinement was still painfully weak. After meditating to recover, Zhao Yu gave up for the night and went to sleep in the lonely little cabin. Deep in the night, a black-clad intruder slid a wire through Zhao Yu's door and silently picked the lock. The moment the door opened, Zhao Yu's trap dropped a basin of lime straight onto the robber's face and ruined the stealth attack. At the same instant, a warning weight smacked Zhao Yu awake, and he reacted fast enough to reach for the flying dagger by his bed. Still half in bed, Zhao Yu threw the dagger in one clean motion and buried it in the intruder's head. The robber dropped, but Zhao Yu was too shaken to trust a single kill, so he kept throwing daggers until the body stopped moving for good. To make absolutely sure, Zhao Yu chopped off the robber's head, because in the cultivation world even a corpse could still be a trick. Only after the danger passed did Zhao Yu search the body and pull out talismans, a shield talisman, and a low-grade bronze all-magical instrument. When he checked under the mask, Zhao Yu found a gaunt, attic-looking cultivator, and angrily realized this fool had tried to rob a poor spirit farmer with no spirit stones at all. Even so, the bronze all scared him more than the robber's poverty, because that low-grade artifact could have killed him if he had reacted a step slower. Before dawn, Zhao Yu dragged the corpse out to the edge of the spirit fields and buried the problem himself. Back on his crude bed, he finally faced the truth that free housing in the spirit fields was not worth living alone where robbers could break in at night. The next day, he bought a manual on artifact control because the bronze awl was now his only real magic weapon. Following the manual by the fields, Zhao Yu poured his weak divine sense and mana into the awl and managed to lift it only for a shaky moment before it dropped. The failed control test left him pale and empty again, and Zhao Yu realized his cultivation was still too low to fly the artifact properly. So he changed tactics and decided to treat the awl like a thrown weapon instead of a fully controlled artifact. Once his strength returned, Zhao Yu hurled the glowing awl with his flying dagger technique and punched a huge hole straight through the practice tree. That one strike finally gave him a real hidden weapon, and Zhao Yu couldn't hide his satisfaction. After that, he settled into a hard routine of martial practice, field work, cultivation, and one exhausting talisman attempt each day. He even consumed 4 warding talismans from the dead robber to boost his proficiency. But with his shallow mana, every daily drawing still ended in failure. On the 5th day, his patience finally paid off when the talisman glimmered instead of burning out. Zhao Yu held his first successfully drawn ward-off evil talisman like a treasure, because it meant he could finally earn spirit stones by his own skill and stop being trapped as a spirit farmer. The gain was tiny, only 1 proficiency point for 1 real success, but Zhao Yu calmly accepted that his talent was average and kept grinding. Half a month later, his steady cultivation finally pushed earth elemental skill through a bottleneck, and raised him to second layer chi refinement. He opened his eyes thrilled by the stronger mana, then immediately felt how empty the little room was with no one there to celebrate with him. He knew he could leave the market and live comfortably among mortals like many failed low-level cultivators did, but Zhao Yu still wasn't ready to give up on climbing higher. The second layer breakthrough helped immediately, and his success rate with warding talismans finally started to climb. A month and a half later, another consumed talisman pushed his ward-off evil talisman skill through a second bottleneck and into a higher stage. He tested that new understanding immediately and crafted another talisman with much less strain than before. Even with better control, Zhao Yu could still only manage 1 talisman a day while juggling cultivation, martial training, and the fields. 10 days later, Zhao Yu carried 7 warding talismans to the market and put them on his stall beside the old manuals no one wanted. A cold, burly customer tried to haggle him down, but Zhao Yu held the line by pointing out that the true talisman tower charged even more. The man gave in and bought 6 on the spot, and Zhao Yu suddenly found 6 spirit stones in his hand from one morning's work. That easy money hit him hard, because 6 spirit stones in a day was what spirit farming could barely match in months. Since nobody cared about the manuals, Zhao Yu packed up early, bought more ink and paper, and headed home thinking only about talismans. Looking at his earnings, he made a clear choice at last. He would save up, leave the dangerous spirit fields, and move into the market. Once talismans started paying, Zhao Yu ate more spirit rice, absorbed power from spirit stones, and stopped wasting effort on perfect field care. Freed from babying the fields, he pushed hard enough to start producing 2 warding talismans a day. 10 more days later, Zhao Yu returned to the market with 12 talismans, and this time buyers rushed in almost immediately. A beautiful woman in yellow bought 3 right away, and the rest sold out before Zhao Yu could even settle in. Now that the demand was suddenly exploding, Zhao Yu turned to the veteran stall owner next door to ask what had changed. Brother who told him the market was in a frenzy because traces of spirit flame vermilion fruit had appeared in the Tsunglung Mountains, and everyone wanted evil warding talismans before chasing that fortune. That rumor sent a chill through Zhao Yu, because it dragged his memory straight back to the strange red house deep in the jungle. The reminder of evil spirits and danger hardened his decision. Living alone out by the spirit fields was too risky, and he needed out now. So he went straight to the sect office, paid the fine, and gave up his rights to the 3 mu of spirit fields. With that done, Zhao Yu rented a brick and stone house with a small courtyard on Huangli Lane inside Xiaohe Mountain Market. He smiled at the new place like he was reclaiming his life, because even this modest lane had better spiritual energy and far better safety than the fields. After settling in, Zhao Yu immediately went to greet the neighbor on his right and offered a warding talisman as a polite first gift. The door opened to a wary young man in white named Li Yuhai, but the gift softened his expression almost at once. Once invited inside, Zhao Yu met Li Yunhai's family, a gentle wife named Jing Qiaoman and their braided young daughter Li_Xianjiao_child. After a round of polite neighborly talk, Zhao Yu left the Li home and moved on to knock at the house on his left. When Zhao Yu visits his new neighbor with an evil warding charm as a gift, the woman at the door turns out to be a striking beauty named He_Fengfeng. The moment He_Fengfeng learns Zhao Yu is a talisman master, her wariness melts into a sly invitation and she ushers him inside. As soon as the door closes, He_Fengfeng drops her dress and bluntly offers Zhao Yu a paid night of pleasure for 1 spirit stone. Zhao Yu immediately bails with a stiff excuse, and He_Fengfeng's amused laughter follows him out the door. After that awkward visit, Zhao Yu settles into a disciplined routine, training at home, drawing evil warding talismans, and selling them at the market while gradually getting acquainted with Li Yuhai. 2 months later, Zhao Yu finally pushes his martial talent through another transformation and reaches martial arts genius. Feeling the change immediately, Zhao Yu realizes his martial training has become so smooth that he may reach Great Grandmaster in just 2 months even without blood chi pills. He also judges that once he reaches Great Grandmaster, he should be able to fight a 6th level chi refining cultivator or at least escape much more safely with his movement skill. Right after that breakthrough, Li Yuhai comes calling and warmly invites Zhao Yu to meet 2 new friends at Yunxiang Building. Zhao Yu agrees, hoping it will be a useful chance to build more connections. In a private room at Yunxiang Building, Zhao Yu meets Monk Jiuguang and the Taoist Qin_Lifan, and Qin_Lifan clearly dislikes the surprise extra guest at first sight. That tension vanishes the instant Li Yuhai introduces Zhao Yu as a talisman master, and both men turn noticeably more respectful. As they chat, Zhao Yu learns that many cultivators are rushing into the Tsunglung mountain range to hunt for the spirit flame vermilion fruit, which is driving up demand for evil warding talismans. He also hears that all those hunters are flooding the market with demon beast parts, so the price of materials has started falling. The mood shifts when Qin_Lifan suggests they all go gamble at Jinyuan Casino, and Monk Jiuguang and Li Yuhai jump on the idea at once. The second Zhao Yu hears that plan, he decides these are not people he wants to get close to and politely excuses himself. Qin_Lifan takes the refusal as an insult and presses him to come along, saying that refusing means Zhao Yu is not giving him face. Zhao Yu still walks out, deciding that gambling addicts are better cut off early than tolerated. After he leaves, Qin_Lifan and Monk Jiuguang openly sneer at Zhao Yu, and Li Yuhai apologizes to them instead of defending him. After Yunxiang Building, Zhao Yu quietly lets the friendship fade and keeps grinding on alone with martial arts, talisman work, and earth element cultivation. Even so, Zhao Yu hits a limit because spirit rice no longer boosts his martial talent after it reaches martial arts genius. A month later at the market, a burly black-clad cultivator lugs over a massive rock armor pig and offers to trade it for 6 of Zhao Yu's talismans. Zhao Yu points out that the demon beast is worth more than that if butchered properly, but the seller just wants a fast, clean trade and no hassle. Seeing the deal is still excellent, Zhao Yu accepts the trade and takes the whole pig home. Back at his house, Zhao Yu butchers the rock armor pig himself, finally getting his hands on demon beast meat for the first time. When he tastes the braised pork, Zhao Yu is genuinely thrilled because this rich demon beast meal is a luxury he has never dared buy before. He carefully stores the leftover meat in the mansion's ice cellar so he can keep eating it over time. 5 days later, after another meal of spirit rice and rock armor pig, Zhao Yu suddenly feels a new change and discovers he can now improve the quality of his earth spirit root. He quickly connects the dots and realizes demon beast meat can nourish spirit roots, with the beast's attribute deciding which spirit root can be improved. That discovery is huge because spirit roots are normally almost impossible to change, and Zhao Yu can already imagine how terrifying his cultivation speed would become with a higher grade root. But when he calculates the pace, the excitement cools a little, because this low-grade meat only raises his Earth Spirit root by 1 point every 5 days. He concludes that better demon beast meat should speed things up, but that also means spending much more Spirit Stone. Over the next 20 days he finishes the whole rock armor pig, and the steady meals add 4 more points to his Earth Spirit root. 5 days after that, Zhao Yu is practicing the Red Sun skill when his blood and chi surge clean through the bottleneck, and he steps into Great Grandmaster. The breakthrough leaves him exhilarated, and he credits his martial arts genius talent for making the Red Sun skill feel almost effortless. That only makes the contrast sharper, because his Earth Elemental skill still crawls forward so slowly that even extra spirit energy and spirit stones barely help. Then shouting erupts nearby, and Zhao Yu instantly uses Phantom Step to spring up into the courtyard tree and look toward Li Yunhai's house. From above, he sees 5 black-clad men from Jinyuan Casino dragging Jing Qiaoman away while Li Yunhai stands there pale and broken, clutching the sobbing Li_Xianjiao_child. The noise draws the alley's cultivators outside, and for a moment it looks like the neighbors might actually stop the abduction. Su Xian, the towering late-stage cultivator from the lane, steps forward and angrily demands to know how they dare seize a woman in broad daylight. A casino cultivator answers by holding up Li Yunhai's debt contract, proving he gambled away his own wife and put Jinyuan Casino legally in the right. That single document kills the rescue on the spot, and Su Xian goes silent before turning away. Once everyone learns Li Yunhai gambled away his wife, the crowd's outrage curdles into contempt, and nobody stops the casino men from hauling Jing Qiaoman off. Watching from the tree, Zhao Yu can only shake his head and think that gamblers ruin everyone around them. Not long after, Li Yunhai shows up at Zhao Yu's door with red eyes and Li_Xianjiao_child beside him, desperate for spirit stones so he can keep gambling and try to win her back. Zhao Yu refuses in the most tactful way he can, making up an excuse about pouring all his money into learning alchemy because he knows lending to a gambling addict is pointless. Li Yunhai drops to his knees and begs for evil wording talismans instead, sounding more frantic and less sane by the second. Zhao Yu refuses again, saying the talismans are either sold out or reserved for his own emergencies. Then Li Yunhai sinks even lower and offers to sell his own daughter Li_Xianjiao_child to Zhao Yu for 10 spirit stones, still obsessing over gambling his way out. Seeing how completely Li Yunhai has lost himself, Zhao Yu looks at the devastated girl and decides to make him write the deed, with one condition for any future redemption. Li Yunhai all but comes back from the dead when Zhao Yu agrees, and he hurriedly writes the deed with his own handprint. Zhao Yu honors the deal and hands over 10 spirit stones, and Li Yunhai grabs them like a starving man seeing food. Still drunk on gambling dreams, Li Yunhai promises Li_Xianjiao_child he will win big at Jinyuan Casino and buy back both her and Jing Qiaoman. Li Yunhai walks straight back toward the casino, leaving his daughter behind without a backward glance. After shutting the door, Zhao Yu tells Li_Xianjiao_child that this is her home now, and she will handle the housework. But he also promises to free her when she grows up if she still wants to leave. Li_Xianjiao_child drops to her knees and begs Zhao Yu to save her mother instead. Zhao Yu can only refuse, knowing he is too weak and that redeeming Jing Qiaoman from the casino and the 100 Flowers building would cost far beyond his reach. He cuts off the crying and orders her to start working, pushing her toward a routine she can at least survive. While watching her sweep, Zhao Yu asks about her spirit root, and Li_Xianjiao_child breaks down again because her mother was supposed to test it in a few months. Zhao Yu stops pressing and lets the chores distract her, and after a few days their quiet new routine starts to settle. A few days later, Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child step outside and run into their neighbor He_Fengfeng. He_Fengfeng quietly warns them that Li Yunhai has been sent to mine in Deadly Qian Cave, Jing Qiaoman has already been sold to the 100 Flowers building, and the casino may now be eyeing Li_Xianjiao_child too. Zhao Yu thanks her with a bit of spirit sand, and He_Fengfeng accepts it without hesitation. Zhao Yu takes Li_Xianjiao_child to the market, sells off his warding talismans, and buys food and supplies before heading home. When they get near home, Zhao Yu spots monk Jiuguang waiting at his door. Jiuguang says he came on Jinyuan Casino's behalf, and the greedy way he stares at Li_Xianjiao_child makes the business obvious. Realizing what kind of scheme this is, Zhao Yu bluntly asks if Jiuguang and Chen_Lifen were behind Li Yunhai's ruin. Jiuguang dodges the accusation and claims Li Yunhai ruined himself by his own choices. Then Jiuguang makes the real offer. The casino will pay 20 spirit stones for Li_Xianjiao_child, letting Zhao Yu double his money in less than 10 days. Terrified, Li_Xianjiao_child grabs Zhao Yu's hand, and Zhao Yu flatly refuses to sell her. Jiuguang drops the polite act, releases the pressure of his mid-stage chi refinement aura, and threatens Zhao Yu to be sensible. Zhao Yu counters with the market's law enforcement, forcing Jiuguang to retreat into a darker threat about desperate gamblers doing reckless things. Zhao Yu still will not bend, and Jiuguang leaves with an angry promise that he will regret it. The moment Jiuguang is gone, Zhao Yu realizes staying here is too dangerous and decides he has to take the expensive next step. Instead of going inside, Xiao Yu takes Li_Xianjiao_child straight to the Sunling Sex Station and rents a courtyard in the market center for 10 spirit stones a month. He goes back only to pack, and he_Fangfang catches them carrying their things out. When Xiao Yu says they are moving into the market center, he_Fangfang is openly impressed and a little jealous. The neighbors quickly gather to congratulate Xiao Yu, but the praise is mixed with obvious envy as he leaves the old district behind. At the new courtyard, Xiao Yu is thrilled by the richer spiritual energy and proper cultivator surroundings, even as the rent stings. Looking at Li_Xianjiao_child, Xiao Yu admits to himself that this kindness cost him dearly, but he could not bring himself to throw her into the fire. Once inside, Xiao Yu carefully inspects the whole place and is pleased to find 2 large rooms, a quiet room, a study, and even an alchemy room. After settling in, Xiao Yu immediately starts making contact with the neighbors and brings Li_Xianjiao_child to the house on the right. The door opens to Xiongxinye, a silver-haired elder with great circle chi refinement strength and the bearing of someone important. Xiao Yu introduces himself and offers an evil-repelling talisman as a polite gift, with Li_Xianjiao_child presented as his servant. Xiongxinye welcomes them in, and Xiao Yu meets his young red-dressed wife Fang Li, whose age makes the pairing hard to ignore. During the visit, Xiao Yu learns that Xiongxinye is a rare first-tier high-grade alchemist. When Xiao Yu leaves, Xiongxinye sends him off with a bottle of yellow spirit pills worth a full 10 spirit stones. Holding the pills, Xiao Yu weighs 2 pads and decides not to use them for cultivation, but to improve his mastery of yellow spirit pills instead and chase the far richer road of alchemy. Next he visits the left-side neighbor, determined to learn who else lives in this expensive district. The man who answers is Ling Chongshan, a towering scarred cultivator whose brutal look makes him feel dangerous on sight. Xiao Yu offers another talisman and explains he is a talisman master, which is just enough to answer why someone at his level can afford to live here. That answer wins him entry, and Xiao Yu learns Ling Chongshan is a seasoned demon beast hunter whose real combat power is nothing to take lightly. Ling Chongshan turns out to be generous too, and he sends Xiao Yu away with 30 kilograms of high-quality demon beast meat. Encouraged, Xiao Yu keeps visiting more neighbors with talismans, but the returns are usually only equal value and sometimes embarrassingly cheap. Back in his quiet room, Xiao Yu swallows a yellow spirit pill and starts refining its knowledge through his Dao fruit. The pill leaves Xiao Yu with entry-level yellow spirit pill alchemy, and the real prize is that he now has the yellow spirit pill recipe itself. Xiao Yu immediately understands that entry-level alchemy is still weak money, but a true alchemist can earn far more than a talisman seller ever will. 10 days later, Xiao Yu sets up a market stall with 6 fresh evil-repelling talismans and a bold offer to sell the yellow spirit pill recipe. A gray-clad young cultivator bites first, but when Xiao Yu asks 500 spirit stones up front, the man tries to see the recipe before paying. Xiao Yu shuts him down, and the same pattern repeats as one cultivator after another comes over hoping to freeload the formula instead of actually buying it. Then the crowd suddenly parts because Su_Bingyun arrives, stunning, black-robed, and important enough to change the whole mood at once. Su_Bingyun asks directly if the yellow spirit pill recipe is real, and Xiao Yu dares to pitch it to her with confidence and a promise to cover the loss if it is false. Instead of haggling, Su_Bingyun says the recipe is worth even more than his asking price and warns him that if it is fake, she has ways to make him pay. She throws down 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and Xiao Yu immediately hands over the yellow spirit pill recipe along with 15 low-grade stones in change. After earning 500 spirit stones in one sweep, Xiao Yu draws plenty of envy in the market, but no one dares touch him now that he lives in the protected center district beside powerful neighbors and the law enforcement station. Back in his courtyard, Xiao Yu spends 3 mid-grade spirit stones on 32 bottles of yellow spirit pills from Xiongxinye and prepares to push both alchemy and cultivation forward at once. He swallows 29 bottles in succession, feeding them straight into Dao fruit mastery until his yellow spirit pill knowledge jumps to proficient and his alchemy path finally opens. Xiao Yu bursts into laughter because he can finally call himself a pill master, and he immediately turns to the last few pills as fuel for his own breakthrough. When he swallows a pill for real cultivation, a hot surge floods his body, and he runs the earth elemental skill to turn that medicine power into mana. The result makes him even more excited, because one yellow spirit pill gives him 20 points of progress and proves that with enough resources, even his ordinary talent can still climb fast. Over the next month, Xiao Yu buys 2 more yellow spirit pills from Xiongxinye and keeps up a hard routine of martial training, talisman work, and refining pills into cultivation progress. 1 month later in the quiet room, his mana finally breaks through another barrier, and the earth elemental skill reaches the 3rd level of chi refinement. Xiao Yu laughs out loud in pure relief, because the spirit vein, 5 yellow spirit pills, and his Dao fruit have finally pushed him into chi refinement level 3. He knows exactly why this was possible, because ordinary cultivators have to refine each pill slowly and fear pill toxins, while his Dao fruit lets him burn through both problems with ease. His breakthrough ends when Li_Xianjiao_child calls him to dinner, pulling him from cultivation back into the strange little family life growing inside the courtyard. At the table, Zhao Yu sees that Li_Xianjiao_Child has already steamed spirit rice and cooked braised demon beast meat for him. When Zhao Yu says she should have eaten first if his practice ran late, Li_Xianjiao_Child answers with plain sincerity that families should eat together. That answer hits harder than she knows, and Zhao Yu silently curses Li Yuhai for wasting a good wife and daughter before sitting down with a bitter mood under the calm surface. During dinner, Zhao Yu tells Li_Xianjiao_Child he will test her spirit root, because if she has one, she can step onto the path of cultivation too. Li_Xianjiao_Child asks the only thing that matters to her, whether cultivation could save her mother. Zhao Yu tells her that if she can reach foundation establishment one day, she will have the power to save her mother herself. Li_Xianjiao_Child immediately swears she will cultivate and become a foundation establishment great cultivator, with the fierce certainty only a child can have. Zhao Yu smiles inwardly but does not believe it, because in Xiao Heishan Market even wealthy and talented loose cultivators fail again and again before the foundation establishment wall. After the meal, Zhao Yu uses a spirit testing talisman on Li_Xianjiao_Child and feeds mana into it to see what kind of future she really has. The talisman ignites, blue mist rises from Li_Xianjiao_Child's body, and then the test abruptly blooms into dazzling purple light. Zhao Yu realizes she is not just gifted but a single water spirit root with the legendary heavenly spirit root, and his joy instantly turns into a headache. He understands the problem immediately, because a heavenly spirit root is so monstrous that with enough resources she could rise to golden core and even have a real shot at nascent soul. To Zhao Yu, that level of talent is dangerous, because even in Earth's spirit root once triggered open war between great sects, and a heavenly spirit root would be fought over even more viciously. After weighing the risk, Zhao Yu decides the best path is to raise Li_Xianjiao_Child quietly for now and send her into a great sect later, so her future strength can become his future backing too. The next day, Zhao Yu goes to Duo Bao building to ask how much it would cost to buy a cultivation method that reaches early foundation establishment. The manager loses interest the moment he sizes up Zhao Yu as a third-level chi refinement loose cultivator, and a shop attendant steps in to deal with him instead. The attendant quotes a brutal price: 100 spirit stones to reach chi refining great circle, and 3,000 more to continue into early foundation establishment. Zhao Yu is stunned by the cost, and the manager coolly adds that foundation establishment techniques are clan secrets that loose cultivators usually cannot buy at all. That answer leaves Zhao Yu with a heavy truth. For a loose cultivator, reaching foundation establishment is not just hard, it is ruinously expensive. He changes plans on the spot and buys a water element technique for 10 spirit stones instead, because that is something Li_Xianjiao_Child can actually use now. After leaving the shop, Zhao Yu spends the whole day hunting through the market for yellow spirit pill ingredients until he finally gathers a full set. Back home, he first teaches Li_Xianjiao_Child the basic common sense of cultivation and then starts her on the water element technique. In the days that follow, Zhao Yu keeps his old routine but starts buying alchemy materials in bulk, clearly shifting his money-making focus toward pills. 10 days later, Zhao Yu commits 100 spirit stones to gather enough materials for 5 full batches of yellow spirit pills and finally begins serious alchemy. He bathes, changes, steadies himself, and feeds the ingredients into the 10 spirit stone pill furnace one by one, treating the process with almost ritual care. His first batch collapses at the final step, and black smoke pours out as the materials burn into useless black pellets. Watching 20 spirit stones vanish in one failure, Zhao Yu can only grit his teeth and admit that alchemy really does devour wealth. He cleans the furnace with a cleansing talisman, forces himself to stop, and goes to sleep so he can try again with a clearer mind. The second day brings another failure even after reflection, proving that knowledge alone still does not make alchemy easy. On the third day, the furnace finally opens to a real success: 7 yellow spirit pills and 5 waste pills. That success tells Zhao Yu he has at least avoided disaster, and he knows the only reason he survived this gamble was because he raised yellow spirit pill mastery to proficient before starting. In the next 2 days he keeps refining, failing once and succeeding once more, which brings his total gain to 15 yellow spirit pills. Zhao Yu does the math and realizes alchemy already earns him about 10 spirit stones a day, which is better than talisman work and should scale even higher as his skill improves. But he also sees the trade-off clearly. Alchemy ties up all his focus, so even rich pill masters can still end up stalled on the road to foundation establishment. The very next day, Zhao Yu sets up a market stall again with Li_Xianjiao_Child at his side, this time adding yellow spirit pills to his usual talisman business. A regular buyer is startled to see Master Zhao of Talismans selling yellow spirit pills now and immediately asks the price. Zhao Yu names 9 spirit stones a bottle, just under shop price, because he knows nobody would buy from a street stall for more. The customer tries to push him down to 8, but Zhao Yu refuses to bargain because he knows yellow spirit pills sell too well to need pleading. After a brief hesitation, the customer gives in and buys a bottle anyway, proving Zhao Yu judged the demand correctly. Once one person buys, Zhao Yu's talisman regulars move in fast, and his entire stock of yellow spirit pills is gone before noon. With the pills sold out, Zhao Yu takes Li_Xianjiao_child to a general store and buys every top-tier mortal martial manual that looks useful. Back in the courtyard, Zhao Yu admits the Qi Yang divine art has already taken his mortal martial path as far as it can go, all the way to Great Grandmaster with nowhere higher to climb. He concludes that mortal martial arts hit a ceiling because mortals die too soon and lack the spirit veins, pills, and other resources cultivators can use to keep improving. Instead of stopping there, Zhao Yu starts redesigning his martial path from the ground up, planning health cultivation for longevity, external arts for defense, and a stripped-down sword style built only for speed, accuracy, and killing power against cultivators. Thanks to his monster-level martial talent, divine sense, internal vision, and cultivator resources, Zhao Yu quickly fuses those manuals into two brand new arts of his own, the Turtle Spirit Longevity art and the Vajra Dragon Elephant art. And once the new methods are born, Zhao Yu immediately starts a brutal new round of training, swallowing qi and blood pills and forcing his body through the refinement they demand. 3 months later, Zhao Yu finishes another hard stretch of cultivation in the quiet room, black filth seeping from his pores as his body is refined again. When he opens his eyes, Zhao Yu is thrilled to see the Turtle Spirit Longevity art has pushed his lifespan up to 98 years. Excited by the result, Zhao Yu decides to test just how tough his Vajra Dragon Elephant art has made him. He drives more and more power into the bronze awl, but even at full force the weapon still cannot pierce his left arm. Zhao Yu judges that his body can now resist mid-grade magical instruments, even if this martial path has already hit its own ceiling. He also confirms his movement, flying daggers, and sword technique have all grown stronger after reaching master level. When Zhao Yu leaves the quiet room, Li_Xianjiao_child is already waiting with a meal, and one glance tells him she has broken through to Qi refining level 2. Her casual answer only makes it clearer to Zhao Yu that a heavenly spirit root really is terrifyingly fast. That talent instantly turns into danger in Zhao Yu's mind, so he warns Li_Xianjiao_child to stay hidden at home until he finds a way to conceal her aura. Soon after the meal, a knock comes at the courtyard door, and Zhao Yu has Li_Xianjiao_child hide before he goes to answer it. The visitor is Ling Chongshan, and he brings the news Zhao Yu asked him to investigate about Jing Qiaoman. Inside, Ling explains that Jing Qiaoman had once been a famous beauty of 100 Flowers building, but a month ago she could no longer endure the humiliation and killed herself. The moment those words land, something crashes in the inner room and Li_Xianjiao_child starts crying, exposing exactly why Zhao Yu wanted that information. Ling Chongshan immediately realizes Jing Qiaoman must have been Li_Xianjiao_child's mother, and Zhao Yu quietly confirms it. Ling changes the subject and offers Zhao Yu a place on its Sunling Sect beast hunting team, calling it a rare chance to earn spirit stones during demon season. Zhao Yu refuses right away because an early Qi refining cultivator like him would be taking a deadly risk out there. Ling tries again, promising his team already has several experienced Qi refining level 6 hunters and that Zhao Yu would be protected. He sweetens the offer by saying the team gets 20 spirit stones up front and keeps most of what they hunt, enough for him to make hundreds each season. Zhao Yu dryly reminds him that he is both a talisman master and a pill master, meaning he has safer ways to earn money. Ling admits he almost forgot, but still warns that a man cannot avoid danger forever and even Little Black Mountain Market may not stay safe. Zhao Yu agrees with the warning, yet still decides to stay in the market and keep cultivating until he reaches the middle stage instead of becoming dead weight outside. Ling can only give in, accepting that Zhao Yu has a point and telling him to wait until he is stronger. Before Ling leaves, Zhao Yu asks him to help find a technique that can hide a person's cultivation level. Ling says he already has a simple aura concealing manual that only works on Qi refining cultivators, and Zhao Yu says that is exactly enough for his needs. After Ling leaves, Zhao Yu finds Li_Xianjiao_child collapsed on the bed, crying so hard she looks like a doll with all life drained out of it. Zhao Yu tells her that even though her mother is dead, the real enemies are still the Gold Element Gambling House and 100 Flowers building, and revenge is still possible. He points her toward the future, saying her heavenly spirit root could let her enter a sect, rise all the way to Golden Core, and one day take revenge properly. That promise pulls Li_Xianjiao_child out of numbness, and she asks with sudden hope whether Zhao Yu himself can help her become a Golden Core ancestor. Zhao Yu answers honestly that he is only at Qi refining level 3 and does not even have a foundation establishment technique, so staying with him would make her road much harder than joining a sect. Li_Xianjiao_child silently accepts that answer, but her spirit has clearly come back from the edge. Several days later, Ling Chongshan sells Zhao Yu a stealth technique manual for 5 spirit stones. Zhao Yu immediately puts Li_Xianjiao_child on that technique and forbids her from leaving the house until she can hide her aura properly. He also stocks up on defensive, movement, endurance, and attack talismans, preparing for trouble even while staying cautious. A month later, the beast hunting teams begin patrolling the 10 mortal cities, and demon beast meat floods the market hard enough to crash the price. Zhao Yu takes advantage of the drop and buys superior first-tier demon beast meat to push his spirit root growth faster. Even with heavy yellow spirit pill use, Zhao Yu still slams into the bottleneck between early and middle Qi refining. Another month passes, and after failing to break through even with 2 newly refined yellow spirit pills, Zhao Yu finally admits his low-grade spirit root has reached its limit again. To smash through the bottleneck, he takes out the 100 spirit stone barrier-breaking spirit pill and swallows it in one move. The barrier-breaking spirit pill rips through the blocked meridian, and Zhao Yu finally reaches Earth Elemental Skill Level 4, becoming a true mid-stage chi refining cultivator. Now that his mana is stronger, Zhao Yu is delighted that he can finally use a golden light talisman without emptying himself in one shot. The breakthrough also makes both his warding talismans and yellow spirit pill refining noticeably easier, which matters because he never stops working. When Zhao Yu comes out after the breakthrough, Li_Xianjiao_child is waiting at the dining table again, and the house briefly feels peaceful. That calm breaks under heavy knocking, and both of them move on instinct, with Li_Xianjiao_child hiding and Zhao Yu disguising his aura back down to chi refining level 3 before opening the door. At the door, 2 black-clad Sengling sect law enforcement cultivators loom over Zhao Yu and coldly ask if he is Zhao Yu. Their message hits like a blow: Ling Chongshan is dead, and they are here to deliver his inheritance and final will. Back inside, Zhao Yu opens the parcel and finds only a little over 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a will naming him the 4th inheritor after Ling's first 3 choices all died before him. He quickly guesses the law enforcement team pocketed most of Ling Chongshan's real property, but he also knows getting even this much back is more rule-bound than many forces would be. That night, Zhao Yu slips into the courtyard tree and uses his martial senses to check the area before moving toward Ling Chongshan's nearby home like a ghost. Inside Ling's house, Zhao Yu searches carefully until he reaches the storage room and notices a man-high vase placed in exactly the kind of spot that hides something important. He moves the vase, lifts the floorboard beneath it, and finds a hidden box that he immediately recognizes as Ling Chongshan's true legacy. Zhao Yu restores the room exactly as it was and slips back home with the secret box before anyone notices. When he opens the hidden box at home, Zhao Yu finds 6 mid-grade spirit stones, a secret manual called Gold Element Power, a dull bead, and one more letter from Ling Chongshan. As Zhao Yu reads the letter, surprise flashes across his face and turns into deep thought, ending the night on a new unanswered reveal. Reading Ling Chongshan's hidden letter, Zhao Yu finally learns the old cultivator's full story and why this legacy ended up in his hands. The letter explains that Ling Chongshan came from the Changyangling clan, but as a talented branch member, he could never get the Foundation establishment pill reserved for the direct line. Unwilling to die stuck at late chi refining, Ling Chongshan came to Black Mountain Market to hunt demon beasts and save enough to buy his own chance at Foundation establishment. Zhao Yu also learns what the hidden items really are: the Gold Element Power technique, a will asking someone to watch over Ling Chongshan's wife and daughter, and a steel-armored rhino inner core won in a deadly fight. Moved by the trust in that will, Zhao Yu quietly promises that if fate ever lets him meet Ling Chongshan's family, he will look after them. Then Zhao Yu makes a ruthless choice for survival and swallows the steel-armored rhino's inner core to feed it into the Dao fruit. As the core is absorbed, Zhao Yu senses fresh gains appear in his martial talent, his gold spirit root, and especially the Vajra Dragon Elephant art. He immediately realizes the truth: second-order demon beast inner cores really can push mortal martial arts past their old ceiling, even if the method is absurdly expensive. Since raw survival matters more than polishing talent, Zhao Yu chooses to spend the gain on the Vajra Dragon Elephant art instead of anything else. A brutal wave of heat tears through him, reforging his bones, organs, meridians, and blood in a long, painful transformation. When the pain finally ends, the Vajra Dragon Elephant art has broken through to level 40, and Zhao Yu can feel his body become far tougher than before. The new power boosts his confidence, but Zhao Yu stays cautious and decides the smartest fight is still no fight at all until he reaches Foundation establishment. For the next month, he keeps his head down inside Black Mountain Market and focuses on steady cultivation. That calm breaks in the Stall district when panicked voices spread the same news: that Songling sect law enforcement team has come back wrecked. Zhao Yu looks over and sees black-clad enforcers stumbling and covered in blood, with some of them missing arms or legs after a savage battle. The sight hits Zhao Yu hard, because corrupt or not, those enforcers are the only thing keeping the market safe enough for him to cultivate in peace. Looking up, Zhao Yu sees the real threat still hanging over Black Mountain Market. The silver-haired law enforcement leader is fighting 2 second-order demon beasts in the sky. Just seeing those second-order beasts makes Zhao Yu's scalp crawl, because they are monsters on the level of Foundation establishment experts. The badly injured leader burns a pill for one last burst and drives his magic sword straight through the red ape's eye, killing it in a single desperate strike. But the surviving snake instantly counters, firing a corrosive gray arrow of mist that ruins the leader's spiritual shield. With his defense broken, the law enforcement leader flees back into the market on his escape light. At once, Black Mountain Market answers by unfolding its own second-order formation over the whole settlement. The snake slams the barrier and takes return fire from the array, but even strong spells only leave it with light wounds. After circling in frustration, the snake swallows the dead ape and finally withdraws toward the Sunlung Mountains. Even after the beasts leave, Zhao Yu knows the real problem has only begun, because a badly injured foundation establishment enforcer means the market is no longer truly secure. That fear sharpens when Zhao Yu suddenly senses several mid-chi refining cultivators sizing him up from the crowd. He instantly understands why. To the market, he is only a third-level cultivator who has made too much money too fast. So Zhao Yu shuts his stall immediately and heads to Duobao building with Li_Xianjiao_Child to buy real protection before the market gets worse. Inside Duobao building, Zhao Yu asks for a superior-grade magic sword and gets hit with bad news when the shop says the cheapest one now costs 800 spirit stones. When Zhao Yu protests that the price used to be lower, the shopkeeper gives the cold answer everyone in the market now lives by: prices have gone up. Forced to compromise, Zhao Yu buys the middle-grade thick earth sword for 500 spirit stones using Ling Chongshan's inheritance money. He still wants defensive artifacts too, but with money tight, Zhao Yu settles for 3 more golden light talismans and leaves with only the protection he can afford. Still worried, Zhao Yu goes next to Xiong Jinye and asks the question he has been avoiding: is there any safe way out of Black Mountain Market? Xiong Jinye tells him the outside road is worse, with long wild stretches and second-order beasts, or evil spirits waiting beyond the market's walls. Even so, Xiong Jinye believes that Sungling sect will not abandon such a profitable market, and should soon send another foundation establishment expert to stabilize it. Now curious, Zhao Yu asks why a skilled pill refiner like Xiong Jinye chose to live in such a dangerous place in the first place. Xiong Jinye answers plainly that this market has unusually cheap yellow spirit pill materials, making alchemy here far more profitable than anywhere else. He adds an even bigger reason: Black Mountain Market also sells rare foundation establishment manuals, so if Zhao Yu ever wants to build his foundation, he should buy a technique that matches his spirit root. Zhao Yu thanks Xiong Jinye, but over the following days the whole market turns uglier as food, herbs, talismans, and magical tools all shoot up in price. No one dares venture out anymore, and the entire market settles into a nervous hush that feels like a disaster waiting to happen. To adapt, Zhao Yu flips his schedule and cultivates at night, while Li_Xianjiao_Child stays awake by day to keep watch. 7 days later, hard knocking at the door interrupts that routine and Li_Xianjiao_Child wakes Zhao Yu to answer it. Outside waits Lu Cheng, pale and frantic, begging Zhao Yu to save his son Fifan with an evil warding talisman and healing medicine after an evil spirit attack. Zhao Yu refuses on the spot, coldly reminding him that his ties with the Lu family are already over. Lu Qing drops to his knees and smashes his forehead against the ground until it bleeds, saying no one else is willing to help. Even that does not move Zhao Yu, because this is the worst possible time to leave the market for anyone, let alone for Lu Fifan. Zhao Yu shuts the door on him, and Lu Qing is left outside crying before he finally walks away in despair. Half a month later, a new shock hits the vendor district when a mutilated corpse is dumped in the open street. Everyone waits for the Sungling sect law enforcement team to do what it always used to do and hunt the killer down. By dusk, Zhao Yu watches the untouched body from a distance and understands the market has crossed the line. When the law enforcement team does nothing, Zhao Yu realizes their strength has shrunk to bare self-defense, and the order holding Black Mountain Market together is starting to collapse. After the first corpse showed up in the market, murders kept appearing every day, and the whole place slid into open panic. Zhao Yu stopped wandering outside and hid in his home, using the dangerous lull to keep training in secret. 7 nights later, 3 black-clad cultivators crept toward Zhao Yu's small courtyard, clearly moving like robbers on a kill. From the tree in his courtyard, Zhao Yu sensed them before they even reached the gate and decided to strike first. He opened with a flying dagger, and one 5th-level chi refining attacker dropped with a blade through his forehead. Without slowing down, Zhao Yu crushed a golden light talisman and wrapped himself in a pale yellow shield. Using Phantom Step, he flashed beside a second robber and brought his sword down before the man could react properly. The second attacker barely got his own golden light shield up, but Zhao Yu's brutal strength chopped straight through it and split him in half. The last robber, a 6th-level leader, roared in rage, raised his own shield, and hurled a gray-black flying harpoon at Zhao Yu. The harpoon slammed into Zhao Yu's shield and started eating through it fast, forcing the fight into a split-second finish. Zhao Yu answered with his bronze awl, and the low-grade magic instrument punched through the robber's shield and blew his head apart. When all 3 mid-stage robbers were dead, Zhao Yu finally realized he had won and felt sick staring at the bodies. He forced himself to accept the rule of this world: if he did not kill, he would be the one dying tonight. Putting on leather gloves, Zhao Yu searched the corpses and pulled out spirit stones, talismans, low-grade magic tools, and the valuable mid-grade flying harpoon. The haul was big enough to make him grimly admit that robbery paid well, even if this was only what they carried into battle. He sat down with a mid-grade spirit stone and hurriedly refilled his mana, preparing for whatever came next. 2 hours later, Zhao Yu sensed fires and explosions rising from the market's core, especially around Duobao building and other Sungling sect strongholds. The shouts made it clear what was happening. Someone was slaughtering the Sungling sect's people and looting the market in open revolt. When Zhao Yu saw even the cautious Xiong Jinye rushing toward the bloodiest fighting, he guessed the prize had to be something huge like a lifespan extension pill or a foundation establishment pill. The temptation hit Zhao Yu too, but he knew that without the freak edge the Dao fruit gave him, joining that scramble was just asking to die. So instead of gambling for treasure, Zhao Yu woke Li_Xianjiao_child, told her to grab the baggage they had prepared, and chose to flee toward the market's edge. Moving against the panic tide, Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child immediately stood out, and 4 cultivators tried to rob them on the road. The 6th level leader barked for their valuables, and Zhao Yu killed him first with the bronze all straight through the forehead. Li_Xianjiao_child reacted exactly as trained and raised a golden light shield around herself. Zhao Yu raised his own shield, flashed forward with phantom step, and cut a second mid-stage cultivator in 2. The last 2 robbers panicked, threw up thin spirit light barriers, and turned to run. Zhao Yu chased one down and split him apart from behind before he could get away. He finished the 4th man with the mid-grade flying harpoon, dropping him with a shot through the skull. That quick massacre scared off the other lurking hyenas, and no one nearby wanted to test Zhao Yu next. With the road briefly clear, Zhao Yu picked up his thrown weapon and had Li_Xianjiao_child search the corpses while he stood guard and absorbed spirit power. That was when Wu Jinlang showed up, a 7th level bully with a high-grade Azure Wave sword who thought he had found 2 easy victims. Wu Jinlang demanded their valuables and promised to spare them, but Zhao Yu answered with another instant kill attempt. This time the target was stronger, and Wu Jinlang barely saved himself by throwing up a bronze spirit shield. The shield survived the hit just enough to ruin Zhao Yu's bronze all too, leaving both magic tools cracked and useless. Zhao Yu did not hesitate and rushed him with phantom step, this time unleashing the full 40th layer of his Vajra Dragon Elephant art. Wu Jinlang raised the Azure Wave sword and its layered blue light, but Zhao Yu's heavy blow smashed through the waves and caved in his skull. Before Wu Jinlang could recover from the head strike, Zhao Yu finished him with the flying harpoon through the heart. Killing a late-stage G refining cultivator proved how much stronger Zhao Yu had become, but he still warned himself not to get arrogant. Li_Xianjiao_child handed over the new loot with a pale face, and the reward was even bigger than before, including spirit stones, talismans, several low-grade tools, and the Azure Wave sword. With his broken bronze all discarded and the better sword in hand, Zhao Yu kept leading Li_Xianjiao_child outward through the chaos. When they reached Yellow Gift Alley, Zhao Yu made a safer choice and asked He_Feng to hide them for the night. He_Feng opened the door and revealing light gauze and teasingly greeted Zhao Yu like a customer instead of a refugee. Zhao Yu cut through the flirtation with 5 spirit stones, and that price made He_Feng welcome them in immediately. Once inside, Zhao Yu asked the real question. Why had everyone suddenly turned on the Tsungling sect tonight? He_Feng clearly knew something, but she made Zhao Yu pay 1 more spirit stone before she shared it. Her answer changed everything. The Ian Ghost sect had invaded the northern wastes, the 4 great sects were locked in war, and Tsungling sect forces had been pulled away from Little Black Mountain Market. That was why the market's loose cultivators had finally dared to pounce on the Tsungling sect's stores and hidden resources. After a little more talk, Zhao Yu settled the Li_Xianjiao_child in to bathe and rest, then chose to keep watch outside instead of sleeping. An hour later, perched in the tree and hiding his presence, Zhao Yu spotted Su_Bingyun fleeing toward him in the night. Behind her came a tall handsome Tsungling sect disciple named Ren Peiming, chasing hard and taunting her like a hunter who thought he already owned the prize. Ren Peiming revealed he had already hit Su_Bingyun with a bone-eroding black water nail, so he expected her to get weaker and fall at his feet. He pushed the cruelty even further, promising to keep her as a plaything or dump her in the lowest brothel if she kept resisting. Su_Bingyun, pale and poisoned, still fought back with an upper-grade blue sword and swore she would never forgive his betrayal. Ren Peiming openly admitted the betrayal, saying that Tsungling sect would never give him a path to Foundation establishment, so he planned to steal Su_Bingyun's pill and take both her future and her freedom for himself. Cornered and furious, Su_Bingyun throws out her fire crow mirror and sends a blazing crimson fire crow straight at Ren Peiming. Ren Peiming knows that artifact can kill him, so he instantly burns a superior water shield talisman to stop the attack. The fire crow tears through the water barrier so fast that Ren Peiming has to throw out a white bell magic instrument for a second shield. As the white shield burns down around him, Ren Peiming goes pale and begs Su_Bingyun to spare his life. Su_Bingyun tries to finish him, but the bone-eroding black water nail poison suddenly erupts and drops her to the ground vomiting black blood. With Su_Bingyun down, the fire crow vanishes at the last second and Ren Peiming realizes the fight has flipped back in his favor. Ren Peiming strides toward the helpless Su_Bingyun, already claiming both her and the Foundation establishment pill as his prize. Hidden nearby, Zhao Yu finally moves, driving his Vajra Dragon Elephant art and hurling the mid-grade flying harpoon at Ren Peiming. Ren Peiming barely gets a golden shield up, but the harpoon punches through it and blows his head apart. Zhao Yu drops from the tree beside the corpse, and Su_Bingyun immediately recognizes him as the man who sold her the pill recipe. Zhao Yu calmly asks whether she wants help or wants him gone, and Su_Bingyun finally gives in and asks him to save her before collapsing. Once she is unconscious, Zhao Yu quickly strips the battlefield, taking Renpiming's storage bag, white bell, and black magic sword. He burns Renpiming's body to ash on the spot so no evidence is left behind. Zhao Yu carries Su Su_Bingyun back to the He residence, where He_Feng Feng is horrified that he brought a hunted Sungling sect genius into her house. Knowing the market powers will wipe out anyone tied to Su Su_Bingyun, Zhao Yu makes the decision immediately. They are leaving that same night. Before they run, Zhao Yu dissolves a detoxification pill and forces it into Su Su_Bingyun's mouth to start treating the poison. He pulls the bone-eroding black water nail out of Su Su_Bingyun's body, and the pain jolts her awake at once. Zhao Yu follows with a hemostasis medicine on the wound, but Su Su_Bingyun admits she still has no mana to use her own better healing supplies. With no better option, Zhao Yu uses his own ordinary medicine and gets her barely stable enough to move. Zhao Yu asks He_Feng Feng to flee with them to Haima's city, but she is too afraid of the night ghosts and monsters to risk leaving now. So Zhao Yu leaves without her, carrying Su Su_Bingyun on his back while Li_Xianjiao_Child follows him out into the dark. Outside the market, Zhao Yu leads carefully through total darkness with sword in hand and Su Su_Bingyun weak against his back. When Su Su_Bingyun quietly asks if they are truly heading to Haima's city, Zhao Yu flatly admits that he lied so He_Feng Feng could not betray them later. After about 10 miles, Zhao Yu senses trouble first, and turns just before a giant flame demon wolf bursts from the trees. He answers with pure force, launching the flying harpoon and bursting the wolf's head in one clean strike. Watching that throw, Su Su_Bingyun quietly realizes Zhao Yu's body refinement is unusually strong for a cultivator. Zhao Yu hates leaving the demon wolf behind because its fire essence could help his spirit root, but the bloody corpse would only draw worse things in. Miles later, Li_Xianjiao_Child suddenly freezes and whispers in terror when she spots a mangled ghost floating beside the road. Zhao Yu jolts in alarm and wastes an expensive golden light talisman, and then Su Su_Bingyun calmly tells him this roadside ghost is weak and only fears evil warding talismans. Still annoyed at wasting spirit stones, Zhao Yu keeps the evil warding talisman up, and the weak ghost shivers and vanishes before it can come near. A little later the warding talisman suddenly burns much hotter, and Zhao Yu's instincts go off just before he spots a far more dangerous evil spirit conglomerate approaching from the northwest. Su Su_Bingyun immediately judges it as a late chi refining evil spirit conglomerate, and tells Zhao Yu to crush 5 evil warding talismans and run, because his mana cannot drive her fire crow mirror. Zhao Yu follows her call exactly, crushing 5 talismans at once and surrounding himself with a stronger warding force that makes the monster hesitate. He scoops Li_Xianjiao_Child into one arm, triggers a featherweight talisman, and bolts down the road with phantom step at full speed. The monster's many eyes search for him, but the warding power throws it off long enough for Zhao Yu to slip past. He keeps moving through the night past more ghosts and minor evil things until he finally reaches a ruined farmhouse outside Haiyan City. The ruined farmhouse reeks of a family already eaten by monsters, but Zhao Yu crushes a cleansing talisman and scrubs the whole place into usable shelter. He settles Su Su_Bingyun and Li_Xianjiao_Child onto the bed to rest, then takes watch outside with his sword. During the quiet watch, Zhao Yu finally opens Renpiming's storage bag and finds a rich haul of spirit stones, talismans, pills, and cultivation manuals. One item matters more than the rest, a jade slip that turns out to hold that Sungling sect's Sungling Ju all the way to late Foundation establishment. Zhao Yu is tempted, but he quickly decides the technique is not worth abandoning his current path and risking Sungling sect pursuit if anyone finds out. 2 tense hours later, dawn finally breaks, and Zhao Yu can breathe again because the night spirits lose their edge in daylight. Since Haiyan City is still too risky to enter, Zhao Yu cuts nearby trees and builds a larger wooden cabin beside the hideout instead. That same day winter turns brutal, and heavy snow starts falling while Su Su_Bingyun, drained of mana, shivers under blankets that still are not enough. Seeing she may freeze in this weakened state, Zhao Yu steps in, asks pardon for the boldness, and wraps her in his arms while running the red sun cultivation technique like a furnace. Su Su_Bingyun tenses for a moment, but when Zhao Yu only gives warmth and nothing else, she lets herself relax against him. Li_Xianjiao_Child quietly climbs onto the bed too and clings to one of Zhao Yu's arms to share the heat. Zhao Yu has to admit Su Su_Bingyun is stunning, but he shuts down his own desire and keeps acting as nothing more than a heater because he knows forcing anything would be suicidal and wrong. When Su Su_Bingyun realizes Zhao Yu truly means to protect her without taking advantage, her guard drops and her opinion of him quietly rises. 5 days into the snowbound hideout, Zhao Yu sits with Su Su_Bingyun by the cabin window when he suddenly spots a huge snow leopard closing in through the white silence. Zhao Yu instantly realizes this is no ordinary beast but a first-order superior snow leopard, the kind that can wipe out whole chi refining teams in its home terrain. The snow leopard reaches the hut, almost mocking them, and smashes the crude wooden door apart with one glowing paw. Zhao Yu fires first, sending his mid-grade flying harpoon straight at the beast's head the instant the doorway bursts open. The snow leopard throws up an eye shield from its forehead, but Zhao Yu's strike punches through and blinds one eye anyway. Li_Xianjiao_Child follows neatly behind him, igniting a superior rocket talisman and blasting the wounded leopard with crimson fire. The beast answers with another ice shield, and the rocket blast melts it down in a burst of smoke without finishing the job. Zhao Yu flashes in with phantom step and tries to take the other eye, but the snow leopard twists aside and turns his killing stab into a deep slash across its face. The leopard's tail whips back hard enough to break Zhao Yu's golden light talisman shield, barely missing him as he slips away again. Using that tiny opening, Zhao Yu throws the Azure Wave sword and drives the superior blade straight through the snow leopard's skull. Even dying, the crazed beast spits a sharp ice cone at the helpless Su_Bingyun, who still cannot move. Zhao Yu steps in front of Su_Bingyun without hesitation and burns another golden light talisman to block the shot with his own body. That shield shatters too, so Zhao Yu yanks out Ren Peiming's white bell and forces up a second barrier at the cost of almost all his mana. The ice cone finally breaks, the white bell drops from his exhausted hand, and Zhao Yu rushes the opening before the monster can recover. With one last swing of the heavy earth sword, Zhao Yu splits the snow leopard's head and ends the fight for good. After the kill, Zhao Yu admits the white bell drained him dry and quietly measures the limit of his current strength against the superior demon beast. Still, the massive corpse leaves him grimly satisfied, because one snow leopard means a mountain of meat and a small fortune in materials. 4 days after that, the three of them live on snow leopard meat, and Zhao Yu uses the gains to strengthen his ice affinity instead of chasing some other upgrade. A month later, Su_Bingyun finally recovers enough mana to open her storage bag and bring out proper healing medicine. The moment she can use mana again, Su_Bingyun stops relying on Zhao Yu's body heat, and her recovery speeds up fast. Another half-month passes, and Su_Bingyun stands fully recovered in the snowy cabin with one question she has been saving the whole time. She asks him directly why he saved her, now that she is strong enough to hear the answer without fear. Zhao Yu tells her the truth. He was the spirit farmer she once helped with 10 evil banishing charms, and he saved her because he remembered that fairness. He makes it even clearer by saying that to him, Su_Bingyun herself mattered more than the Foundation establishment pill on her body. That answer hits Su_Bingyun hard, especially after an intersect disciple betrayed her for the same pill and nearly got her killed. Moved by his sincerity, Su_Bingyun offers to give Zhao Yu the Foundation establishment pill if he wants it. Zhao Yu refuses and says the smarter path is for her to break through first, then help him buy another pill later through her connections. When Su_Bingyun asks if he is a pill master, Zhao Yu downplays it and says he can at least make a living refining yellow spirit pills. That makes Su_Bingyun open her hand completely, handing over more than a dozen precious pill recipes for Zhao Yu to copy. Zhao Yu's eyes light up when he sees just how valuable they are, from stronger first-order pills to multiple Foundation establishment recipes and even a lifespan-extending formula. Once the copying is done, the three finally leave the cabin and head back toward Black Mountain Market so Su_Bingyun can seek a proper place to break through. On the road, the landscape itself tells the story of collapse, with cultivator skeletons and old battle marks scattered through the snow. With the law enforcement team gone, Zhao Yu understands exactly what those bones mean. The market roads have turned into open hunting grounds for bandits. A moment later, Su_Bingyun quietly catches Zhao Yu's attention and points out an ambush hidden in the grass ahead. Zhao Yu calls the hidden attackers out, and a red-haired brute with a wolf tattoo steps from the bushes with 4 more armed bandits behind him. The bandit leader openly demands all their valuables and both women, smugly sure he can toy with them first and kill them later. Zhao Yu realizes they are the infamous Black Wolf bandits, and one of the thugs makes it uglier by leering at Li_Xianjiao_childlike prey. That one filthy line is enough for Su_Bingyun, and she coldly orders the attack before the bandits can even finish savoring their luck. She immediately raises the Fire Crow mirror, unleashing a crimson fire crow that dives straight at the bandit leader. The bandit leader recognizes Su_Bingyun too late and throws up a green shield in panic as the fire crow closes in. Su_Bingyun's fire crow burns through the bandit leader's green shield in seconds and sets his head on fire. The other 4 Black Wolf bandits break instantly and try to flee in every direction the second they see their leader burning. Zhao Yu does not let the man who targeted Li_Xianjiao_child get away, and his flying harpoon punches straight through the bandit's brain as he runs. Zhao Yu opened the fight by firing the Azure Wave sword like a flying dagger and pinning a Black Wolf thief through the chest. At the same time, Su_Bingyun pointed with icy calm and sent her fire crow crashing into another thief's head. Zhao Yu stepped in with phantom step and finished the last thief with a willow leaf dart straight through the head. After the cleanup, Zhao Yu tried to split the thieves' storage bags, but Su_Bingyun waved them off because all she cared about now was breaking into Foundation establishment. Zhao Yu gathered the rest of the loot, dumped the corpses into the jungle, and led the group back toward the ruined market in secret. Back at Black Mountain Market, they found wrecked buildings, fresh deaths, and enough empty houses on the outskirts to hide in one unnoticed. Once they settled in, Su_Bingyun shut herself away to prepare for her breakthrough, and Li_Xianjiao_child also threw himself into cultivation. When Zhao Yu opened the thieves' bags, he found a rich haul of spirit stones, talismans, pills, magical instruments, and even cultivation manuals up to early foundation establishment. The best part was hidden in the herbs, enough materials for lifespan pills and nearly half the supporting ingredients for a foundation establishment pill. Staring at the pile, Zhao Yu had to admit that robbery really was the fastest way to get rich in this world. For the next stretch of uneasy peace, Zhao Yu stayed home drawing talismans and training his martial arts instead of risking the streets. A new neighbor named Lei Fan moved into the house on Zhao Yu's right, clearly looking like a man who had learned to keep his head down. From Lei Fan, Zhao Yu learned that Black Mountain Market had been carved up by 4 gangs, all fighting nonstop for control. Lei Fan had moved here for the same reason Zhao Yu stayed quiet. Anyone caught between those factions could disappear without a trace. Half a month later, loud pounding at the door shattered Zhao Yu's concentration and burned the talisman he had been drawing to ash. When Zhao Yu opened the door, 2 rough Thunder Wolf gang collectors were already waiting outside to shake him down for rent. The tall one coldly declared the new rule. This was Thunder Wolf gang territory now, and staying here cost 2 spirit stones every month. Zhao Yu pushed back just enough to release his 4th level aura and point out that even the old sect had charged less. The shorter collector immediately softened his tone and leaned on the gang leader's name, reminding Zhao Yu this lawless market still answered to strength. Knowing desperate cultivators were killing people over less, Zhao Yu swallowed his anger, handed over the 2 stones, and let them walk away alive. He watched their backs for a long moment before going inside, clearly not forgetting the insult. 3 months later, Zhao Yu suddenly felt a powerful new aura rise from the quiet room and knew Su_Bingyun had done it. When the pressure settled, Su_Bingyun stepped out transformed, calmer, and even more untouchable now that she had reached foundation establishment. Zhao Yu immediately congratulated her as Senior Su, because after this breakthrough their strength and status were no longer on the same level. Su_Bingyun hesitated, almost asked him to call her more intimately, and then corrected herself to fellow Taoist Su because she still wanted to treat him as a friend. 3 days later, the Thunder Wolf gang was celebrating another bloody win, and their leader was already imagining himself unifying the whole market. Even in victory, Venerable Thunder Wolf was frustrated, because he had found other breakthrough aids but still lacked the one thing he really needed, a foundation establishment pill. Then screams broke out at the entrance, and Su_Bingyun walked straight into the headquarters with her magic sword in hand. The room froze because everyone there knew her face, and the men who had helped destroy the Sanguine sect realized the dead woman had come back stronger. Su_Bingyun answered their fear with one cold sentence: today, every one of them would die. She unleashed the Fire Crow mirror at once, and a Thunder Wolf elder panicked when he realized she had truly stepped into foundation establishment. The elder threw up a top-grade green umbrella artifact, but its giant wood phantom only bought him a breath. The rest of the gang broke into chaos, burning talismans as they fled and attacked at the same time, hoping numbers would still save them. Su_Bingyun barely moved, raising a superior green shield that blocked the whole desperate barrage without strain. A moment later the wood phantom collapsed, and the Fire Crow burned the elder's head before he could do anything else. As the surviving members ran, Zhao Yu finally moved and started cutting down the escapees with his flying harpoon. With Su_Bingyun burning down the strongest fighters and Zhao Yu finishing the mid-stage ones, the Thunder Wolf headquarters was wiped clean in minutes. Watching that massacre up close, Zhao Yu understood even better how huge the gap was between Qi refining and a real foundation establishment cultivator. They did not stop there, and Su_Bingyun's breakthrough turned the next 3 gang headquarters into easy targets as their leadership was erased one after another. At the Tsungling sect law enforcement station, Su_Bingyun handed Zhao Yu more than 20 storage bags as his share of the sweep. When Zhao Yu checked the haul, he found enough spirit stones, herbs, tools, manuals, and jade inheritances to make even the earlier robbery look small. The most important part was hidden in the details: complete arts up to late foundation establishment, strong crafting inheritances, and a second-order inner pill that could anchor a real foundation establishment pill. Su_Bingyun made the boundary clear right away. The weapons, talismans, and pills had to go back to her sect for the war, but she would stay 1 more month to rebuild trade here. She even offered Zhao Yu 3 futures at once: run the market for her, enter Tsungling sect as an inner disciple through her recommendation, or leave this place with her. Zhao Yu chose fast, saying he would rather follow her out and find somewhere else to cultivate than get dragged into the sect war. Su_Bingyun was a little disappointed, but she also warned him that the only places outside the war were remote backwaters where cultivation resources were thin. That warning only sharpened Zhao Yu's interest, and he asked her to name those remote places anyway. Over the following days, Su_Bingyun built a trading caravan and recruited loose cultivators, while the market's survivors lined up either to buy safety or chase merit in the coming 5-sect war. Seeing how scarce resources would be in any safe refuge, Zhao Yu decided he needed a craft that could reliably earn spirit stones, and alchemy became the obvious answer. He picked yellow spirit pills as his training focus because they sold well and their ingredients were easier to keep supplying. For 3 straight days, Zhao Yu refined and swallowed pill after pill, feeding the results into his devouring cheat until his yellow spirit pill skill reached expert level. That jump changed everything, because from then on he could refine yellow spirit pills with perfect success and pull 10 or 11 pills from each batch. He kept the cycle going, refining more pills and consuming both his own batches and war spoils to force his overall alchemy higher. 7 days later, the grind paid off again when Zhao Yu's alchemy stepped into first-order mastery. The upgrade carried his old pill work with it, and Zhao Yu was genuinely pleased to find even his simple qi and blood pill refining had jumped to expert level. After testing more ordinary pills, he confirmed the pattern and realized that with materials on hand, he could now mass-produce all kinds of basic medicine with ease. In his alchemy room, Zhao Yu opens the furnace and sees a perfect batch of 12 yellow spirit pills, finally getting proof that his refining has reached a new level. He immediately swallows one and confirms the result with a pleased smile. These pills boost mana more than ordinary ones and carry far less pill toxin. That result excites him even more, because if master-level pills can already do this, he wants to see how much further yellow spirit pills can still evolve. So he keeps refining yellow spirit pills day after day, while Su_Bingyun quietly uses her control of Black Hill Market to keep his herb supply flowing. That calm routine shatters when Li_Xianjiao_Child slams open the alchemy room door and blurts out that a second-order demon beast has broken into the market. Her warning ruins the batch in front of him, but Zhao Yu forces himself to cool down and realizes only Su_Bingyun has any chance of handling a monster at that level. He scoops Li_Xianjiao_Child into his arms and uses Phantom Step to race outside before the whole market turns into a slaughterhouse. Even in the middle of the panic, Li_Xianjiao_Child instinctively nestles closer to him, clinging to the warmth and safety of his grip. Outside, Black Hill Market is already in chaos as terrified cultivators flee in every direction under buff talismans, screaming for help. The source of that terror is a giant gray snake demon wrapped in poisonous mist, and it casually lunges forward to swallow a cultivator whole. One desperate cultivator fires a talisman attack at the beast, only to watch the fireball vanish uselessly into the poison fog before the snake erases him too. Watching from a distance with his aura hidden, Zhao Yu knows the ugly truth. If no one can stop it, everyone can only wait and pray it leaves after eating enough. Then Zhao Yu looks northwest and spots the one person he was waiting for. Su_Bingyun is flying in to meet the monster head-on. Su_Bingyun does not hesitate and immediately raises the fire crow mirror, sending a crimson fire crow straight at the snake demon. The snake answers with a pillar of poisonous gray mist, and the fire crow expands into a much larger blazing form to collide with it. Her fire can burn the poison, but not fast enough to overwhelm it, and the fight locks into a dangerous mana contest she cannot easily win. When the snake twists its body and lunges at Su_Bingyun, Zhao Yu realizes she needs an opening right now, not later. He sets the Li_Xianjiao_Child down, tells her to protect herself, and commits to joining a battle that should be far above his level. Before charging in, Zhao Yu stacks 3 top-grade talismans at once, trading nearly half his mana for speed, strength, and a golden protective shield. Using Phantom Step, he rushes in at high speed and lines up one precise chance to cripple the monster. At 100 paces, Zhao Yu pushes his Vajra Dragon Elephant art to 40 layers, grips his Earth Attribute magic sword, and throws everything into one flying dagger strike. Because the snake is fully occupied with Su_Bingyun, it reacts just a beat too slowly, and Zhao Yu's sword punches through its eyelid into its eye. The snake's scream breaks its control for an instant, and the poisonous mist starts to falter. Su_Bingyun instantly seizes the opening, spits blood onto the fire crow mirror, and forces even more power through the artifact. The flames condense back into a fire crow, tear through the weakened poison, and crash straight into the snake's head. The snake goes into a violent death roll, smashing market buildings apart as its burning head is reduced to ash. After the kill, Su_Bingyun turns to Zhao Yu and says she only wants the snake's skin and bones, leaving the rest of the carcass to him as repayment for helping her get revenge. Zhao Yu tries not to look greedy and answers that he only needs some demon beast meat, choosing goodwill with Su_Bingyun over grabbing everything he can. Su_Bingyun makes it clear this is not charity to a subordinate but reward for avenging Elder Yun, whose death began this whole chain of disaster. With her permission settled, cultivators come over to help Zhao Yu butcher the giant demon snake. Inside the demon's belly, Zhao Yu finds a second-order inner core and immediately realizes this gives him the key material for future Foundation establishment pills. That treasure draws instant attention when Taoist Musung steps in with a friendly face and offers 2,000 spirit stones to buy the inner core on the spot. Zhao Yu refuses flatly, because a second-order inner core is worth far more than spirit stones to anyone aiming for a Foundation establishment pill. Musung drops the smile, lets late-stage chi refining pressure leak out, and tries to tempt Zhao Yu again with a future favor and even a promised Foundation establishment pill if he ever succeeds. Zhao Yu still says no, and Musung leaves with a dark look that promises he will remember this insult. A more honest cultivator named Sun Yaojun quietly warns Zhao Yu that Musung is petty enough to hold a grudge over this. Zhao Yu understands the threat, But with Su_Yun backing him and the market still terrified of her fire crow mirror, he is not about to be bullied into handing over his chance. Once the danger passes, Zhao Yu turns practical and stares at the mountain of snake meat, realizing the carcass is worth a fortune even if the market can never absorb all of it at full price. Instead of dreaming about impossible sales, he starts thinking like an alchemist and body cultivator, because this meat can be eaten directly or turned into fiery blood beast patterned pills. After giving Su_Yun her share of materials and 2,000 pounds of meat, Zhao Yu heads to the law enforcement kitchen and starts turning the rest into a feast. While he cooks, Zhao Yu calmly teaches Li_Xianjiao_child how to season and stir-fry the expensive snake meat, still treating the future genius like his obedient little kitchen helper. Li_Xianjiao_child proves frighteningly smart again, picking up the whole lesson in one go. When the dishes are finally ready, Su_Yun puts down her book and joins them at the table, and Zhao Yu quietly slips back into the role of chef in front of the Foundation establishment senior. The second-order snake meat tastes even better than Zhao Yu expected, and once he swallows it he can feel the rich warmth spreading through his whole body. That nourishment gives him an unexpected gain. His poisonous spiritual root starts improving fast, even though he would much rather be strengthening his earth's spiritual root first. Half a month later, back in the quiet room, Zhao Yu feels his yellow spirit pill alchemy sitting right on the edge of another breakthrough. He pushes through, and a flood of alchemy insight crashes into him until every remaining mystery of yellow spirit pill refining becomes clear. His alchemy steps into Grandmaster level, and he instantly understands that these new yellow spirit pills are now strong enough to rival ordinary second-order spirit pills. More importantly, Grandmaster pills carry almost no inner pill toxin, can be used more aggressively in succession, and even help with the mid-stage Qi refining bottleneck. Zhao Yu names them superior yellow spirit pills, and with that upgrade in hand, he knows he can keep pushing his cultivation even in places where spiritual power is scarce. Right after Zhao Yu's alchemy breakthrough, Su_Yun finishes gathering a massive caravan to leave Xiaoheng Mountain Market. Most loose cultivators either pay heavily to join her convoy or place themselves under her command, because staying in the market is dangerous but leaving alone is worse. The caravan rolls onto the trade road toward Sun Country, and even a demon beast ambushed 10 miles out is crushed almost instantly by the guard's magic artifacts. Stronger beasts keep testing the convoy on the road, and Su_Yun personally cuts down first-order superior demon beasts with clean, effortless sword strikes. Seeing the value in those kills, Zhao Yu spends spirit stones to buy the corpse of a first-order superior earth attribute demon beast from Su_Yun. For 3 days the convoy pushes forward by daylight and camps at night under evil-repelling talismans pinned around the trees. On the third day, thick mist closes in and a village suddenly appears ahead where no village should exist. The sight puts everyone on edge, and Zhao Yu quietly points out that there are supposed to be no human villages on this route at all. Su_Yun confirms it is either ghosts or an illusion and orders the caravan to detour around it instead of walking straight in. But after 2 more hours in the fog, the exact same village appears again, and Zhao Yu recognizes the same ragged farmer from before. That realization breaks the caravan's nerve, and Li_Xianjiao_child grabs Zhao Yu's hand as the others panic that they are trapped in a ghost wall created by a second-order spirit. Su_Yun shuts the panic down with a sharp order and the pressure of her foundation establishment aura, forcing the whole caravan to steady themselves. Instead of running, she orders everyone to hold evil-repelling talismans and march into the village. Zhao Yu questions the plan, and Su_Yun explains that outside the village they will only be trapped and slowly drained dry by the illusion. She lays out the rule clearly: if they cannot smash the whole illusion with overwhelming power or see through it with spiritual eyes, the only way out is to enter and kill the ghosts sustaining it. She warns that every death inside this trap will only feed the hidden spirits and make them stronger, which is why they have to strike first. Then the village head, Wang Dufu, comes out smiling with several villagers and politely invites the exhausted travelers in for food. Su_Yun answers that fake welcome with one command, and the entire caravan ignites their evil-repelling talismans at once. The illusion tears open immediately, and Wang Dufu and the villagers twist into insect-covered humanoid skeletons. At the same time, the pretty village itself vanishes, leaving only scattered stones and swarms of poisonous insects where the houses were supposed to be. Behind the ruined village, the real threat finally appears, a rotting Taoist in black robes, and Zhao Yu instantly senses this second-order ghost is far beyond him. Su_Yun does not hesitate and launches herself straight at the ghost before it can seize the momentum. Below them, the caravan's cultivators blast the skeletal villagers with fire spells, and burning bones fill the battlefield with black smoke. Then the earth cracks open and even more human and demon beast skeletons crawl up from underground to swarm the caravan. Zhao Yu smashes one skeleton's skull with his magic sword, only to discover the thing is much tougher than it looked and still not truly dead. He cuts that skeleton into pieces, but the fragments start pulling themselves back together, making the weakness of normal physical attacks brutally obvious. Zhao Yu adapts on the spot and slaps an evil-repelling talisman onto the bones, which finally purifies the skeleton for good. From that one kill, He figures out the rule fast: fire, thunder, ghost killing methods, or purification after breaking the body are what actually work here. When Zhao Yu looks up, he sees Su_Bingyun's fire crow mirror dominating the duel as a blazing fire crow drives the ghost Taoist back. Seeing an opening, Zhao Yu loads his superior earth attribute sword with evil-repelling talismans and hurls it at the ghost with his flying dagger technique. The ghost catches the sword, but that only triggers the stacked talismans in its hand and jolts its body with purifying force. That split-second stagger is enough for Su_Bingyun's fire crow to tear through the ghost's defense and engulf him in full flame. The second-order ghost thrashes in the fire for several breaths before burning down to ashes and leaving behind a single green hairpin. With the ghost dead, the suffocating mist starts to peel away and the real road finally comes back into view. Zhao Yu asks about the green hairpin, and Su_Bingyun explains that it is the ghost's relic, the real anchor that must be destroyed or the thing can regenerate. She adds that ghost path cultivators could turn a relic like this into a useful tool, even if it means nothing to her side. When Zhao Yu asks to look at it, Su_Bingyun simply gives him the relic outright. After the ghost village is destroyed, the caravan resumes its journey as if nothing on this road can be trusted anymore. That night, Zhao Yu secretly studies the green hairpin and wonders whether his strange devouring method can work on a ghost relic. He first tests it with blood from a cut finger, but the relic shows no reaction at all. So Zhao Yu tries the reckless option and sucks on the hairpin itself, betting his Dao fruit will refine whatever comes out of it. The gamble works, and a ghostly force pours from the relic into Zhao Yu before his Dao fruit refines it into a cool stream that nourishes both body and soul. In one breath the relic collapses into dust, and Zhao Yu sees that it has raised both his ghost control talent and his divine sense. He puts the gain into divine sense at once, remembering Su_Bingyun's advice that divine sense matters most when preparing for foundation establishment. After spending the points, a cool surge floods his mind and pushes his divine sense all the way up to the 9th level of Qi refinement. To confirm the upgrade, Zhao Yu brings out his superior earth attribute sword and the white superior small bell, then calmly controls both at once with ease. 2 days later, Zhao Yu finally fills the last point on his poisonous spirit root and decides to force its evolution. A brutal wave of heat tears through Zhao Yu's body as the spirit root upgrade begins in earnest. 2 hours later, filthy impurities pour out of him, but the result is worth it. His poisonous spirit root rises to mid-grade. Zhao Yu is so excited he can barely contain himself, because a better spirit root means a real shot at foundation establishment, and a longer road toward immortality. His celebration dies fast when Li_Xianjiao_child crawls out from her blanket, pinches her nose, and bluntly tells him he stinks. Embarrassed, Zhao Yu rushes out to wash up and comes back in clean clothes to resume cultivation. When he tests the earth elemental skill again, Zhao Yu realizes the poisonous spirit root upgrade only boosts that earth-based cultivation by about 30%. That leaves him a little disappointed, because what he really needs now is a stronger earth spirit root to match his main technique. Still, the breakthrough gives him one obvious bonus. When Zhao Yu checks a mirror, he sees he has become even younger looking. 3 days later, the caravan finally leaves the Sunlong Mountains and reaches open farmland again. At the parting point, Su_Bingyun gives Zhao Yu one deep look, says goodbye, and turns away without hesitation. Zhao Yu stays silent and watches her go, clearly tempted but not moving after her. Li_Xianjiao_child tugs his sleeve and asks the obvious question, is he really not going after Su_Bingyun? Zhao Yu shuts that thought down hard, reminding himself that Su_Bingyun is a sect genius, and unless he reaches foundation establishment, chasing her would only be wasted effort. So he makes a colder decision instead, focus on becoming stronger first, because if he truly becomes exceptional, opportunities will come to him. He takes Li_Xianjiao_child's hand and heads off down a different road, while she quietly brightens at his choice. About 10 kilometers later, Zhao Yu suddenly stops and calls out to the hidden figure who has been tailing them from the woods. Mu Song steps out at last and openly demands all of Zhao Yu's valuables, sneering that without Su_Bingyun he is nothing. Zhao Yu does not waste a word. He instantly pushes the Vajra Dragon Elephant art, channels mana, and launches his high-grade earth sword with the flying dagger technique. Mu Song hurriedly throws up a blue mid-grade magic sword to block, but Zhao Yu's strike smashes through and hammers him in the chest. The impact shatters Mu Song's blue sword defense, caves in his chest, and hurls him backward with broken ribs. Before Mu Song can recover, Zhao Yu flashes in and finishes him with a clean decapitating sword strike. Afterward, Zhao Yu coolly judges that even one late-stage Qi refining enemy already forces him to go all out, so multiple attackers would be dangerous. He checks the storage bag and finds a solid haul of spirit stones, talismans, medicines, and low-grade magical instruments, enough to suggest Mu Song had been robbing people too. With the ambush settled, Zhao Yu takes Li_Xianjiao_child and leaves the area before more trouble can arrive. They eventually reach Jiochin_Leafin Mountain, where Zhao Yu sees the new market hidden behind thick fog and recognizes it as the Ling family's territory. Zhao Yu identifies the barrier as an illusory mist formation, dangerous to mortals, and leads Li_Xianjiao_child inside with mana protecting their path. Inside the mist, a proper road appears between spirit fields where spirit farmers are casting spells over the crops. When the market itself opens up before him, Zhao Yu quickly notices the trade-off: fewer and weaker cultivators here, but larger buildings and more breathing room. As he walks the stalls, Zhao Yu quietly compares prices here and realizes beast goods and pills cost more, talismans are a little cheaper, and the spiritual energy is worse than Little Black Mountain. At the market center, the huge 8-story Ling family building confirms exactly who controls this place. Zhao Yu registers both of them there, takes their tokens, and rents a grade A cave mansion for 60 spirit stones a year. The cave mansion turns out to be spacious and nicely furnished, and Zhao Yu is satisfied even if the spiritual energy still falls short of his old place. 3 days later in Mingyang City, Zhao Yu brings Li_Xianjiao_child to the Ling family mansion to fulfill a promise tied to Ling Chongshan. He tells the servant to inform the master that a friend of Ling Chongshan has come, and the household suddenly treats him with far more respect. Soon, Qing Linlan comes out with her 2 daughters, meeting Zhao Yu with caution because she does not yet know whether this news is friend or disaster. Zhao Yu introduces himself, says Ling Chongshan died at Little Black Mountain, and hands over part of the inheritance according to his final wishes. The news hits Qing Linlan so hard she nearly collapses on the spot, and Ling Lianshui has to catch her. Once she steadies herself, Qing Linlan invites Zhao Yu inside to talk properly. In the reception hall, Qing Linlan reads Ling Chongshan's letter and finally breaks down into tears. After regaining herself, she asks where Zhao Yu is staying now, measuring what kind of man her late husband's friend really is. Zhao Yu gives his exact cave address in Jiochin_Leafin Mountain and promises that if the Ling family ever faces trouble he can handle, he will help. That promise matters, because Zhao Yu knows he owes Ling Chongshan heavily for the second-order demon inner pill that helped push his body refinement to level 40. When Qing Linlan hears he can afford a grade A cave mansion because he is a pill master, her grief gives way to real interest. Zhao Yu stays modest, saying he only refines yellow spirit pills for now, but he immediately offers business. If Qing Linlan can help gather materials, he wants yellow spirit pill and red jade pill ingredients. Qing Linlan agrees at once and formally introduces her daughters, folding Zhao Yu into a more familiar circle. The 2 sisters bow and call him uncle, giving the visit a sudden family-like tone. Then Qing Linlan asks who Li_Xianjiao_child is, and the little girl cheerfully detonates the room by introducing herself as Zhao Yu's 12-year-old child bride. The Ling women all look at Zhao Yu differently after that, because even in this world the claim lands as awkward and suspect. Zhao Yu quickly flicks Li_Xianjiao_child's forehead and clears it up, explaining to Qing Linlan that she is only an old friend's daughter staying with him for now. With that embarrassment cleared away, Zhao Yu and Qing Linlan continue talking through the cooperation details until evening. As night falls, Qing Linlan invites Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child to stay the night so the discussion can continue tomorrow. After dinner, Ling Yanlei personally leads the 2 guests to a spacious guest room. The moment they enter, Zhao Yu quietly warns Li_Xianjiao_child to be careful, then vanishes from the room with phantom step. Elsewhere in the mansion, Qing Linlan reveals her next move: she wants to betroth one of her daughters to Zhao Yu. Both girls are stunned, because even though Zhao Yu now looks younger and is a pill master, he is still not the kind of man either of them dreamed of marrying. Ling Lianshui speaks first and firmly refuses, confessing that she already loves Wang Jingzhang, the young master of the Wang family in Lingxi. Qing Linlan warns her daughter that Wang Jingzhang comes from a powerful foundation establishment family, and may never value her the way she hopes. But Ling Lianshui refuses to back down, insisting Wang Jingzhang promised they would stay together for life and that she chooses him without regret. In the end, Qing Linlan relents on Lianshui and turns her gaze toward Nianlei instead, leaving the next marriage choice hanging in the air. Hidden outside the room, Zhao Yu overhears Ling Nianlei begging her mother not to marry her off to him because she already loves someone else. Qing Linlan calmly says Zhao Yu's age does not matter for cultivators, and if he ever reaches foundation establishment, many families would gladly send their young daughters to him. Once Qing Linlan says she will not force the match, she asks who her daughter actually loves. Ling Nianlei blurts out that she loves the white horse swordsman, Le Fifan, and dreams of roaming the Jianghu with him. The mood snaps when Qing Linlan finds out Le Fifan is only a mortal and flatly rejects the idea. Ling Nianlei fires back that if her mother refuses, she will go on a hunger strike. Listening outside, Zhao Yu finally relaxes because the Ling family is clearly dealing with their daughter's love life, not plotting against him over Ling Chongshan's death. After another polite talk with Qing Linlan the next day, Zhao Yu leaves the Ling family behind and returns to Jiochin Mountain Market. Back at the market, Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child move into their cave home and get a feel for tougher neighbors on both sides. Zhao Yu rents a shop for 60 spirit stones a year and names it Little Dan Pavilion. He casually tells Li_Xianjiao_child that from now on she will manage the shop. Li_Xianjiao_child blurts out that she is only 12, but Zhao Yu insists it is simple and wants her to learn how to handle things herself. His real plan is to train the gifted girl to survive on her own, because he expects her cultivation to surpass his someday, and does not want her entering the wider world helpless. The next day, Little Dan Pavilion officially opens for business. Passing by in green clothes, a young cultivator named Wenkai stops cold when he sees the shop advertising fine and superior yellow spirit pills. Because pills of that quality are rare even in big markets, Wenkai immediately goes inside to see if the claim is real. Inside, he finds a surprisingly young-looking Zhao Yu lounging by the counter with a book while Li_Xianjiao_child works beside him. Zhao Yu taps Li_Xianjiao_child into action, making her handle the customer greeting herself. When Kai Bai asks the key question right away, what is the difference between ordinary, fine, and superior yellow spirit pills, and what do they cost? Li_Xianjiao_child smoothly explains the prices and advantages. Fine pills cost 15 spirit stones with 10% more effect and half the toxin, while superior pills cost 18 and are stronger, cleaner, and slightly help breakthroughs. When she quotes just 15 spirit stones for fine pills and 18 for superior ones, when Kai Bai is stunned because ordinary yellow spirit pills already cost 15 here. He grits his teeth, spends 18 spirit stones, and buys one superior pill on the spot. Looking around the shop, when Kai Bai gets baffled when he finds talismans and low-grade magical instruments displayed alongside the pills, Zhao Yu answers with a straight face that there is nothing strange about Little Dan Pavilion selling all kinds of useful goods. Even after being left speechless, when Kai Bai still leaves with a featherweight talisman too. That bargain superior pill quickly makes Little Dan Pavilion popular with low-level loose cultivators across the market. Even though Jiuqin Mountain Market is smaller than Xiaohe Mountain Market, Zhao Yu still pulls in a large amount of spirit stones from the business. 2 months later in his quiet room, Zhao Yu sees his low-grade earth spirit root finally hit full progress. He immediately triggers the evolution, and scorching power surges through his soul and body as more impurities are forced out. After 2 hours, the transformation finishes, and Zhao Yu confirms that his earth spirit root has advanced to mid-grade. He rushes to clean up and starts cultivating at once, only to feel earth's spiritual power pouring into him far more smoothly than before. The result makes him grin because his cultivation speed has jumped by more than 10 times, finally showing him how enormous the talent gap really is. When he checks a mirror, Zhao Yu is even happier to see that the spirit root upgrade has also made him look younger again. He spends another month eating top-grade earth attribute demon beast meat, but this time his spirit root does not budge at all. Since the earth pass stalls, Zhao Yu switches to spiritual medicines to improve his wood attribute instead. A month later, the improved talent pays off when Zhao Yu finally breaks through to the 5th level of qi refining. Pleased with himself, he jokes that this deserves a celebration meal and teases that his future golden core ancestor can cook braised pork for him. At the dining table, Li_Xianjiao_child hands him an invitation from the Ling family of Changyang County. Reading it, Zhao Yu realizes Ling Qianxue is inviting him to her 20th birthday banquet, and he immediately suspects the Ling family wants to draw him in. Because Ling Qianxue is a rare high-grade spirit root genius who could one day lead the Ling family, Zhao Yu realizes this invitation carries real political weight. He even verifies the invitation's authenticity in the market first before preparing to attend. Soon after, Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child arrive at the Ling family estate by Lingyi Lake and are met by an impressive, wealthy headquarters. After handing over the invitation, Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child are led inside to a banquet room already filled with cultivators. Ling Yanlei spots him first and walks over with a handsome young man in white to greet him. Ling Yanlei introduces the young man as her fiancé, Le Fifan, making her earlier rebellion very real. Le Fifan politely greets Zhao Yu as a senior, and Zhao Yu answers without making trouble for the pair. Qing Linlan soon comes over too, clearly surprised that Zhao Yu actually showed up at a social banquet. Zhao Yu makes it clear he came because a direct invitation from the Ling family is not something he can casually ignore. Ling Lianxue appears behind Qing Linlan, greets Zhao Yu, and then keeps glancing around like she is searching for someone. The room suddenly quiets when the birthday girl enters, because Ling Qianxue is so stunning that even the other Ling women fade beside her. At her side stands her refined, handsome father, and together they make it obvious this birthday banquet carries the full weight of the Ling family. Le Fifan cannot hide the desire in his eyes when he sees Ling Qianxue, a reaction that undercuts his lofty romantic image a little. Even Zhao Yu is impressed, judging Ling Qianxue to be on the level of Su_Bingyun before her own foundation establishment rise. Ling Qianxue's father welcomes the assembled cultivators and officially opens his daughter's birthday celebration. The guests take their seats, and servants begin laying out a full spread of food. Before the meal settles, a maid comes directly to Zhao Yu and says her young lady wants to speak with him. Zhao Yu agrees at once and follows the maid forward under a room full of envious stares. At one table, a 5th-level cultivator in Taoist robes watches Zhao Yu leave and mutters enviously that this is how he could become a top guest elder of the Ling family, maybe even one with a foundation establishment future. Le Fifan, still thinking like an ordinary equal among men, asks the Taoist-robed cultivator how someone becomes a first-class guest elder of the Ling family. The Taoist-robed cultivator turns cold and scorns Le Fifan for daring to call a cultivator fellow Taoist when he is only a mortal. The other cultivators quietly enjoy the humiliation, making it clear how little respect most of them have for mortals. Le Fifin's face turns ugly, and Ling Yanlei is left flustered because she has no idea how to shield him from this world. Qing Linlan only apologizes for his bad manners and coldly reminds Le Fifin that, as a mortal, he must call cultivators immortal masters. Forced to swallow his pride, Le Fifin apologizes through clenched teeth to immortal master Luo. Taoist Luo finally lets it go only because of Zhao Yu's face, reducing Le Fifin to an insignificant nobody in one sentence. After that, the banquet chatter carries on around them as if Le Fifin and Ling Yanlei are not even there, leaving the pair isolated in plain sight. At the Ling family banquet, Zhao Yu politely approaches the private table where Ling Haotian and Ling Qianxu are waiting for him. Ling Qianxu sweetly invites Zhao Yu to join the Ling family, and her smile hits him so hard he almost agrees on the spot. Zhao Yu realizes it is a bewitching technique, pinches his thigh hard, and forces himself back to clear-headed caution. Before talking terms, Zhao Yu makes sure Ling Qianxu can speak for the family, and Ling Haotian confirms that she can. Ling Qianxu first offers him a top guest elder seat, free residence, monthly spirit stones, and yellow spirit pills, but Zhao Yu is clearly not impressed. She sweetens the deal with access to a foundation establishment cultivation method if he keeps refining superior yellow spirit pills for the Ling family. Zhao Yu agrees to join as a guest elder, but he immediately starts naming conditions, beginning with the Ling family helping him buy materials for red jade pills and heartfelt pills. He adds that he is weak in magical combat, and only at the 5th level of chi refining, so the Ling family cannot send him to war or force combat missions on him. He caps his service at 20 spirit pills a month, limits the agreement to 3 years, and makes it clear his time must still go to cultivation. Then Zhao Yu drops his real warning. Su_Bingyun of the Tsung spirit sect is his close friend, and she has already reached foundation establishment. That reminder works exactly as intended, because the Ling family has no desire to offend a rising genius from a great sect. After a brief pause, Ling Qianxu accepts all of Zhao Yu's conditions, and the mood at the table finally relaxes. With the agreement settled, Ling Haotian leaves to host the other guests, and the conversation turns private. Now speaking more openly, Zhao Yu asks whether the Ling family has a top-tier law-embodied dual cultivation method that reaches foundation establishment. Ling Qianxu tells him flatly that truly top-tier techniques belong only to the great sects, not to a family like theirs. Zhao Yu asks when he can choose a cultivation manual, and Ling Qianxu says he can do it tomorrow. Before they can continue, a handsome young master in white arrives and presents Ling Qianxu with a jade box holding a turquoise butterfly hairpin. Zhao Yu immediately decides this is trouble he does not need and starts to excuse himself before getting dragged into Ling Qianxue's swarm of admirers. Then the scene erupts when Ling Lianxue rushes in crying and demands to know why Wang Jingzhang is giving Ling Qianxue a gift after promising to stay with her forever. Zhao Yu takes several steps back and quietly watches from a safe distance, treating it like a battlefield he wants no part of. Wang Jingzhang answers with chilling calm, saying he does like Ling Lianxue but only as a concubine, because only Ling Qianxue is worthy to be his principal wife. He goes further and warns Ling Lianxue to stop making a scene or lose even the chance to become his concubine. Qing Linan hurries in, apologizes to Wang Jingzhang, and pulls the heartbroken Ling Lianxue away before things get even worse. Having seen how brutal noble family status can be, Zhao Yu quietly backs out of the drama and returns to Li_Xianjiao_child to finish the banquet instead. After the banquet, Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child stay the night inside Ling Mansion. The next day, Zhao Yu enters the Ling family's third-floor library and is impressed by shelf after shelf of manuals that lead all the way to foundation establishment. While he browses, Ling Qianxu abruptly asks whether he has ever been married. After Zhao Yu says no, Ling Qianxu offers a marriage alliance and tells him the Ling family has many talented unmarried women he could choose from. Zhao Yu tests the waters by asking if she herself is included, and Ling Qianxu neatly shuts that down. She says she is meant to lead and revive the Ling family, and only a future Golden Core expert would qualify as her husband. Zhao Yu smoothly ends the subject by saying Ling Qianxu is the only woman in the family he admires, so if she will not marry down, the alliance can be forgotten. Putting the marriage talk aside, Zhao Yu finally finds a manual that catches his eye and chooses the overbearing blood divine skill. Ling Qianxu warns that the skill is powerful enough to fight foundation establishment with the body alone, but it is brutally hard, painfully slow, and does not extend lifespan. Even after that warning, Zhao Yu chooses it without hesitation, and Ling Qianxu registers the selection and hands the manual over. Ling Qianxu makes one more social move and invites Zhao Yu to a poetry gathering full of noble ladies, hinting he might find a Dao companion there. Zhao Yu refuses on the spot, saying he only wants to return to Jiuchen Mountain Market and devote himself to alchemy. As he leaves, Ling Qianxu can only wonder whether he is truly that focused on cultivation, or if Li_Xianjiao_child is simply more his type. Back at Jiuchen Mountain Market, Zhao Yu finally relaxes and starts studying the overbearing blood divine skill in earnest. He quickly grasps the idea of tempering bones, marrow, blood, meridians, and organs with vital energy, and he is genuinely impressed by the genius behind it. He also sees the hard limit of martial arts. No matter how brilliant the path is, it still cannot extend a cultivator's lifespan. Even so, he realizes this skill can optimize his Vajra Dragon Elephant art and push his body cultivation further if he can get the right pills. After he joins the Ling family, their support starts paying off, with steady deliveries of pill materials reaching Zhao Yu for yellow spirit pills, red jade pills, and heartfelt pills. In the alchemy room, Zhao Yu starts refining red jade pills and realizes his current alchemy foundation lets him begin at the proficiency stage right away. To push his alchemy faster, he swallows 20 red jade pills himself, and uses them to raise his alchemy cultivation level. After that, Zhao Yu shuts himself in the alchemy room and refines red jade pills almost obsessively, eating each batch to keep climbing. 2 months later, bloodshot and exhausted, Zhao Yu finally breaks red jade pill alchemy through to the Grandmaster level and bursts out laughing in triumph. That breakthrough lets Zhao Yu refine superior red jade pills, a batch precious enough to rival ordinary heartfelt pills and even help with late-stage chi refining breakthroughs. But instead of selling them, Zhao Yu decides to keep the superior red jade pills hidden, because he has no intention of tempting even his new allies with too much profit. When he finally comes out, Li_Xianjiao_child has a meal waiting, and Zhao Yu notices with envy that her heavenly spirit root has already pushed her to the 4th level of chi refining. Just then, 2 cultivators arrive outside Zhao Yu's cave mansion, the bulky fierce-faced Mengibai and the more refined Shimiden. Mengibai loudly calls for Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yu welcomes both men inside with easy courtesy. Inside, Li_Xianjiao_child serves spirit tea to Zhao Yu and his 2 guests, then sits beside Zhao Yu as Shimiden openly remarks that she has become even more beautiful than before. When Mengibai and Shimiden invite him to raid an ancient Foundation establishment cave, Zhao Yu shuts it down immediately because he has no interest in gambling his life for treasure. Mengibai keeps pressing, saying the formation is already collapsing and the cave might still hide Foundation establishment methods, powerful instruments, old spiritual medicine, or even a Foundation establishment pill. Zhao Yu answers every temptation one by one. He already has a Foundation establishment technique from the Ling family, can buy weapons himself later, and thinks any surviving pill would almost certainly be worthless after 1,000 years. He does leave them one offer though. If they survive and bring anything valuable back, he will buy it for a fair price and keep the whole matter secret. Shimiden can only grumble that Zhao Yu is too rich to take this kind of risk, and the 2 visitors leave empty-handed. With the cave matter behind him, Zhao Yu goes back to the safer road he trusts most and starts refining red heart pills, a costly high-grade first-level spirit pill made from century-old red heart grass. Because the herb is expensive and even the Danling sect is buying it in bulk, Zhao Yu cannot refine red heart pills every day even with the Ling family's help. Half a month later, his red heart pill technique reaches the proficient stage, and his overall alchemy steps up to high-grade first level. Another month passes, and in the quiet room Zhao Yu pushes his wood spirit root from low-grade to mid-grade, enduring a fresh body and soul transformation. After washing off the filth and changing clothes, Zhao Yu resumes the earth elemental skill and quickly notices his cultivation speed has climbed again. A look in the mirror confirms another side effect he definitely enjoys. He now looks even younger, like a handsome man in his mid to late 20s. From there he settles into a powerful routine, training the improved Vajra Dragon Elephant art, while using superior red jade pills to drive his earth elemental skill higher. Zhao Yu also gives the Li_Xianjiao_child superior yellow spirit pills, and under his care her cultivation starts climbing fast as well. 3 months later, 1 superior red jade pill is enough for Zhao Yu to break through cleanly in the quiet room and reach the 6th level of chi refining. For a moment Zhao Yu is openly pleased with himself, because 6th level chi refining makes Foundation establishment feel much closer than before. That smug mood fades the second he sees Li_Xianjiao_child in the dining room, because she has already reached the 5th level of chi refining and reminds him just how absurd a heavenly spirit root really is. 10 days later, Mengibai returns to Zhao Yu's cave shouting at the door, and this time both he and Shimiden arrive wearing the smug faces of people who struck real treasure. Once seated inside, Mengibai boasts that Zhao Yu really missed out, because the old cave had almost no danger at all and their group broke through the remaining formation without trouble. Then Mengibai reveals his prize, a jade box sealed with a talisman, and inside it sits a genuine 1,000-year ginseng. Zhao Yu instantly recognizes the value and offers a full 1,000 spirit stones, far better than what ordinary shops would risk paying for something this rare. Mengibai agrees at once, because selling a treasure like this through the wrong channel could just as easily get a loose cultivator killed. But Zhao Yu's next move stuns them both. He pays the money, takes the 1,000-year ginseng, and immediately stuffs it into his own mouth to devour it on the spot. When they demand to know what he is doing, Zhao Yu smoothly claims he has a secret cultivation method that can turn 1,000-year medicine directly into martial progress, and points out that nobody can covet what he has already eaten. Shimiden immediately jumps on the opportunity and brings out her own treasure, a 1,000-year lingji, asking for the same 1,000-stone price. Zhao Yu does not hesitate there either, buying the lingji and swallowing that one just as quickly. Now fully interested, Zhao Yu asks if they found anything else worth serious money, from fierce ghost relics to rare techniques, talismans, pill formulas, formations, or artifact refining inheritances. Mangi Bai says he really did get a low-grade second-order Fierce Ghost relic, and Zhao Yu's interest spikes the moment he hears it. Zhao Yu names a bold price of 2,000 spirit stones, and Mangi Bai agrees immediately. Inside the jade box sits a golden lock wrapped in thick aura, carrying the faint presence of a second-order Fierce Ghost, and Zhao Yu buys it without a hint of regret. Shi Midden cannot help blurting out that Zhao Yu's cultivation speed is terrifying, because he has already climbed to the 6th level of Qi refining. Zhao Yu brushes it off by saying he just takes a few more spirit pills, which only makes Shi Midden more jealous because that kind of pill supply is luxury treatment even many cultivators never see. Mangi Bai then points out the one thing money still cannot buy in their market, a golden core technique, the kind of inheritance loose cultivators can only dream of finding in dangerous ruins. That word makes Zhao Yu pause, but after a beat he admits his real goal is still simpler and closer. He only wants to reach foundation establishment first. That opens a bitter little discussion, because both visitors say loose cultivators around Jiuchen Mountain have been stuck for decades by the same wall. Without a foundation establishment pill, almost nobody can cross over. Zhao Yu keeps that conversation to himself, even though he is sitting there with a foundation establishment pill formula and demon cores that could one day solve the problem entirely. When Mangi Bai says he hopes Zhao Yu can refine a foundation establishment pill for him one day, Zhao Yu immediately plays weak and insists that level of alchemy is still far beyond him. His excuse lands well, because even Mangi Bai sighs and admits alchemy is a brutal path that already burned him once before. After a little more talk, Mangi Bai and Shi Midden finally leave, and Zhao Yu heads straight back into seclusion to use what he just bought. In the quiet room, Zhao Yu activates the power of the Dao fruit and lets the 2,000-year spiritual medicines flood through his body at once. The result is huge. His wood spirit root leaps all the way to superior grade, giving Zhao Yu his first truly top-tier talent. After another bath, the mirror shows an even more dramatic change, with Zhao Yu now looking like a vibrant man in his mid-20s. He enjoys the sight, but the real question comes right after. With a superior grade wood spirit root now in hand, Zhao Yu starts seriously thinking about abandoning earth cultivation and rebuilding around wood instead. His reasoning is cold and practical. Raising his earth talent further would cost too many second-order earth resources, while a superior grade root could make foundation establishment stronger and cultivation vastly faster. Once he decides, Zhao Yu does something drastic. He uses the breath-concealing technique to slowly disperse all the mana he built up under the earth elemental skill. 10 full days later, his old mana is gone, and Zhao Yu starts over from scratch with the wood yuan gong. He shuts himself inside the cave residence and grinds through the restart for months, relying on superior talent, pills, and Dao fruit support to rebuild fast. 9 months later, Zhao Yu not only regains the 6th level of Qi refining, he also breaks smoothly into the 7th and finally steps into late-stage Qi refinement. The easy jump from mid to late stage confirms his gamble was right, and Zhao Yu quietly marvels at how much stronger a superior grade spirit root really is. Then he takes out the Fierce Ghost relic, the golden lock he bought from Mangi Bai, and finally decides to consume that too. As Zhao Yu devours the relic's cold essence through the Dao fruit, his soul undergoes another transformation and his divine sense breaks out of Qi refining entirely. When it settles, Zhao Yu realizes his divine sense has advanced to foundation establishment first level, giving him true foundation establishment spiritual sense before his cultivation gets there. He tests it right away and finds he can grasp everything within 10 feet so clearly that even Li_Xianjiao_child using concealment would not be able to hide from him there. That stronger spiritual sense also sharpens his body control so much that even his Vajra Dragon Elephant art should train more than 10 times faster from now on. When Zhao Yu steps back into the living area, the last surprise is waiting there too. 13-year-old Li_Xianjiao_child has already reached the 8th level of Qi refining and now surpasses him in pure cultivation. At the famous Baixiang Tea House, Zhao Yu is led into a private room where Wang Jingzhang is already waiting with Ling Lianxue and another beautiful concubine in yellow. Ling Lianxue personally serves him Silver Dragon Baixiang Tea, and even Zhao Yu has to admit the glowing spirit tea is excellent. Once the pleasantries end, Zhao Yu asks why he was called here, and Wang Jingzhang immediately gets to the point. Wang Jingzhang tries to poach him on the spot, boasting that the Spirit Creek Wang family is the strongest foundation establishment family in Seng country and promising double whatever the Ling family pays. Then Wang adds a brutal show of sincerity by offering both of his concubines to Zhao Yu, and the two women go visibly pale. Zhao Yu politely refuses, saying he already promised the Ling family 3 years of service and will only discuss changing sides after that. Inside, Zhao Yu is even firmer because the Wang family is so powerful that if they locked him up as an alchemy tool, even Su_Bingyun could not save him. Wang presses him again and promises protection from the Ling family, but Zhao Yu still refuses to commit. The moment Wang realizes he is being rejected, his charm vanishes and he slaps Ling Lianxue to the floor. Wang coldly declares that since Zhao Yu does not want her, she is worthless and will be sent to Taoist Black within days. Desperate and silent with fear, Ling Lianxue crawls to Zhao Yu and begs him to save her before Taoist Black beats her to death. Zhao Yu does not take the bait of joining the Wang family for her sake, but he does try to buy Ling Lianxue outright for 1,000 spirit stones. Wang scoffs that a direct Wang family heir does not need spirit stones, so Zhao Yu changes tactics and turns the rescue into a business deal. He offers future cooperation instead, asking Wang to supply red heart pill ingredients and promising cheap superior yellow spirit pills in return, all while arguing that throwing away 1,000 spirit stones over anger is foolish. That finally works, and Wang Jingzhang smiles again as the two men close the deal. After paying 10 mid-grade spirit stones and taking her contract, Zhao Yu walks out of the tea house with Ling Lianxue alive and free of Wang's hand. Ling Lianxue tearfully thanks him and says she is willing to be his slave, but Zhao Yu cuts that off and says this only repays the favor he owed her father. He gives her true freedom, telling her to go home because he can only save her this once, and the rest of her future is up to her. Zhao Yu then brings Ling Lianxue to Qing Linlan's family, and explains exactly how he rescued her from Wang Jingzhang. Qing Linlan sincerely thanks Zhao Yu, knowing her daughter's life would have been destroyed if he had not stepped in. After Zhao Yu leaves, Qing Linlan finally unloads on her daughter and says Wang Jingzhang never truly cared about her at all. She reminds Ling Lianxue that only a woman like Ling Qianxue could ever hope to be Wang Jingzhang's proper wife, and that chasing him as a concubine was always a losing dream. Broken and regretful, Ling Lianxue admits she was wrong and asks if her mother can somehow let her marry Zhao Yu instead, even as a concubine. But Qing Linlan tells her that chance is gone, because Zhao Yu is now too valuable and too respected for Ling Lianxue to casually reach anymore. She spells it out plainly. With Zhao Yu's alchemy and cultivation, even the Ling family would line up direct daughters for him, so Ling Lianxue can only sit with the pain and regret. After partnering with the powerful Wang family, Zhao Yu quickly gets a steady supply of red heart pill materials and throws himself back into intense refining. 2 months later, Zhao Yu flashes through his practice room in blurring after images and nails a fish-scale armored wooden mannequin with a lightning-fast flying dagger strike. He checks his progress with quiet satisfaction as Phantom Step and Flying Daggers both reach Grandmaster level, making him much faster and deadlier. Even with that progress, Zhao Yu stays realistic and judges that he could handle an ordinary chi refining grade perfection foe, but not a monster like Su_Bingyun with a supreme grade artifact. That calm breaks when Shimi Dan calls from outside with urgent news and asks to speak to him at once. Zhao Yu opens the door and finds both Shimi Dan and Mengi Bai waiting there with unusually serious expressions. Once inside, they drop the bombshell that the Ling family's foundation establishment ancestor has died in the War of the Five Sects. Zhao Yu immediately understands how bad that is, because even if Tsung Ling's sect still recognizes the Ling family on paper, their lands will be much harder to defend in reality. Mengi Bai agrees and warns that with Tsung Ling's sect busy elsewhere, nobody will really keep order for them now. Shimi Dan proposes that their 3 households formally support each other, so if one is attacked the other 2 can respond. Zhao Yu agrees and even notices that both men have already broken through to the 8th level of chi refining. Mengi Bai says bluntly that pills made the difference, and Shimi Dan adds just as bluntly that only Zhao Yu among them might have a shot at foundation establishment someday. Zhao Yu promises that if he ever reaches foundation establishment, he will not forget the friends who stood with him now. After they part ways, Zhao Yu feels the danger closing in and decides that if his cultivation cannot jump fast enough, his best defense now is better talismans. He begins with evil warding talismans, obsessively consuming and studying them until, 3 days later, he pushes that talisman all the way to Grandmaster level. When he holds the finished superior evil warding talisman, Zhao Yu knows it has become one of the strongest first-rank counters against ghost creatures. He immediately picks his next target too, deciding that a superior featherweight talisman will make escape and pursuit much safer in the chaos ahead. 20 days later, he succeeds again and raises featherweight talisman to Grandmaster level as well. But his money still has limits, so golden light talismans are too expensive to brute force, and he can only push them more slowly by drawing them himself. As word of the Ling family ancestors' death spreads, the whole market turns edgy, talisman and artifact prices jump, and cultivators begin clustering into small alliances. Zhao Yu reads the mood correctly, sells off a pile of low-grade magic tools at a good profit, and starts moving everywhere with Li_Xianjiao_child while both stay heavily armed. With no array masters or formations to rely on, Zhao Yu, Shimi Dan, and Mengi Bai can only use the oldest method left and take turns keeping watch each night. Then one late night, Shimi Dan pounds on Zhao Yu's cave mansion and shouts that chaos has broken out outside. Zhao Yu jolts awake, grabs his superior magic sword, and rushes out with Li_Xianjiao_child at his side. Outside, the market is already tearing itself apart, with battle sounds from every direction and flashes of spell light ripping through the darkness as Zhao Yu and Li_Xianjiao_child take in the chaos. Watching the market erupt, Zhao Yu can only think bitterly that even after hiding at the back edge of Sun Country, the war's aftershocks have still found him. Suddenly Mengi Bai points toward the northwest and tells the others to look, but Zhao Yu and Shimi Dan see nothing at all. Shimi Dan barely gets out a confused question before a crimson blade flash slices through the dark and sends his head flying. Mengi Bai suddenly kills Uncle Shi in front of them, and Zhao Yu instantly jumps back with a golden light talisman because the whole alliance has just turned into a trap. Li_Xianjiao_child follows Zhao Yu's lead and raises her own golden light shield as Meng Yibai openly admits he murdered for cultivation resources and a chance at Foundation establishment. Thinking he has total control, Meng Yibai orders Zhao Yu to hand over everything and work as his pill slave, even threatening to kill Li_Xianjiao_child first if Zhao Yu refuses. Zhao Yu answers with a killing move, exploding forward with Vajra Dragon Elephant Art and Phantom Step and revealing that his cultivation is not the weak 6th level Meng Yibai expected. Meng Yibai blocks an alarm with a red spiritual shield and realizes Zhao Yu has been hiding 7th level strength all along. Meng Yibai roars that he can hide his strength too, then uses a secret technique that turns him into a white-haired half-tiger brute and throws himself into close combat. The two men clash like monsters, but once the blades start flying, Zhao Yu's movement and sword skill steadily overwhelm Meng Yibai despite his ferocious body technique. Realizing he is losing, Meng Yibai burns essence blood into his shield and sends his crimson knife at Li_Xianjiao_child, hoping Zhao Yu will panic and expose an opening. Instead of becoming a hostage, Li_Xianjiao_child calmly reveals peak 8th level cultivation and blocks the flying knife with a superior black shield, stunning Meng Yibai on the spot. That moment of shock is enough for Zhao Yu to break through again and hammer Meng Yibai's defenses from the front. Then Zhao Yu adds a hidden poison flying dagger, driving it into Meng Yibai's lower abdomen and letting the toxin spread through his body. Meng Yibai curses Zhao Yu as vile for using poison and hidden weapons, but his outrage cannot stop the poison from ruining his reactions. Zhao Yu stays expressionless, keeps pressing with his lightning-fast sword, and the instant Meng Yibai staggers, he cuts the bandit chief's head clean off. Looking down at the corpse, Zhao Yu coldly says a robber who murders for loot has no right to lecture anyone about being despicable. When Zhao Yu checks the storage bags from the dead men, he cannot help noticing just how quickly killing and looting can make someone rich in the cultivation world. Li_Xianjiao_child asks what they should do next, and Zhao Yu decides to head for Qing Linlan's place first because he still believes the Ling family has not fallen yet. They have barely gone 20 meters when a black flying sword shoots out of the darkness at Zhao Yu, proving another ambush was waiting nearby. Zhao Yu instantly throws out his white bell to block the strike, and 5 mid-stage robbers in night clothes reveal themselves as they rush in. One female attacker blurts out that the intelligence was wrong because Zhao Yu is clearly at the 7th level, and that mistake costs her everything. Zhao Yu appears in front of her like a ghost and kills her with one clean thrust through the neck before the others can react. Her companion roars in grief and the whole group launches their magic weapons together, but Zhao Yu's white bell shield holds the barrage. Zhao Yu turns defense into slaughter, splitting the grieving man in two and killing another robber with a flying dagger in the same rush. The last 2 robbers break and run, but Zhao Yu calmly sends captured and redirected weapons after them and nails both to the ground. Elsewhere in a cave mansion on the market outskirts, Qing Linlan shields her 2 daughters while the robber leader Ji Huai and 6 men corner them and demand surrender. Desperate to save her daughters, Qing Linlan offers herself to Ji Huai, but he sneers that the girls are worth more than she is. When Qing Linlan tries to resist with a silk scarf magic weapon, Ji Huai cuts it apart and drops her with a cloud of pink mist. Ling Lianxue and Ling Nianlei cry out for their mother, only to be hit by the same pink drug mist and crumple to the floor beside her. With the 3 women helpless on the floor, Ji Huai's men crowd and arguing over who goes first, while their leader coldly warns them not to spoil the women before sale. Just as Qing Linlan despairs, a top-tier magic sword flies in from outside and blows Ji Huai's head apart in one shocking strike. The surviving robbers instantly realize a terrifying enemy has arrived, but Zhao Yu is already killing before panic can become strategy. Zhao Yu steps fully into the cave, blocks the exit, and starts erasing the gang one man at a time with terrifying speed and precision. One bandit screams for everyone to attack together, but Zhao Yu kills him too before the order can save anyone. The last 3 throw everything they have at Zhao Yu, and his white bell shield catches all 3 magic weapons at once. Then Zhao Yu finishes the massacre, blasting each of the last 3 bandits through the head until the cave finally goes silent. Only after every enemy is dead does Li_Xianjiao_child come in, kneel beside the 3 victims, and feed them detoxification pills. As the poison clears, Qing Linlan and her daughters thank Zhao Yu deeply, knowing he arrived just before disaster became irreversible. Ling Lianxue quietly watches Zhao Yu with a flicker of regret, a small private reaction that says she is seeing him differently now. Zhao Yu asks where Lefifan is, and the question immediately makes the mood turn awkward and pale. Qing Linlan explains that Lefifan willingly became the Green Snow Hermit's favorite, and Zhao Yu immediately stops asking once he hears that dangerous name. With that settled, Zhao Yu tells them to leave the market and flee toward mortal cities before the chaos above gets worse. They have only just stepped outside when Zhao Yu senses another tail and coldly calls out the hidden followers before they can spring their move. 3 mid-stage robbers step out of hiding and demand Zhao Yu's valuables and the women, still not realizing they picked the wrong target. Zhao Yu answers by killing the leader instantly with a flying sword, revealing late-stage pressure that makes the other 2 panic on sight. The last 2 run for their lives, but Zhao Yu sends flying daggers through their golden light covers and drops them just as easily. Li_Xianjiao_child calmly goes over the bodies, collects the valuables, and hands everything to Zhao Yu like this brutal cleanup is already routine. After that last interception, Zhao Yu finally leads everyone safely out of Nine Chasm Mountain Market. At the foot of the mountain, they turn back and see the entire market sealed inside a huge barrier, trapping everyone who failed to escape in time. Figures inside try to break out, but the activated formation blocks them and burns them alive into human-shaped fireballs right against the barrier. Recognizing it as the second-order Crimson Fire Array, Zhao Yu understands the key result at once. The attackers failed to stop the formation, and that means the Ling family has won this battle. After the market bloodbath, Zhao Yu assumes the Ling family won but still plays it safe, taking everyone out of Jiuchen Mountain Market and hiding at Immortal World in first. When he finally sorts the loot, Zhao Yu realizes the chaos pay brutally well, with piles of spirit stones, magic artifacts, talismans, pills, and 3 jade slips from Mangibai. That haul drives home an ugly truth for Zhao Yu: killing for treasure brings huge rewards, which is exactly why bandit cultivators keep appearing. Reading the first jade slip, Zhao Yu finds a top-tier breath-concealing secret technique that can even hide him from a higher major realm's divine sense. The second jade slip looks even better at first, because it contains the Golden Sha Beast God body, an 8-level body refinement art with terrifying late-stage combat power. But his excitement cools fast when he sees the catch. The technique does not extend lifespan, and it cannot even start without a Golden Sha pill made from a second-order metal demon core. The manual makes it even worse by demanding metal-attributed treasures and more Golden Sha pills after the first step, so Zhao Yu can only shelve the idea for now. From the records, Zhao Yu also understands Mengibai's motive more clearly. The bandit wanted him alive to refine Golden Sha spirit pills, or dead if spirit stones were enough to buy replacements. The third jade slip turns out to be Mengibai's primordial technique, a plain but universal cultivation method that can carry any spirit root up to late foundation establishment. A month later, Zhao Yu still refuses to rush back in, so he and Li_Xianjiao_child wait at the foot of Jiuchen Mountain and watch the market from outside first. When Li_Xianjiao_child asks why they are lingering outside, Zhao Yu bluntly says caution matters more than curiosity because 90% certainty is not good enough if the Ling family somehow lost. He even turns the moment into advice, warning Li_Xianjiao_child that if she ever travels alone, she has to stay this careful too. The wait turns unexpectedly pleasant, with Li_Xianjiao_child pouring spiritual tea and Zhao Yu using cleansing and insect-repelling talismans so the rough mountain roadside feels almost leisurely. When a cultivator named Wenkaibai comes down the mountain, Zhao Yu immediately stops him to buy fresh news instead of gambling on rumors. A single spirit stone loosens Wenkai's tongue, and he starts laying out exactly what happened on the night of the attack. According to Wenkaibai, 5 chi refining great perfection cultivators and their followers besieged the Ling family headquarters, only to be burned to death when the Ling family activated its second-order red flame formation. That one night killed a huge number of cultivators, and once the flames came out, the surviving bandit cultivators all disappeared into hiding. The aftermath gutted the market, because many cultivators fled before the Ling family could start asking who robbed whom during the chaos, and Jiuchen Mountain Market quickly turned desolate. When Kaibai adds one more key point for Zhao Yu, the market used to have 3 pill masters, but after the chaos 2 died and he is effectively the only one left. Even after hearing that, Zhao Yu still checks with 3 more passing cultivators, and only then does he accept the news and head into Jiuchen Mountain Market with Li_Xianjiao_child. Only then does Zhao Yu re-enter Jiuchen Mountain Market with Li_Xianjiao_child, and the place immediately looks wounded and half-abandoned. After returning Li_Xianjiao_child to the cave mansion, Zhao Yu goes alone to the Ling family headquarters to restart business on his own terms. At the Ling family headquarters, Ling Feihao greets him with open sarcasm, mocking the famous pill master Zhao for finally showing his face again. Zhao Yu does not argue, and simply says he is not good at fighting and barely protected himself that night, making it clear he owes the Ling family no heroic loyalty. Before the exchange can sour further, Ling Qianxue arrives smiling and smoothly takes control of the conversation. After a brief polite exchange, Ling Qianxue gets straight to the point and asks whether Zhao Yu can refine red heart pills for the family. Zhao Yu says he can try, but he frames it carefully. The Ling family must provide all materials if they want a steady monthly supply. When Ling Qianxue presses for his success rate, Zhao Yu deliberately lowballs it to only 1 pill in 10. Even with that per number, Ling Qianxue accepts immediately, which tells Zhao Yu just how badly the Ling family needs to rebuild its late-stage strength. Zhao Yu reads the situation clearly. With their foundation establishment ancestor gone, the Ling family needs enough chi refining great perfection cultivators to hold Jiuchen Market and Spirit Lotus Lake until they can raise a new foundation establishment expert. He also learns the larger reason for their desperation. The Ling forefather died fighting for the Tsungling sect, which will not rob the family now but also cannot spare strength to protect them. Before leaving, Zhao Yu asks the question he actually cares about most, whether Su_Bingyun is safe. Ling Qianxue tells him Su Su_Bingyun became even more famous at the front after killing 2 Yin Ghost Sect Foundation establishment cultivators, though she is currently recovering from minor injuries in the rear. Once he knows Su Su_Bingyun is not seriously hurt, Zhao Yu finally relaxes and leaves the Ling family to get back to work. After that, the Ling family starts sending red heart pill materials to Zhao Yu in bulk, and the Wang family quickly does the same. With the market suddenly depending on him alone, Zhao Yu raises the pill prices at his small Dan pavilion by 30%, and no one can do much about it. At the same time, Ling Qianxue personally starts rebuilding order by recruiting loose cultivators into a new Ling family enforcement squad with generous terms. 4 months later, Zhao Yu finally pushes his Heartfire pill refining to Grandmaster level, and his overall alchemy steps into the second order with it. That breakthrough matters because it finally lets him refine the second order Blood Beast pattern pill, the body refining support his Vajra Dragon Elephant art has been missing. When he looks at a superior grade Heartfire pill, Zhao Yu knows it could sell for a fortune and even help with foundation establishment, but he also knows showing that value openly would be dangerous. He reflects on the wider scramble for breakthrough resources, including the Ling family's own green jade milk, a rare Spirit Lotus Lake treasure that adds another 10% to foundation establishment success. Now that he can use it properly, Zhao Yu starts turning the second-order demon snake Su Su_Bingyun killed into red blood beast pattern pills for himself. Because these pills need steady earth fire or a foundation establishment flame, Zhao Yu rents an earth fire chamber in the market and begins an intense round of refining day and night. 3 months later, he finishes processing the whole snake, reaches expert level with the red blood beast pattern pill, and ends up with 10 precious pills. Back in his cave mansion, Zhao Yu stares at the pills and bets that 10 should be enough to force his Vajra Dragon Elephant art up to the 60th layer. The first pill hits like a furnace blast, but with his foundation establishment level spiritual sense guiding the process, Zhao Yu channels the violent heat into clean body refinement. That first success pushes him into the 51st layer, and the small gain is enough to prove the method works. A month later, after swallowing the 9th pill, Zhao Yu's blood chi finally condenses and transforms, driving his Vajra Dragon Elephant art through the wall at last. When the breakthrough lands, black impurities gush from his pores and coat him like mud, the ugly proof that his body just stepped into a stronger realm. At the 60th layer, Zhao Yu judges that his body refining strength now matches the weaker edge of foundation establishment, which still leaves him far above ordinary chi refining great perfection cultivators. Even so, Zhao Yu stays realistic and reminds himself that top body cultivators can surpass peers, but his self-made Vajra Dragon Elephant art is still nowhere near the true peak techniques of the cultivation world. He tests that realism against Su Su_Bingyun in his mind and concludes that even now, a true foundation establishment Su Su_Bingyun could still burn him to ashes if he failed to escape in time. So instead of showing off, Zhao Yu keeps his head down and goes right back to drawing golden light talismans and cultivating the wood yuan gong, as if nothing changed. As the 5-sex war grows fiercer, more cultivators flee the front lines into Jiuquan Mountain Market, and the place starts swelling with refugees and new faces. 2 of those new arrivals move in beside Zhao Yu's cave mansion, Luo Jianyang, a beautiful 7th-level chi refining cultivator with a dangerously enticing manner, and Meng Han, a late chi refining talisman master who looks untrustworthy at a glance. Luo Jianyang quickly becomes the top hostess at the 100 Fragrance Pavilion, then tries more than once to seduce Zhao Yu, only for him to dodge every approach and settle into a careful, teasingly distant neighbor relationship with her. A month later, Zhao Yu receives Wang Jingzhang's birthday invitation and decides to attend, partly because the Wang family is powerful and partly because the banquet is inside the market, where he expects safety. 10 days later, he steps into the Lotus Scent building and finds the Grand Tavern packed with cultivators, most of them already strong enough to make the room feel guarded and tense. Before Zhao Yu can settle in, Luo Jianyang glides over in her thin white robes, smiling sweetly, while Meng Han trails beside her and watches Zhao Yu like a jealous guard dog. Luo Jianyang openly offers to leave the brothel and become Zhao Yu's Dao companion, making the whole exchange feel more like a test than a confession. Zhao Yu keeps his face polite, but inwardly he treats Luo Jianyang as dangerous, the kind of beauty whose sudden kindness usually comes with a hidden hook. Meng Han suddenly cuts in, belittles Zhao Yu for rejecting her, and eagerly promises that he would accept Luo Jianyang no matter what her past was. Luo Jianyang presses Zhao Yu one more time, and he turns her down gently, saying his heart already belongs to someone else. That answer lands just as Ling Qianxue and Wang Jingzhang arrive together in white, drawing every eye in the room and making Luo Jianyang instantly guess who Zhao Yu means. Meng Han mocks Zhao Yu again, saying he is too old and too low-born to ever compete with the Wang heir for Ling Qianxue's attention. Zhao Yu lets the jab pass, noticing only that Meng Han's bad mouth explains why a capable late-stage talisman master still has so few real friends. As everyone takes their seats, rich demon beast dishes, spiritual wine, and spiritual tea cover the tables, and the feast looks lavish enough to match Wang Jingzhang's status. Luo Jianyang praises the expensive spread, and Meng Han uses even that moment to sneer that a great Wang family heir naturally outshines a stray loose cultivator like Zhao Yu. Wang Jingzhang raises his cup, thanks the guests for attending, and starts the birthday banquet with a polished toast that hides what is really coming. The guests begin eating under the calming incense, and for a brief moment the room really does feel like an ordinary birthday feast. Then the trap snaps shut as one cultivator suddenly blacks out and crashes face first onto the table, sending dishes and cups flying. A chain reaction follows across the tavern, with cultivators slumping over one after another and shouting that the food is poisoned. Luo Jianyang and Mengihan go down with the rest, but Zhao Yu realizes the poison is not hitting him properly, so he plays along and secretly swallows a detoxification pill while pretending to collapse. Ling Qianxue fights the dizziness long enough to stay upright in her chair and demands to know what Wang Jingzhang is doing. Wang Jingzhang drops the mask, lifts Ling Qianxue's chin, and coldly tells her the Changyang Ling family will be erased and that she will either submit to him or be sold to a brothel. Ling Qianxue shoots back that the Tsang spirit sect will never let the Wang family destroy the Ling family without paying for it. Wang Jingzhang answers with the real disaster. The Lingxi Wang family has defected to the Yin Ghost sect because they believe the victors in the Northern War have already been decided. That revelation leaves Ling Qianxue visibly shaken, because if the Wang family's foundation establishment experts betray the sect on the front lines, the damage will be huge. Before anyone can recover, a poisoned 7th level cultivator suddenly forces himself up, activates a featherweight talisman, and makes a desperate run for the door. He barely gets moving before a new figure blocks the way outside, Song Tsungtong of the Yin Ghost sect, a great circle cultivator with a skull-marked black robe and a sinister jar at his waist. Song Tsungtong releases black smoke from the ghost-nurturing jar, and a towering one-eyed fierce ghost claws its way into the room. The fleeing cultivator fires a rocket talisman in panic, but the fierce ghost crushes the attack barehanded and tears out his heart in a single blur. Watching from his fake collapse, Zhao Yu immediately reads the threat correctly. This new enemy is no market thug but a serious Yin Ghost sect cultivator. Song Tsungtong gives the poisoned guests half an incense stick to choose: join the Yin Ghost sect by murdering another cultivator, or become someone else's loyalty offering. Meng Yinghan instantly begs to defect, and the first person he offers up as his token of allegiance is Zhao Yu. Wang Jingzhang refuses that choice because he wants Zhao Yu alive as a lifelong pill-making slave, and he casually adds that Zhao Yu's female companion can be sent to a brothel too. That is the last insult Zhao Yu listens to, and he explodes off the table in one sudden movement. He drives one punch into Wang Jingzhang's head and kills him so hard that the Wang heir's skull bursts on the spot. As the headless corpse falls, Zhao Yu finally says what has been building inside him. He only wanted a peaceful life, but these people forced his hand. Zhao Yu immediately draws the green pine sword, shifting from hidden survivor to open killer before anyone else can react. Meng Yinghan tries to beg for mercy, but Zhao Yu does not even pause and beheads him with one clean swing. Song Tsungtong snaps from recruitment to murder and sends the fierce ghost straight at Zhao Yu for killing a new Yin Ghost ally. Zhao Yu answers with a stack of superior evil warding talismans, and their cleansing power burns through the ghost's black aura even though it still manages to break through. At the same time, Song Tsungtong brings out a supreme-grade soul-shaking bell, and its ghostly chimes hammer directly into Zhao Yu's divine sense. The mental strike hurts, but Zhao Yu's foundation establishment-level divine sense holds, and he meets the ghost head-on instead of collapsing. He hacks through the fierce ghost's claw and body with raw force, slicing the monster apart even after it tries to stop the sword barehanded. That impossible display makes Song Tsungtong finally understand what he is facing, and he blurts out in alarm that Zhao Yu is a 4th-level body cultivator. Zhao Yu does not give him a second chance, using Phantom Step to appear in front of Song Tsungtong like a flash and bringing Thunderlight swordsmanship down before the man can recover. Song Tsungtong is beheaded on the spot, and with its master dead the fierce ghost finally breaks apart into drifting black air. Only after the kill does Zhao Yu let himself breathe, realizing he survived because both his body and his divine sense were strong enough to tank a sect disciple's trap. Still weakened by the poison, Ling Qianxue can only stare from her chair in disbelief as Zhao Yu stands over the wreckage, because the market's pill master has just revealed himself as a foundation establishment-level body cultivator. In the aftermath, Zhao Yu lays out Wang Jingzhang's pills and asks Ling Qianxue what poison brought the Ling clan down. Ling Qianxue explains the trap. Wang Jingzhang mixed Qiqiong blood flour into the food, and once it met spirit condensing incense it acted like a chi-dispersing poison that left chi-refining cultivators too weak to use mana. She quickly adds that the fix is simple, and Zhao Yu immediately feeds her a detoxification pill. The moment her strength returns, Ling Qianxue panics that the Yin Ghost sect must already be attacking the Ling clan headquarters and begs Zhao Yu to help. Zhao Yu refuses at first, bluntly saying he is not eager to throw himself into a deadly sect battle for no clear gain. Ling Qianxue presses harder and warns that since Zhao Yu already killed Yin Ghost sect disciples, backing away now will not make the sect forget him. When that still does not move him, she offers everything she can: access to the Ling clan library, 10 treasures from the vault, and even half the market. That offer changes everything, and Zhao Yu smoothly agrees to defend the Ling clan as long as she remembers her promise. Ling Qianxue takes charge at once, using detox pills on the poisoned Ling clan enforcers so they can start reviving the others. Once the poison men can move again, Zhao Yu and Ling Qianxue rush for the Ling clan headquarters at Jiuchen Mountain. They arrive too late, and the headquarters is already a massacre with bodies scattered across the ground. At the center of the carnage, a hulking fierce ghost grips Guardian Ling Jingkong's corpse while a pale great perfection disciple of the Yin Ghost sect stands beside it with the last 11 sect cultivators. The Yin Ghost sect leader immediately guesses Wang Jingzhang and Song Tsangtong are dead and points the blame straight at Zhao Yu. Shaken by the bodies of her own people, Ling Qianxue can only grit her teeth and ask Zhao Yu one more time. This time Zhao Yu answers with force, unleashing the 60th layer of Vajra Dragon Elephant art until his body swells into an 8-foot battle giant. He opens with a killing move, hurling his high-grade magic sword with the flying dagger technique straight at the enemy leader. The Yin Ghost sect leader barely saves himself with a top-grade white bone shield, but Zhao Yu's sword still blasts a huge hole through it. Both sides instantly understand the threat. Zhao Yu is annoyed the strike failed, while the Yin Ghost sect leader realizes Jiuchen Mountain is hiding a 4th-order body cultivator. As the Ling clan enforcers clash with the other sect members, Zhao Yu rushes the leader before he can reset the fight. The enemy throws his giant fierce ghost in Zhao Yu's path, sending the monster lunging in at point-blank range. Zhao Yu meets it head-on with the lightning sword technique and drives his green pine sword straight through the ghost's head. But the fierce ghost was baiting him, and a hidden bone spur suddenly shoots from its chest toward Zhao Yu's heart. His Foundation establishment-level divine sense catches the trick instantly, and Zhao Yu calmly breaks the bone spur before slicing the black rock ghost in half. The pale enemy leader frantically tries to trigger an evil ghost breath talisman, then freezes when Zhao Yu suddenly vanishes from his sight. A flash of sword light appears behind him, and Zhao Yu takes the man's head in a single stroke. With the enemy leader dead, Zhao Yu unleashes his flying daggers across the battlefield while Ling Qianxue and the surviving Ling clan enforcers press the attack. It does not take long for Zhao Yu and the surviving Ling clan enforcers to wipe out the whole squad. Once the fighting is over, Zhao Yu leaves the cleanup to Ling Qianxue and heads back to his cave mansion with the spoils. Back in his cave mansion, Zhao Yu lays out the battle spoils, from the soul bell and damaged white bone shield to spirit stones, talismans, weapons, and 3 jade slips. The 3 jade slips prove to be ghost path manuals, ghost nurturing technique, great ghost controlling method, and the Yin spirit technique up to early Foundation establishment. As Zhao Yu studies, he learns why ghosts are so coveted. A true ghost can raise a cultivator's talent like gaining a spiritual root, but creating one is painfully rare. He also realizes cultivators like him carry their best manuals everywhere because their own strength and ready access to techniques matter more than hiding books at home. Then Zhao Yu opens Song Tsangtong's superior ghost jar and finds an unfinished low-grade ghost that has not fully materialized yet. The manual explains the problem. If contracted now, that half-made spirit would only become a mixed-grade ghost and fail to improve anyone's aptitude, so Song Tsangtong had clearly been trying to raise it further first. Not long after, Ling Qianxue comes to Zhao Yu's cave mansion again and asks him to accompany her to Lingyi Lake. Zhao Yu agrees and heads out with Li Xianjiao_child and Ling Qianxue toward Zhao Mansion by Lingyi Lake. When they arrive at Zhao Mansion, they find another bloodbath, with corpses all over the grounds and many of them torn by bites. Ling Qianxue recognizes the butchered remains of her relatives, calls out to them through tears, and then pushes deeper into the mansion with her sword drawn. Inside Zhao Mansion, a black-skinned three-eyed fierce ghost spots the intruders and floods the whole place with dense illusion fog. The fog cuts everyone off from each other, but Zhao Yu quickly recognizes it as illusion work and counters with his Foundation establishment-level divine sense. That saves Zhao Yu's mind, but the Ling clan enforcers are not so lucky and start screaming at hallucinated enemies before attacking each other in the mist. About 100 yards away, more than a dozen Yin Ghost sect disciples watch the slaughter from safety while a short 7th-level disciple praises Brother Fang's three-eyed illusion ghost. Brother Fang smugly says the ghost is close to breaking through, but admits it would need a second-order illusion Yin pill to advance cleanly. Another leader, the Scarface Brother Lu, cuts off the chatter and orders everyone to kill the intruders before they can join forces with the people deeper inside the Ling estate. On that order, the disciples release several fierce ghosts from their jars and send them charging into the fog. Zhao Yu ignores the chaos around him and uses Phantom Step to rush the real key target, the three-eyed illusion ghost. Brother Fang is startled that a 7th-level cultivator can see through the illusion at all, and he immediately decides he wants Zhao Yu's eyes. Brother Lu answers by summoning his strongest monster, a towering horned ghost, and orders it to kill Zhao Yu and dig those eyes out. The horned ghost reaches Zhao Yu in seconds, clawing straight for his heart with terrifying force. Zhao Yu answers with brute body refinement power and the lightning sword technique, smashing the ghost back 3 steps instead of yielding an inch. That exchange makes Brother Lu's face change, because only a 4th-order body cultivator should be able to trade blows with his horned ghost like that. Even so, Zhao Yu feels the danger immediately, because the horned ghost's ghost chi crawls into his sword arm like freezing corrosion. He instantly drives his blood chi through his body, purges the invading ghost chi, and refuses to let the monster stall him. With the ghost chi shaken off, Zhao Yu flips straight into offense and fires a mid-grade flying dagger at Brother Fang, the illusion ghost's master. In the middle of the ambush, Zhao Yu reacts first and snaps out a palm-sized spiritual shield just in time. The first flying dagger smashes through the barrier and wrecks the shield, proving the attackers are strong enough to kill him in one slip. A second dagger shoots past Zhao Yu and blows open Brother Fang's head, instantly dropping one of the Yin Ghost Sect's main attackers. Because Brother Fang was bound to the three-eyed illusion ghost by a human ghost pact, the ghost shrieks and dies with him, and the thick fog instantly starts breaking apart. As the illusion clears, Ling Qianxue jolts awake beside fallen enforcers and realizes her people were being slaughtered while trapped in a ghost trick. The Ling enforcers barely regain their senses before more Yin Ghost Sect disciples rush them, and several more defenders go down immediately. After killing Brother Fang, Zhao Yu turns his flying daggers on Brother Lu while fending off the horned ghost in close combat. Brother Lu panics and shouts for Brother Luo to cover him, forcing the Yin Ghost Sect's last strong defender to step in. Brother Luo releases an 8-foot skeleton ghost, and the black bone monster plants its bone shield in front of both Yin Ghost Sect cultivators. Zhao Yu's flying dagger blasts straight through the bone shield and nearly destroys Brother Luo's superior shield too, leaving the defender bleeding and shaken. Even the Yin Ghost Sect's strongest defensive pairing is being torn apart, but the few breaths they buy are enough for Brother Lu to finish a lethal talisman. Brother Lu unleashes the second-order talisman Yin Ghost's Breath, and a vicious ghost skull opens in the air above Zhao Yu. The pitch-black breath crashes down on Zhao Yu, forcing him to stack his white bell and golden light talisman just to survive the hit. The white bell collapses first, the golden cover breaks next, and the remaining Yin Ghost's Breath still punches into Zhao Yu's body. The cold invades so deeply that Zhao Yu's mana and body both feel frozen, and for a moment he is on the edge of being locked down alive. Then the 100 superior evil warding talismans on Zhao Yu ignite by themselves and burn away enough of the ghost breath for him to move again. The horned ghost tries to finish him at point-blank range, but Zhao Yu snaps its claw aside with the green pine sword. With his hands free again, Zhao Yu fires a new wave of daggers and finally cracks Brother Luo's last shield. One dagger tears through Brother Luo's heart and nails him to the ground, ending the Yin Ghost Sect's best defense. Another dagger hits Brother Lu in the head before he can use a second-order talisman, and the battlefield swings hard in Zhao Yu's favor. As Brother Lu dies, the horned ghost screams and dissolves into smoke under the same pact backlash. Watching all three elite attackers fall, the surviving Yin Ghost Sect disciples lose their nerve and try to flee in every direction with escape talismans. Ling Qianxue drops all dignity and shouts for Zhao Yu to help wipe them out, promising him a rich reward if he leaves no one alive. Zhao Yu answers by activating a superior featherweight talisman and turns into a blur, hunting down the escaping disciples one after another. With Zhao Yu leading the chase and the Ling enforcers following behind, the raiding force is completely exterminated. As soon as the killing ends, Ling Qianxue runs straight for the deepest part of Ling Mansion, where the family survivors are hiding inside a greenwood formation. Inside the formation, the one-armed Ling Feihao finally relaxes when he sees Ling Qianxue return alive with reinforcements. Ling Qianxue immediately asks for her parents, and the look on Ling Feihao's face tells her the answer before he says it. When Ling Feihao confirms that Ling Haotian and his wife died in battle, Ling Qianxue goes pale and almost loses her footing. Ling Feihao leads her to the bodies, and Ling Qianxue finally breaks down in front of her dead parents. Zhao Yu sees how shattered she is, but instead of comforting her, he happily starts looting corpses because this bloody cleanup was exactly the chance he came for. By the end of the search, Zhao Yu has stripped the Yin Ghost Sect raiders of a rich haul, including a rare second-order Earth-attributed demon inner pill. The next day in the Ling family library, Zhao Yu digs through the family inheritance, and immediately realizes a Foundation family's collection is on another level. He is especially pleased to find a superior life extension pill recipe and the triple snake pattern pill formula, both valuable enough to tempt serious alchemists. He also copies a full array inheritance and several Foundation establishment and body refining techniques, quietly filling his own future path while the Ling family is weak. Once he is done in the library, Zhao Yu bluntly reminds Ling Qianxue that it is time to open the family treasure vault. The vault proves just as rich, and Zhao Yu starts selecting treasures with no false modesty at all. He picks out a fire-attributed demon inner pill and 2 spiritual artifacts first, and Ling Qianxue can only watch her eyebrows twitch. He keeps going, taking 2 top-grade robes that gather spiritual energy, and 5 materials needed for Foundation establishment pill refining. After leaving the vault satisfied, Zhao Yu tells Ling Qianxue he plans to leave Lingyi Lake and Jiuchen Mountain Market in 10 days. Ling Qianxue immediately tries to keep him, offering him the position of the Ling family's patron and promising to support his cultivation if he stays. Zhao Yu refuses on principle, saying he can earn his own resources, but Ling Qianxue smoothly changes tactics and invites him to spend the day with her instead. At scenic Lingyi Lake, the wounded family heir and the practical outsider spend an easy, almost dreamy day together among lotuses and clear water. That night, just as Zhao Yu is about to cultivate, Ling Qianxue arrives at his door in a white palace dress and full makeup. When she asks if she can come in, Zhao Yu's resistance melts almost instantly. She steps inside and the door closes, and from the next day on Zhao Yu and Ling Qianxue stay together like lovers, with his talk of leaving suddenly gone. The shift is obvious to everyone around them, and many Ling family enforcers are left quietly heartbroken because the woman they admired now belongs to Zhao Yu's side. Li_Xianjiao_child throws a small sulk over it, but one light tap from Zhao Yu is enough to make her swallow the complaint. With a fourth stage body refiner like Zhao Yu staying at Lingyi Lake, the battered Ling family becomes stable again, and even restless loose cultivators stop testing them. 3 days later in the lakeside pavilion, Ling Qianxue brings Zhao Yu a major update from outside. Sunling sect has begun crushing the Wang family for colluding with the Yin Ghost sect. She lays out the full situation. A Fodan elder from Sunling sect caught the Wang family's betrayal and killed their 2 foundation establishment cultivators, so their territory is now about to be carved up. Then Ling Qianxue asks Zhao Yu to help wipe out the Lingxi Wang family, because taking Wolf Ridge would rebuild the Ling family's future and let her avenge her parents at the same time. Before Zhao Yu answers, Li_Xianjiao_child cheerfully cuts in with the real concern. If the Wang family still has a hidden foundation establishment cultivator, walking into Wolf Ridge could be a trap. As the 4 great families prepare to hit the Wang family, Zhao Yu realizes this raid could be far bigger than revenge because a top foundation establishment clan might be hiding priceless cultivation resources. Ling Qianxue reveals that Zheng's spirit sect is sending 2 foundation establishment cultivators to lead the attack, so this time the Wang family is not expected to survive. When Ling Qianxue mentions the Wang family may even hold golden core level techniques, that finally hooks Zhao Yu hard enough to join the expedition. 2 days later at Qianming Building, Zhao Yu arrives with Ling Qianxue and instantly draws attention from the heirs and elites gathered from the other great families. A handsome Hu family cultivator greets Ling Qianxue warmly, then visibly stiffens when he notices Zhao Yu beside her. Ling Qianxue introduces Zhao Yu as her brother Yu, and that intimate wording makes the blue-robed cultivator's jealousy impossible to hide. As Ling Qianxue seats Zhao Yu among the elite, the young men quietly ostracize him and the young women stare, baffled that she chose a loose cultivator. The room goes silent when Su_Bingyun arrives beside a tall scholarly male sect cultivator, the 2 foundation establishment leaders sent by the Tsung spirit sect. Su_Bingyun's eyes lock onto Zhao Yu and Ling Qianxue together, and Zhao Yu feels that single look hit like a blade. Once everyone sits, the tall scholarly sect cultivator calmly takes command and confirms that he and Su_Bingyun will lead the assault on the Lingxi Wang family. After the orders are set, the combined force gathers at the market square and boards 7 spirit boats for war. Riding a spirit boat for the first time, Zhao Yu is struck by how stable and powerful sect resources really are. Ling Qianxue stands beside Zhao Yu on the deck, and together they look almost like immortal lovers as the fleet crosses the Lingxi Mountains. At Wolf Ridge, the sect leader identifies the Wang family's defense as a mid-grade second-order thousand trees formation, a powerful array that would be brutal to break by force but flawed enough to dismantle with the right method. Under the sect leader's orders, the 7 spirit boats split apart and begin hammering the formation with beams of spiritual light. The thousand trees formation rises in full, drawing power from its spirit trees to form a huge pale green barrier over the Wang family headquarters. Inside the estate, the Wang family head learns the array can last 6 months, and he clings to the hope that if they endure that long, the Yin Ghost sect will win the larger war. But hidden sabotage suddenly tears through the defense as band-breaking talismans activate inside the formation and 2 core second-order spirit trees start withering. The sect leader seizes the opening at once, and the 7 spirit boats blast through the gap to destroy the remaining support trees. With too many support trees shattered, the thousand trees formation flickers, blurs, and collapses completely. Ning Kanghan roars for everyone to charge and promises that whatever they seize will be theirs, turning the entire coalition into a pack of looters with blades out. Watching the array fall, Wang Xiongyan realizes there must be a traitor inside the clan and desperately begs his elder uncle to buy time. As Wang Xiongyan begs for help, the elder uncle bitterly blames the clan for siding with the ghost sect and declares that he will hold off the 2 foundation establishment enemies so the others can escape. He swallows a bright red spirit pill, forcing his cultivation from foundation establishment 3rd layer to 4th, and launches into a desperate last stand with a red flame giant ape at his side. Ning Kanghan and Su_Bingyun move to intercept the elder and his beasts, while the rest of the estate erupts into full-scale slaughter. Instead of chasing random loot, Zhao Yu follows Ling Qianxue straight toward the Wang family's library. On the way, Zhao Yu's flying daggers and Ling Qianxue's top-grade magic sword carve through the Wang cultivators trying to stop them. When they reach the 5th floor of the library, Zhao Yu finds the valuable shelves already emptied and immediately knows someone got there first. Ling Qianxue stays calm, pulls out a tracking spirit insect, and orders it to find the person who took the jade slips. The insect catches the scent from the shelf and flies off at once, sending Zhao Yu's group into pursuit. The chase ends when they catch a small group of fleeing Wang cultivators, including one at great perfection of chi refining who thinks Ling Qianxue is easy prey. That confidence lasts one instant because Zhao Yu's flying dagger punches through the man's golden light cover and blows apart his head. Even Zhao Yu is briefly surprised by how much weaker this Wang family expert feels compared to the great perfection cultivator he fought from the ghost sect. The remaining Wang family members charge in grief and rage, but Ling Qianxue answers with cold steel and cuts them down one after another. For Ling Qianxue, this is not just a skirmish because the Wang family helped bring disaster to the Ling clan, and today she finally vents some of that buried hatred. After the last enemy drops, Ling Qianxue apologizes for losing control, and Zhao Yu quietly tells her it is better to let the pain out than keep it buried. His unexpected gentleness softens her, and Ling Qianxue teases that she did not expect Big Brother Yu to know how to comfort people. With the recovered books in hand, Zhao Yu dismisses the cultivators Ling Qianxue recruited, and they immediately scatter deeper into the estate to grab whatever spoils they can. Ling Qianxue is puzzled that Zhao Yu wants to leave now, because the treasury and medicine garden could still hold huge rewards, maybe even a foundation establishment pill. Zhao Yu explains that those places are exactly where the fighting will be worst, and any real foundation establishment pill was probably already used or carried away by key Wang family members. For Zhao Yu, the real goal was always the Wang family's cultivation texts and Ling Qianxue's safety, so with both secured he refuses to gamble for extra loot. After a brief pause, Ling Qianxue accepts his judgment and leaves the Wang family estate with him instead of chasing the bloodiest prizes. Inside the Wang family house, 3 raiders kick open a room and corner a one-eyed white-haired elder, demanding every last treasure he has. The old elder snaps and tears the sealing talisman off a black stone monument, choosing to drag the invaders down with the whole family. The seal breaks for one instant, and a black ghost claw bursts out of the monument and twists the elder's head off first. The raiders panic and hurl their magic artifacts at the monument, trying to destroy it before whatever is inside fully emerges. A 9-foot second-order evil ghost climbs out of the black mist, rotten and stinking, and catches all 3 artifacts in its claws like toys. One sweep of ghost aura strips the artifacts of their power and drops them dead to the floor, and the raiders finally realize they unleashed something far above them. The evil ghost opens its mouth and floods the room with ghost fog, cutting off the raiders' escape in a warped haze. One raider thinks he has escaped through the corridor, only to stumble right back in front of the ghost and realize too late that he was trapped in an illusion. The evil ghost tears through his golden light cover, gouges out his heart, and grows even stronger after swallowing it. The other 2 raiders vanish into the fog screaming, and the spreading mist starts swallowing more of the Wang family grounds. Outside, Zhao Yu sees the ghost fog rise over the estate, and his superior evil warding talisman burns in warning as he shouts for everyone to run. Knowing even his body-refining strength may not beat a second-order evil ghost, Zhao Yu triggers a superior featherweight talisman and bolts away at full speed. Ling Qianxue freezes for a beat, realizing Zhao Yu has already left her behind as the fog keeps coming. She forces herself to chase after him with her own featherweight talisman, but she is still too slow. Then Zhao Yu suddenly flashes back in front of her, grabs her into his arms, and tells her to hold on. Using his Vajra Dragon Elephant Art and Phantom Step together, Zhao Yu carries Ling Qianxue away like a phantom, and her fear turns into sudden trust. All around the estate, fleeing cultivators show their true colors as the ghost fog chases them. From Zhao Yu's arms, Ling Qianxue spots Jing Kaier screaming for rescue while the handsome Shirquan runs ahead without even turning back. The ghost fog engulfs the abandoned woman while the man keeps running, and Ling Qianxue grimly realizes she judged him completely wrong. The disaster strips everyone bare. Some people abandon friends to survive, while others stay together and are swallowed side by side. At last the ghost fog stops expanding, but it has already covered most of Spirit Wolf Ridge and turned the royal family's heartland into a sinister ghost region. Only after carrying Ling Qianxue far beyond the danger does Zhao Yu finally set her down 20 li away. Looking back at the cursed ridge, Ning Kanghan decides the second-order evil ghost has to be killed before Spirit Wolf Ridge becomes a lasting ghost region, and he asks Su-Su_Bingyun to join him. Su-Su_Bingyun agrees, but before entering the fog she gives Zhao Yu a small meaningful glance. Instead of charging in, Zhao Yu hides nearby, digs in underground, and sets up an array for a very different plan. He opens the ghost nurturing jar and releases a fierce pale mixed quality spirit ghost that looks like an ugly toddler but carries first-order high-grade power. The ghost attacks Zhao Yu the moment it appears, and he instantly triggers the array to bind it in transparent chains. As the trapped ghost shrieks hard enough to make Ling Qianxue's head throb, Zhao Yu braces himself and starts the human-ghost pact. Zhao Yu bites his tongue, sprays blood essence into the ghost, and presses his palm to its head while the array keeps it pinned down. After several shrill spasms, the ghost's eyes go blank and Zhao Yu wipes out its original consciousness completely. He pushes the pact deeper with another burst of blood essence, but the ghost resists the blood pattern and tries to reject him. To force the pact through, Zhao Yu cuts his wrist and drenches the ghost in fresh blood until the resistance finally breaks. The moment the blood pact locks in, Zhao Yu feels a secret link form and realizes this ghost is only one step from becoming true low-grade quality. Because normal cultivators fear locking themselves to a weak ghost forever, this kind of mixed-quality spirit ghost is usually left unbound. But for Zhao Yu that flaw is exactly the opening he wants. He proves it right away by using the Dao fruit to absorb Yin energy from a second-order superior Yin ghost relic box for the ghost's sake. Now that the ghost might stay with him for a long time, Zhao Yu pauses to give it a proper name. Ling Qianxue suggests White Ghost King, and Zhao Yu upgrades the title on the spot and names it White Ghost Emperor instead. The newly named ghost answers with a creepy ear-to-ear grin, but Zhao Yu only likes it more because a vicious ghost means stronger combat value. Zhao Yu feeds Maureen energy through the pact, and the white ghost emperor suddenly swells from a 3-foot goblin into a 7-foot pale monster. Ling Qianxue can only stare and wonder if she is watching some secret Yin ghost sect technique she has never seen before. The jump confirms Zhao Yu's guess. With a few more relics, the white ghost emperor should be able to reach second order, but his own body is already close to its daily limit. So he waits and watches the ghost fog instead of forcing another reckless upgrade too soon. About half an hour later, the huge cloud of ghost fog finally starts shrinking, and Zhao Yu lets out a small breath because that means the worst outcome was avoided. Then Ning Kanghan bursts out of the fog pale and missing an arm, proving just how savage the fight inside really was. 7 spirit boats immediately retreat from Spirit Wolf Ridge, and Zhao Yu's expression darkens as he sees what that retreat implies. Seeing Zhao Yu think about going in, Ling Qianxue grabs his hand and begs him not to risk his life against a monster that even 2 Foundation establishment cultivators could not handle. Zhao Yu calmly tells her he would not enter unless he already had a real plan. To make that confidence real, Zhao Yu absorbs a second-order evil ghost relic on the spot and stuffs a pill into the white ghost emperor's mouth. The white ghost emperor erupts again, its body turning paler and more unreal as black aura and strange ghost patterns pour across it. When the surge settles, Zhao Yu has forced his ghost servant all the way into second-order low-grade territory. Ling Qianxue stares at the new second-order ghost in shock and relief, because this one breakthrough could become the foundation of an entire family. Before entering the ghost fog, Zhao Yu sends Ling Qianxue back and reassures her that with 2 Foundation establishment cultivators inside, he can still come out alive. Ling Qianxue turns bright red, throws her arms around Zhao Yu, kisses his cheek, and nervously promises that if he comes back safe, she will agree to anything he asks. Zhao Yu sends the white ghost emperor in first to scout, waiting outside until he senses no fighting inside the fog. The moment Zhao Yu steps inside, the battlefield vanishes under a powerful illusion and the whole mansion looks eerily untouched. Knowing normal sight cannot be trusted, Zhao Yu borrows the white ghost emperor's ghostly vision to see what is really there. The illusion peels away, and Zhao Yu finally sees the real mansion packed with corpses while other trapped cultivators stagger in circles wasting their strength. He traces the source of the rising ghost fog and heads deeper into the mansion at top speed. On the way, Zhao Yu tests his spirit ghost speed and is thrilled when the white ghost emperor keeps up with him effortlessly. The white ghost emperor suddenly stops him and points northwest, warning that the real threat is just ahead. Zhao Yu hides his aura and slips closer, where he finds Su_Bingyun barely alive under a burning evil-suppressing talisman. Her left side has been torn open so badly that even Zhao Yu can tell only a Foundation establishment cultivator could survive it. In front of her stands a towering 9-foot evil ghost, pouring out black energy and grinding down the talisman little by little. The evil ghost notices Zhao Yu first, and the instant Su_Bingyun sees him too, she desperately warns him to run because this monster is actually second-order mid-grade. Instead of fleeing, Zhao Yu's white ghost emperor launches straight at the evil ghost and collides with it in a burst of black chi. Even though it only just advanced, the white ghost emperor overwhelms the wounded evil ghost from the start and forces it on the defensive. Watching Zhao Yu command a second-order ghost, Su_Bingyun instantly realizes he must have inherited Yin ghost sect techniques. The cornered evil ghost fires off one last illusion, making Zhao Yu see a fake scene of Su_Bingyun being torn apart and begging for help. For one dangerous instant Zhao Yu almost acts on that fake sight, then forces himself to stop and admits the illusion feels terrifyingly real. He borrows the white ghost emperor's eyes again and snaps back to the truth just in time. In reality, the white ghost emperor has already bitten deep into the evil ghost and starts tearing it apart, while the monster's counterattack gets trapped in its body. Zhao Yu stares in shock and excitement as his newly evolved spirit ghost devours the enemy piece by piece. Once the evil ghost is fully swallowed, the ghost fog covering the whole mansion finally begins to disperse. After taking a healing elixir, Su_Bingyun rises unsteadily and thanks Zhao Yu for saving her yet again, more moved by him than by the ally who abandoned her. Zhao Yu immediately asks Su_Bingyun to hide the white ghost emperor and tell everyone that she killed the evil ghost instead. Su_Bingyun agrees at once and rewards him with something far more valuable than thanks, a Foundation establishment pill. The moment Zhao Yu hears what is inside, his eyes light up because a single Foundation establishment pill is the dream of countless chi refining cultivators. With the danger past, Su_Bingyun blushes and quietly tells him that from now on he can call her Su_Bingyun. Zhao Yu answers carefully that he will call her Senior Su in public and Su_Bingyun in private, keeping the mood warm but cautious. Su_Bingyun then asks the question she really cares about, whether Ling Qianxue is his Dao companion. Zhao Yu answers honestly that not yet, because Ling Qianxue still prioritizes her family and he prioritizes the great Dao, but for now she is still his woman. Su_Bingyun shifts the conversation again and asks how he wants her to repay him for saving her life a second time. Instead of asking for romance, Zhao Yu calmly lists what he truly needs: ghost relics, inattributed treasures, pill recipes, demon beast materials, and spirit wood for cultivation and trade. Su_Bingyun responds immediately by handing over 4 low-grade second-order fierce ghost relics, ghost-nurturing materials, and 7 pieces of second-order spirit wood. Zhao Yu does not just accept gifts back, he trades her a large batch of superior red jade pills and superior yellow spirit pills so the relationship can keep working both ways. When Su_Bingyun reminds him her materials were gifts, Zhao Yu admits he is being greedy on purpose because only mutual benefit will keep rare resources flowing to him. That practical answer convinces Su_Bingyun to go one step further and offer to host an exchange meet for him through her Foundation establishment network. Before leaving, Zhao Yu collects the sealed steel holding the fierce ghost relic and pockets it for himself. Then Zhao Yu and Su_Bingyun comb through the ruined mansion, using ghost energy traces to recover storage bags from cultivators killed by the evil ghosts. What they do not find is just as telling, because Zhao Yu discovers the royal treasure house and spiritual medicine garden have already been stripped completely bare. With the fight over, Su_Bingyun suddenly asks whether Zhao Yu wants to become the master of Wolf Ridge, the valuable second-order superior spiritual land left behind by the Wang family. Zhao Yu refuses to chase that title through her merits, warning that even Foundation establishment cultivators would fight over such a rich spiritual land. He tells Su_Bingyun to save those battlefield merits for her own future, because if she reaches Golden Core one day, a spiritual land like this will be trivial to claim. Su_Bingyun likes that answer, so she decides to take Wolf Ridge in her own name and asks Zhao Yu to manage it for her instead, with one firm condition: the Ling family gets no say. Zhao Yu agrees to manage Wolf Ridge as long as Su_Bingyun sends her own people, and she answers with an unmistakably pleased smile. When Zhao Yu returns to the mansion, Ling Qianxue hurries over with obvious relief and delight, only to spot Su_Bingyun standing right beside him. Ling Qianxue politely thanks Su_Bingyun for taking care of Zhao Yu, but she says it possessively enough to sound like a challenge. Su_Bingyun fires back at once and asks since when Zhao Yu became Ling Qianxue's, forcing the issue of marriage and status into the open. That question hits a real weakness, because Ling Qianxue cannot marry Zhao Yu without risking her place as the pillar holding the Ling family together. Ling Qianxue recovers with a playful counterattack and says she really does like Zhao Yu, then needles Su_Bingyun by offering to share him if she likes him too. Proud and flustered, Su_Bingyun turns red, insists Zhao Yu is only her best friend, and blurts out that she will host an exchange meeting at Wolf Ridge in 1 month. Before anyone can press her further, Su_Bingyun escapes in a streak of light and leaves the awkward victory to Ling Qianxue. After that, Zhao Yu and Ling Qianxue gather the Ling family's recruited cultivators and head back from Wolf Ridge to Ling Lotus Lake. Back in his quiet room, Zhao Yu spreads out the Wang family war spoils and starts counting a harvest far bigger than his own kills would suggest. Most of the value came from the bodies he found inside the Wang compound after killing the second-order evil ghost, and the final haul is massive. What excites Zhao Yu most is not the money but the inheritances, because the Wang family leaves behind serious formation, talisman, alchemy, and artifact refining manuals. Among the Wang family's cultivation methods, only one can reach Golden Core, and Zhao Yu immediately realizes the Mountain Sutra is the true prize. As he studies it, Zhao Yu learns the Mountain Sutra is a top-tier law-embodied technique that can even more than double a Foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan. The scripture is even more outrageous because it lets its user draw on earth veins, grow spirit medicines faster, and gradually improve spirit veins themselves. Then the catch lands hard, because the Mountain Sutra demands both an earth-attributed heavenly spirit root and the rare earth yuan body, a combination Zhao Yu knows is almost impossible. Even so, he refuses to dismiss it, because buried inside the scripture is a method to artificially cultivate the earth yuan body. That method is brutal and expensive, requiring at least third-order earth treasures, a grand array sealing a spiritual land, and a long reshaping process. Zhao Yu concludes that the core technique is beyond him for now, but the earth yuan body method is still a real chance worth remembering. Once the inventory is done, Zhao Yu brings out the second-order middle-grade evil ghost relic steel and starts refining its thick yin energy. He pours that refined yin energy into the white ghost emperor instead of absorbing it himself, raising the ghost's quality again. When the gain settles at 20 points of quality, Zhao Yu quickly calculates that a middle-grade ghost is still far away, but no longer impossible. From there, Zhao Yu settles into a hard routine of alchemy, wood yuan gong cultivation, and feeding every evil ghost relic he has into the white ghost emperor. At the same time, he makes a clear choice to stop pushing the Vajra dragon elephant art, because immortal cultivation now gives him more than enough strength for the path ahead. With a stronger spirit root, Foundation establishment level body power, and the white ghost emperor under his command, Zhao Yu no longer sees martial arts as his main lifeline. By the time his relic stock is finally exhausted, the white ghost emperor has grown again, and Zhao Yu enters the next month stronger than before. 1 month later, Wolf Ridge has settled down under harsh cleanup, but the purge around the fallen Wang family has clearly thinned the whole region. Feeling the rich spiritual energy around them, Ling Qianxue cannot hide how painful it is to see such a prime spiritual land slip out of the Ling family's hands. Yao Yu gently reminds her that the Ling family still gained 1/5 of Wind Wolf Mountain market, so careful management can still bring in serious profit. Their talk is interrupted by two young women calling out to Ling Qianxue like old friends. The newcomers are Hu Yunhui, a tall elegant beauty in yellow, and Xiao Sisi, a petite girl whose fiery face already promises trouble. Ling Qianxue introduces Zhao Yu without hesitation as her man, making her position clear before either friend can test the waters. Xiao Sisi instantly blurts out that a mere 7th-level loose cultivator is not worthy of Ling Qianxue, saying the rude thing everyone else was smart enough to keep inside. Hu Yunhui tries to stop her, but Ling Qianxue is already serious and warns that if Xiao Sisi insults Zhao Yu again, their friendship ends there. Put on the spot, Xiao Sisi swallows her pride and apologizes directly to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu accepts the apology with a cool warning to be more careful next time, and his unfriendly tone only leaves Xiao Sisi more irritated. When Ling Qianxue asks if they came for Su-Su_Bingyun's gathering, Xiao Sisi lights up at once and gushes over Su-Su_Bingyun as the most outstanding female cultivator in Sun Country in decades. That praise earns Zhao Yu a very pointed look from Ling Qianxue, because she knows Su-Su_Bingyun's feelings are no longer so simple. The group keeps chatting until they reach the old royal residence, hand over their invitations, and enter the hall where the exchange meeting will be held. Inside, a tall and striking young cultivator named Jing Yushan comes over to greet them, but the moment he sees Zhao Yu, his attitude turns respectfully cautious. Xiao Sisi is baffled by that respect until Jing Yushan bluntly reveals that Zhao Yu is a 4th-level body refiner with Foundation Establishment-level combat power. The truth drains the color from Xiao Sisi's face, because she suddenly realizes she mouthed off to someone her family cannot afford to offend. She apologizes again, this time with genuine fear, and Zhao Yu lets her off with a cool warning that not every Foundation Establishment-level cultivator would be so easygoing. Watching all this, Hu Yunhui finally understands why Ling Qianxue claimed Zhao Yu so bluntly at their first meeting. Ling Qianxue then introduces Jing Yushan properly as the Jing family's most promising genius, and even he answers with careful modesty in front of Zhao Yu. As more and more late-stage Qi refining cultivators file in, the hall fills with the younger elite of Tsang Country waiting for Su-Su_Bingyun to appear. Then Xiao Sisi spots Su-Su_Bingyun, and the entire hall rises together to greet the young Foundation Establishment cultivator with open reverence. Su-Su_Bingyun accepts the respect, walks straight to the main seat, and then shocks the room by calling Zhao Yu up to sit beside her. Zhao Yu walks up without hesitation and takes the seat at her side, making every curious stare in the hall even sharper. Before the exchange meeting even begins, Su-Su_Bingyun publicly announces that Tsang's spirit sect has awarded her Wind Wolf Mountain and that Zhao Yu will manage it whenever she is absent. Then she raises the stakes even higher by declaring that if she dies in battle, Wind Wolf Mountain will pass directly to Zhao Yu. At the exchange hall, Su-Su_Bingyun's public support for Zhao Yu shocks the room so badly that people start wondering if she is openly challenging Ling Qianxue over him. Even with all those curious eyes on him, nobody dares say anything reckless while Su-Su_Bingyun is in charge. Su-Su_Bingyun steps onto the platform and opens the meeting with a hard-to-ignore bait item, a superior red heart pill. She explains that the pill can greatly boost late-stage Qi refining cultivation and even raises Foundation Establishment success by 50%. When Su-Su_Bingyun names the price, 10 medium-grade spirit stones or rare second-order treasures, the whole hall starts burning with greed. For the late-stage cultivators, this is not just a good pill but a rare chance to push toward Foundation Establishment without sect backing. Ling Qianxue quietly guesses the truth at once, that Zhao Yu is probably the one who refined these pills. Before Su-Su_Bingyun even finishes, impatient buyers start shouting huge offers for multiple pills. Su-Su_Bingyun cuts through the rush and lays down the rule clearly. She only has 30 pills, barter comes first, and cash sales happen only if nothing else works. That one sentence changes the room, because in the Northern Desolation rare materials are often worth more than spirit stones. A late-stage cultivator finally tests the waters with a 100-year 7-pattern jade Ganoderma, and Su-Su_Bingyun values one such herb at 1 pill. Once that price is set, the man grits his teeth and hands over 5 jade boxes for 5 superior red heart pills. Next, a great perfection cultivator brings out a low-grade second-order evil ghost relic, and Su-Su_Bingyun immediately values it at 3 pills. That starts a real rush, and one rare material after another disappears into Su-Su_Bingyun's hands until 20 pills are gone. Then one nervous late-stage cultivator asks for a private deal, clearly offering something he does not want the room to see. Su-Su_Bingyun accepts and brings him into a side room, leaving the whole hall to stew in suspicion. He comes back out wearing open relief and joy, which only makes everyone else more curious about what he traded. The man tries to leave immediately, but Su-Su_Bingyun warns the room that anyone departing must wait 1 incense stick because she promised to protect his safety. That threat is enough, and even the strongest loose cultivators force themselves to sit back down under her reputation for killing when necessary. With the last superior red heart pills gone, Su-Su_Bingyun announces the free trading session, and the people who hesitated can only regret missing their chance. Zhao Yu steps up next and reveals that he has superior yellow spirit pills, red jade pills, red heart pills, and plenty of spirit stones ready to trade. He makes his target clear too, asking specifically for earth attribute second-order treasures, spirit medicines, spirit wood, demon beast flesh and cores, and other rare materials. The first deal comes quickly when a great perfection cultivator offers second-order green jade wood for 5 red heart pills, and Zhao Yu accepts on the spot. Once Zhao Yu starts trading, cultivators line up with Wang family's spoils and other rare goods, letting him collect a solid batch of second-order resources. After Zhao Yu finishes, the rest of the meeting flows on with cultivators taking turns to barter their own items. Then a great perfection cultivator raises the stakes by opening a jade box and revealing a fist-sized mountain spirit core. He asks for a foundation establishment pill in return, which puts every eye in the room on Su-Bingyun, because she is the only one likely to have one. The moment Zhao Yu sees it, he recognizes exactly how valuable it is, because a mountain spirit core is prime material for building an earth attribute spirit body. Su-Bingyun checks the core for herself first, then calmly pays with the foundation establishment pill after confirming it is real. The trader verifies the pill, looks thrilled, and immediately wants to leave with his prize. Su-Bingyun lets him go, but when another restless great perfection cultivator asks to leave too, she turns cold and blocks him on the spot. She releases foundation establishment pressure over the hall and makes the rule brutally clear: nobody leaves before 1 incense stick, because she will honor the trust placed in her meeting. She also draws the line cleanly by saying that once her protection window ends, what happens afterward is no longer her concern. No one argues after that, and the exchange meeting continues until the incense time finally passes and the strongest cultivators rush out. When the meeting breaks up, Hu Yunhui and Xiao Cixi both look at Ling Qianxue with open sympathy because Su-Bingyun has just outclassed her in every obvious way. Then Su-Bingyun brings out the man she picked to help Zhao Yu run Wolf Ridge, a sharp middle-aged outer disciple named Fang Taizhu. She tells Zhao Yu that Fang Taizhu used to manage a trading house and can take care of Wolf Ridge until Zhao Yu finds someone else reliable. After that, Su-Bingyun dismisses Ling Qianxue and Fang Taizhu, leaving herself alone with Zhao Yu. Now in private, Su-Bingyun hands over the materials and 2 sealed jade boxes she got in exchange for Zhao Yu's pills. When Zhao Yu opens the boxes, he is stunned to find not 1 but 2 mountain spirit cores inside. Su-Bingyun explains that one cultivator traded a mountain spirit core to her for 10 superior red heart pills, taking the practical gain over the treasure's long-term value. Zhao Yu offers to split the 2 cores with her, since both of them now know the Wang family's earth body cultivation methods. Su-Bingyun refuses with a small smile, because she is not an earth spirit root cultivator, and says the Wu earth spirit body is not worth the cost for her path. Her answer also shows the gap between sect disciples and everyone else, because she already has a stronger inheritance that does not benefit from this earth body route. After leaving Zhao Yu the resources, Su-Bingyun departs in haste because the war between the Tsungling sect and the Yin Ghost sect still needs her. Once she is gone, Zhao Yu immediately puts Fang Taizhu to work recruiting spirit farmers for Wolf Ridge. Because Wolf Ridge is a second-order superior spiritual land with dense energy, loose cultivators soon start arriving to work its fields. Zhao Yu also brings in spirit plant growers, and he personally starts learning to grow rare spiritual medicines in the mountain's core area. To secure the mountain, Zhao Yu sets up a second-order low-grade spirit wood grand formation using the materials and blueprints Su-Bingyun provided. He knows this spirit wood grand formation is only a cut-down array limited by his own skill, but once activated it can still keep Qi refining great perfection threats in check. Later in the quiet room at Wolf Ridge, Zhao Yu focuses on the real prize and decides to use 1 mountain spirit core to improve his earth spirit root. He swallows the low-grade third-order mountain spirit core and activates the devouring Dao fruit to refine it inside his body. 10 days later, the refinement finishes and Zhao Yu begins the spirit root evolution directly. A powerful transformation tears through him, forcing dark impurities out of his body as his physical and spiritual essence are remade. When the process ends, Zhao Yu sees the result clearly. His earth talent has risen to superior earth spirit root at 8,327 out of 10,000. That nearly tips him into using the last mountain spirit core too, because 1 more could turn this into a true earth spirit root and make him a top-tier genius of the Northern Desolation. But Zhao Yu reins himself in and decides not to chase the immediate upgrade, because spending the last core now would ruin his chance to cultivate the Wu Earth spirit body after foundation establishment. He settles on the long game instead, understanding that the Wu Earth spirit body, the later mountain treasured body, and the Mountain Sutra all become possible only if he keeps that final core. After his spirit root transformation, Zhao Yu checks a mirror and sees he has turned from a worn middle-aged cultivator into a much younger, sharper-looking man. In a good mood, Zhao Yu decides this breakthrough is worth celebrating and heads out after bathing and changing clothes. At the Ling family headquarters by Lingyi Lake, Ling Qianxue is buried in family business when Zhao Yu suddenly walks into her study. Ling Qianxue immediately notices Zhao Yu looks even younger and more attractive, and he casually admits he made progress in cultivation. Zhao Yu pulls Ling Qianxue into his arms and quietly shuts the study door, turning their reunion intimate. After their rendezvous, Ling Qianxue quickly puts herself back together and returns to her cool, capable role as family head. Ling Qianxue asks Zhao Yu for help killing the 3 fiends of Lin Mountain, a brutal robber band whose strongest members are all above late Qi refining. She explains that even with Zhao Yu's name drawing loose cultivators in, the Ling family can barely hold Lingdi Lake and 9 Depths Mountain Market, let alone hunt Great Circle bandits. When Zhao Yu asks for a lead, Ling Qianxue tells him the bandits ambushed and butchered 10 Ling guards outside the market 3 days ago. Zhao Yu immediately asks to see the bodies, and Ling Qianxue leads him to the corpse room. Inside, 10 mutilated corpses confirm the attackers were ruthless, and the wounds match the 3 fiends' usual hook, sword, and blade weapons. Ling Qianxue admits she did not disturb Zhao Yu's closed-door cultivation or waste a soul-chasing talisman, so without fresh pursuit they would normally have to wait for the bandits to strike again. Zhao Yu brings out the White Ghost Emperor and orders him to find whoever killed these 10 guards. The White Ghost Emperor's pupils fill with cursed seals, and through the ghost's vision Zhao Yu suddenly sees streams of black resentment leading away toward the killer. Ling Qianxue warns that the 10 bodies themselves may have been left as bait to lure their enforcers out of the market. Zhao Yu judges that if someone is setting traps instead of storming the market outright, the mastermind is dangerous but not truly overwhelming, and that is enough for him to move. Following the resentment trail, Zhao Yu sets out at once with the White Ghost Emperor, leaving Lingdi Lake behind. The trail leads all the way to Luang City's famous flowery dress pavilion, a luxurious brothel where county elites gather and hidden cultivators can disappear among mortals. On the 5th floor, the 3 Linshan fiends lounge in a private room with courtesans, acting relaxed while waiting for their next move. The bald scar-faced fiend sneers that these mortal beauties are nothing beside cultivator women, showing how casually the killers look down on everyone here. Upstairs in a private room, the Linshan fiends talk about the pavilion's new Orin, and the short-haired leader casually says any mortal woman they want can simply be bought. A creepier detail gives the room away. Black threads run from the bald fiend's hand to the women by their ears, showing the courtesans are being controlled or silenced. The bald fiend shows his real goal at last. If their plan succeeds, he wants Ling Qianxue for himself. The short-haired leader agrees, but only if the bald fiend gives up every other reward, making their ugly bargain explicit. Down on the stage, Song Xiangjuan appears and starts dancing, instantly drawing the whole pavilion's attention. Zhao Yu watches the dance from an upper room, calmly judging Song Xiangjuan as pretty but still only a mortal beauty next to female cultivators. The pavilion madam announces Song Xiangjuan's first night bidding, turning the whole performance into a high-priced spectacle. The bidding starts in silver, but the bald fiend suddenly shouts 1,000 taels of gold and makes the whole house go quiet. Zhao Yu answers with 3,000 taels of gold, openly challenging the fiend and drawing even more stunned attention. The bald fiend jumps the price to 5,000, and Zhao Yu coolly answers with 6,000, turning the auction into an open clash. Humiliated in front of the whole house, the bald fiend snaps and dives at Zhao Yu with killing intent. Zhao Yu does not even move, and Sword Light instantly chops the attacker into a limbless wreck that crashes down screaming. The short-haired leader recognizes Zhao Yu in shock, and the room instantly knows this ambush has gone fatally wrong. Before the scholar fiend can react, Zhao Yu's superior flying dagger blasts through his head and tears open the 5th floor behind him. The entire pavilion freezes in shock as the madam and county elites realize they are seeing real immortals fight above them. Song Xiangjuan stares at Zhao Yu with burning fascination, seeing in him the presence of a true immortal far beyond any mortal man. The mortal guests finally panic and scatter, knowing even a stray wave from this battle could kill them. Once the mortals are out of the way, Zhao Yu calmly names the Linshan 3 fiends and demands to know who dared send them against Jiuqin Mountain Market. The surviving fiend tries to bluff his way out, arguing that his younger brother's offense should not condemn the others and that Zhao Yu has no proof. Zhao Yu answers the excuse with action, sending a flying dagger straight at the surviving fiend's head. Desperate, Fang screams for Gold Lion to save him and throws up a crimson superior spiritual shield just before Zhao Yu's flying dagger hits. Zhao Yu's flying dagger cracks the crimson shield and strips away its spirituality, but Fang survives for one more heartbeat. A guest who had been hiding in plain sight finally reveals himself as Gold Lion, an early Foundation establishment cultivator with a crushing aura. Gold Lion immediately attacks, sending out a green hook spirit instrument that blooms into 19 thick barbed vines stabbing at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu counters with his flaming flying dagger and cuts through several vines, but the spirit instrument keeps restoring them faster than he can break the attack. As Gold Lion's vine swarm keeps coming, Fang attacks from the side with a flaming flying fork and traps Zhao Yu in a 2-pronged kill attempt. Even Zhao Yu has to admit a real Foundation establishment cultivator is on another level, and that raw body cultivation alone would not be enough here. That is exactly why Zhao Yu brought hidden support, and he gives the order for his real helper to move. Zhao Yu's hidden ghost servant finally moves, spewing pitch-black ghost energy into Gold Lion's spirit vines. The pitch-black ghost breath instantly blackens and rots the vines, and even Gold Lion's green hook drops to the floor corrupted and useless. With Gold Lion's main attack broken, Zhao Yu casually knocks the incoming flaming flying fork away and takes control of the fight. The moment Golden Lion Master sees Zhao Yu's White Ghost Emperor, he panics and blurts out that Zhao Yu can command evil ghosts like a Yin ghost sex spy. Too frightened to face the ghost directly, Golden Lion Master throws out a black coffin and reveals his own trump card, an 8-foot bronze corpse. He rings a corpse-controlling bell, and the bronze corpse snaps awake with murderous eyes before charging at the White Ghost Emperor. Zhao Yu quickly tells the White Ghost Emperor not to wreck the corpse, because he wants to keep it intact. The White Ghost Emperor obeys at once, grabbing the charging bronze corpse and flinging it straight at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu meets it with the green pine sword, but the blade only throws sparks off the bronze corpse's chest and fails to pierce it. With his pride stirred, Zhao Yu powers up the 60th layer of the Vajra Dragon Elephant art and answers the corpse with a barehanded clash. The hit sends Zhao Yu skidding back with pain shooting through his right hand, and he admits the bronze corpse is even stronger than him head-on. So Zhao Yu changes tactics and uses Phantom Step with his lightning swordplay, dancing around the corpse instead of trying to overpower it. At the same time, the White Ghost Emperor closes in on Golden Lion Master so fast that the real killer is suddenly right in front of him. Desperate, Golden Lion Master burns a second-order fire snake talisman and sends a blazing 10-foot fire serpent at the ghost. Even while its ghostgy smokes under the flames, the White Ghost Emperor tears the fire snake apart with its bare claws. Golden Lion Master tries to bargain for his life by offering Zhao Yu the name of the one behind the ambush. He also throws up a palm-sized silver shield, but the White Ghost Emperor punches straight through the barrier and ruins the artifact with ghost chi. A heartbeat later, the White Ghost Emperor rips out Golden Lion Master's heart and devours his soul on the spot. With Golden Lion Master dead, the corpse bell drops from his hand, and the bronze corpse instantly goes dull and crumples to the ground. With Golden Lion Master dead, Zhao Yu activates the devouring Dao fruit and has the White Ghost Emperor refine the stolen soul for him. As rows of talent gains flash through his mind, Zhao Yu realizes just how terrifying this soul-devouring power really is. The White Ghost Emperor does not stop there and swallows the souls of the 3 Linshan fiends too, giving Zhao Yu even more harvest to refine. From the extra soul harvest, Zhao Yu confirms that chi-refining souls are worth almost nothing next to a Foundation establishment cultivator's soul. More importantly, Golden Lion Master's memories expose the real mastermind, Ning Kanghan of the Zhangling sect. Zhao Yu quickly connects the motive to Langshan Ridge and decides this is revenge aimed at him because Ning Kanghan dares not strike Su-Bingyun directly. The memories also show the deal. Ning Kanghan promised Golden Lion Master second-order spiritual land and sect backing to found a new Foundation establishment family. Golden Lion Master had wanted the 3 Linshan fiends to kill Zhao Yu first, but once they failed and his cover broke, he was forced into the open and died for it. Going through the dead man's memories further, Zhao Yu finds that Golden Lion Master's real prize was a useful corpse cultivation technique from an ancient site. The technique maps out iron, bronze, silver, and gold corpses across major realms, and even without a path to the final gold stage, Zhao Yu knows it is still top tier for the northern wasteland. Just as Zhao Yu is about to leave the wrecked pavilion, Song Xiangyuan bravely steps forward alone and offers herself as his maid or slave if he wants her. Zhao Yu praises her nerve and says he might have taken her in if she had a spirit root. He tests her on the spot with a spirit testing talisman, but the talisman burns without any reaction and proves she cannot cultivate. Zhao Yu tells her they have no fate in cultivation, but he still decides to reward her courage. With one command, Zhao Yu has the White Ghost Emperor pull the old madam over and declares that Song Xiangyuan has been redeemed by him. The old madam instantly understands and becomes even more respectful when Zhao Yu says the Changyang Ling family will settle the payment. Still unwilling to give up, Song Xiangyuan asks if there is truly no way for someone without a spirit root to cultivate, because her desire for immortality is absolute. Zhao Yu answers flatly that ordinary people cannot cultivate, even if legends speak of impossibly rare treasures that could change that. After that, Zhao Yu simply steps away and vanishes from sight, leaving Song Xiangyuan staring after him in a daze. The old madam immediately turns delighted and tells Song Xiangyuan that being noticed by an immortal means nobody in Changyang County will dare bully her now. A moment later, the county's elite men crowd around Song Xiangyuan and treat her like someone whose status has shot up overnight. Back in a quiet room at the core district of Nine Depths Mountain, Zhao Yu reviews what soul devouring can do and starts weighing which talent to strengthen next. He first considers formation talent for safer long-term defense in Wolf Ridge, and illusion talent to make the White Ghost Emperor harder to handle in battle. In the end, Zhao Yu decides alchemy matters most, because second-order pill refining will become too expensive unless his talent improves first. The Dao fruit's power pours into his soul, and Zhao Yu feels his alchemy talent rise to quite outstanding. He immediately understands the grim math too. To push this gift up to true genius level, he would need the souls of more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. The upgrade pays off right away, and many bottlenecks in pill refining suddenly stop feeling difficult to him. When he refines Crimson Blood Beast pattern pills again, one successful batch now gives him 20 proficiency points at once. Even better, consuming one of those pills with the Dao fruit doubles down on the gain, making his pill mastery climb far faster than before. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Nine Depths Mountain Market, when Kai Bai arrives and stops short when he sees 4 corpse stakes drawing a crowd. Once he gets closer and recognizes Golden Lion Master among the bodies, when Kai Bai can barely believe Zhao Yu really killed a great Foundation establishment cultivator. The whole market buzzes with the same rumor, because a body cultivator at Zhao Yu's level should never have been able to do this so cleanly. Ling Lianxue looks up at Golden Lion Master's corpse too and quietly realizes all over again just how extraordinary Zhao Yu has become. Now that she has seen the real cultivation world beyond Qing Linlan's protection, Lianxue understands what it truly means to have thrown away a pill master's favor. The warning works exactly as intended, and the restless bandits around the market suddenly start behaving after seeing even Golden Lion Master nailed up there. 10 days later, the bodies are finally taken down, ending the public warning display. Afterward, Zhao Yu uses the Ling family's channels to contact Su-Su_Bingyun and report the whole incident to her. At the frontline market, Ning Kanghin fumes when he hears that Golden Lion was killed by Zhao Yu, a man he had dismissed as only body refinement 4th level. He immediately decides Zhao Yu's strength was hidden all along, and he bitterly accuses Zhao Yu and Su-Su_Bingyun of lying about who really handled the Wang family's evil ghost. Ning Kanghin's position is already rotten, because everyone in Sung Ling's sect knows he abandoned his fellow disciples and ran during the Wang family battle. He wants revenge on Su-Su_Bingyun, but her backing is too strong, so the only target left is Zhao Yu. Even that plan stalls out, because Zhao Yu already proved deadly enough to kill Golden Lion, and Ning Kanghin has no wish to die the same way. With Zhao Yu protected by Su-Su_Bingyun and no safe way to pressure him through the sect, Ning Kanghin can only grit his teeth and wait. A year later at Wolf Ridge, Zhao Yu finally celebrates breaking through to second-order high-grade alchemy after a full year of non-stop refining. His cultivation has also reached Wudyuan Gong 9th level, and now his alchemy is finally good enough to attempt superior first-order lifespan extension pills. Zhao Yu had pushed his alchemy this far for one reason only. He had spent years collecting barely enough rare lifespan pill materials for about 30 batches. The first batch goes smoothly, and Zhao Yu immediately swallows a superior lifespan extension pill to see if all that effort paid off. It works exactly as he hoped, adding 10 full years to his life in a single shot. He keeps taking them one after another, but each pill loses a year of effect until the 11th one does nothing at all. By the end, Zhao Yu has stretched his lifespan by 55 years, pushing it to 153 and buying himself a much wider window to reach Foundation establishment. Before leaving, he calmly refines 2 more batches, making sure he has extra lifespan pills on hand. When Zhao Yu steps out to the pavilion, Li_Xianjiao_child is already there waiting with a bright smile and a table full of demon beast dishes. At the pavilion, Zhao Yu immediately realizes Li_Xianjiao_child has already reached Qi refining 10th level after only 2 years, a frightening pace even compared with Su-Su_Bingyun. As Zhao Yu enjoys the feast, he also notices that Li_Xianjiao_child's cooking has improved along with her cultivation. Then Zhao Yu gives Li_Xianjiao_child 5 bottles of superior lifespan extension pills and tells her to test how many she can absorb. Li_Xianjiao_child obeys at once, swallowing a pill and sitting cross-legged in the pavilion to refine it under Zhao Yu's watch. Her result is much worse than Zhao Yu's, because by the 3rd superior pill the effect is already slight, and the 4th has no effect at all. After telling her to keep cultivating and absorb the medicine properly, Zhao Yu leaves for a quiet meeting with Ling Qianxue by the lake. At the center of the lake, Ling Qianxue waits on an elegant boat in white palace dress, looking as graceful and distant as ever. Zhao Yu rides a flower basket magic artifact across the water to join her, and she welcomes him with tea already poured. As they drink, Ling Qianxue explains that the 5-sect war is still locked in a bloody stalemate because the 4 allied sects refuse to fully trust each other. The frontlines keep chewing through lives, with Foundation establishment cultivators dying in battle even as some loose cultivators seize the chaos to rise. With order collapsing across the northern wastelands, bandits are multiplying and the prices of artifacts, talismans, pills, and rare materials have all surged. After hearing her out, Zhao Yu gives Ling Qianxue 3 superior lifespan extension pills as a gift, claiming he happened to make them while improving his alchemy. Ling Qianxue lights up at once, because even ordinary first-order lifespan pills can sell for thousands of spirit stones, let alone superior ones. That leads straight into business, and Ling Qianxue tells Zhao Yu that Shuyang City's lord has invited the Ling family to a major upcoming auction. Zhao Yu is immediately interested when he realizes this is the auction run by the strongest of the 5 great loose cultivators in the northern wastes. The auction matters because Shuyang City sits on rich spiritual land and regularly draws countless loose cultivators with rare treasures, even Foundation establishment pills. Ling Qianxue finally reveals her real request and hands Zhao Yu a storage bag with 30,000 spirit stones, asking him to buy a Foundation establishment pill for the Ling family if one appears. She even begs him to go over budget by 10 or 20,000 if necessary, because she does not dare attend in person and risk losing the pill on the way back. Zhao Yu accepts the commission, taking the spirit stones and the responsibility with no hesitation. When he arrives outside Shuyang City, Zhao Yu is already disguised as a plain loose cultivator in black clothes, a straw hat, and a face-changing mask. A gate guard stops him at the entrance and hands over a booklet of Shiryang City's rules before letting him pass. The rules are strict: no fighting, no killing, no tricking other cultivators with illusion methods, and no sleeping on the streets after midnight. Once inside, Zhao Yu finds Shiryang City packed with cultivators and thriving on the kind of order and prosperity the northern wastelands badly lack. He heads straight to the Shiryang Commerce Association, planning to turn his own treasure into an auction ticket and gather needed resources at the same time. Inside, a young woman in green comes forward to greet him, but Zhao Yu skips small talk and asks to see the manager because he has goods worthy of auction. The attendant quickly leads him to a refined second-floor room and serves spiritual tea while the chamber prepares to evaluate him. Soon the branch manager Bairu arrives with Old Master Zhang, a white-haired appraiser, and asks this mysterious guest for his name. Zhao Yu gives the alias Luo Wuming and places 3 superior first-order lifespan extension pills on the table to answer for themselves. Bairu is instantly interested, because if the pills are real, they easily qualify for the auction. Old Master Zhang tests each vial carefully and confirms that every one of them is a genuine superior lifespan extension pill. With the appraisal settled, Bairu hands Zhao Yu a golden invitation to the auction and reminds him the chamber will keep 10% of the sale. Zhao Yu uses the chance to ask for Demon Beast inner pills, Fierce Ghost relics, second-order 5 elements spiritual objects, and medicinal materials. Bairu can only offer part of what he wants right now, so Zhao Yu buys a few spiritual objects from the list and leaves. After he is gone, Bairu keeps staring after him, clearly tempted by the source behind such rare pills. Old Master Zhang shuts down any dangerous ideas by reminding her that Shiryang City's reputation is built on never attacking guests. He points to the ruin of the old Thousand Mysteries auction as the perfect warning, because once that sect started murdering guests for treasure, everyone stopped trusting them. Shiryang City rose by doing the opposite, protecting traders so well that loose cultivators and even sect disciples flocked there instead. Bairu insists she was not planning a robbery at all, only wondering whether the chamber could cooperate with this man and buy his pills directly before the auction drives the price even higher. Old Master Zhang guesses the source anyway. In his eyes, pills of that quality almost certainly came from a direct disciple of the Danling sect. Zhao Yu settles into an inn in Shiryang City and waits for the auction to begin. 3 days later he arrives at the Grand Shiryang auction house and is impressed to see 9th-level Qi refining cultivators guarding even the door. He presents his golden invitation, and the guards immediately step aside to admit him as a qualified guest. A smiling maid leads Zhao Yu inside to a good seat near the front of the auction hall. Looking up from his seat, Zhao Yu sees the private boxes on the second floor and realizes only Foundation establishment cultivators are important enough to sit there with personal attendants. The Shiryang auction hall quickly fills with cultivators, and the scale alone makes it clear this is no ordinary market sale. When the Shiryang loose cultivator personally steps onto the platform to host, Zhao Yu immediately realizes this auction matters enough for a Foundation establishment great perfection expert to guard it himself. The first treasure is a superior first-order lifespan extension pill, and the room instantly turns feverish because 10 extra years of life is enough to drive Qi refining cultivators wild. Bidding for the 3 pills climbs into a frenzy, showing just how scarce top Dan Ling's sect longevity pills have become on the open market. Next comes a second-order Demon Beast inner core, and Zhao Yu frowns because the 5-sect war has cut off mountain hunting and pushed demon materials far above their old prices. When the price surges past 7,500 spirit stones, Zhao Yu cuts through the noise with a blunt bid of 8,000 and silences the hall. Reluctant and hostile looks fall on Zhao Yu, but he still takes this inner core and the next 2 as well, paying premium prices to secure all 3. The auction keeps escalating through rare materials until a Foundation establishment pill appears, and every loose cultivator at Great Circle Qi refining starts bidding like their future depends on it. Zhao Yu watches in silence as the Foundation establishment pill is driven to a shocking 40,000 spirit stones, a brutal reminder that in chaotic times power is worth any price. Then the host brings out a second-order high-grade evil ghost relic, the Ghost Mirror, and the ordinary floor bidders go quiet because only ghost cultivators and Foundation establishment experts would fight over something like this. The real contest starts between Box 7 and Box 9, with the Ghost Mirror price climbing fast as the 2 Foundation establishment bidders push each other higher. When the owner of Box 9 openly threatens Chikaiwa in Box 7, the auction instantly becomes a test of whether Shiryang City's rules mean anything at all. The Shiryang loose cultivator answers with overwhelming force, banning the Box 9 bidder on the spot and flooding the hall with an aura that leaves no doubt whose ground this is. With the bully forced out, the Ghost Mirror falls to Chikaiwa, and everyone is reminded that even the 5 great sects would rather not provoke the master of Shiryang City right now. A second-order mid-grade ghost bracelet appears next, and Zhao Yu jumps the price straight to 17,000 to show he seriously wants Ghost Path resources. From Box 7, Chikaiwa studies Zhao Yu and guesses he is not from the Ghost Path sect but someone who inherited a Ghost Path legacy on his own. Chikaiwa casually raises the bid to 18,000, and Zhao Yu lets the ghost bracelet go rather than provoke a Foundation establishment cultivator over one item. Then the host reveals a second-order superior-grade fierce ghost relic, the Ghost Jar, and Zhao Yu immediately throws out a massive bid of 26,000 to end the argument before it starts. Chi Kaiwa finds the rich chi refining cultivator more and more interesting, but after a moment's calculation she decides not to fight Zhao Yu for the ghost jar. Zhao Yu pays for the treasures he won, then leaves the auction house as quickly as possible before anyone can make trouble. Several cultivators secretly trail him from a distance, proving his big spending inside the hall has already painted a target on his back. Once he reaches a desolate stretch of wilderness, Zhao Yu suddenly stops, turns toward the forest, and calls the hidden followers out himself. 3 great circle chi refining cultivators step out and demand all his wealth, pretending they might spare him even though Zhao Yu knows they plan to wipe out every trace. Zhao Yu refuses to play along and answers by summoning a pitch-black coffin, making it clear this robbery has already turned into an execution. The coffin opens to reveal a copper corpse, and with the corpse-controlling bell in his hand Zhao Yu sends the undead servant straight at the 3 attackers. The lead Taoist panics and fires a blazing magic sword fire snake at the charging corpse, while his allies throw a giant net at Zhao Yu and back it with a second-order fire snake talisman. Zhao Yu answers cleanly, using a superior golden light talisman to shield himself and a flying dagger to blast through the incoming fire snake and kill the talisman user in one shot. He follows with the green pine sword to grow thick vines against the net, and when the silver mesh tears through them, another crimson flying dagger kills the net wielder anyway. At Chi refining level 9, Zhao Yu's flying dagger technique is already deadly enough that average great circle cultivators die before they can really threaten him. The copper corpse smashes through the lead Taoist's fire snake, burns straight through the flames, and punches a hole clean through his chest. But before Zhao Yu can relax, a cold voice from the side reveals the real trap. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators have been watching the whole time. One is the short, ugly poisonous toad cultivator, and the other is a stunning yellow-robed enchantress whose smile makes the danger feel even worse. Their filthy banter over who gets Zhao Yu's copper corpse confirms they are both only first-level Foundation establishment, but also that they already see him as loot. As the enchantress turns her charm on him, Zhao Yu immediately feels how dangerous her bewitching technique is and realizes his current cultivation leaves him weak against this kind of attack. Zhao Yu makes a ruthless decision on the spot. If he cannot resist the caster, he will kill the caster first. He releases the White Ghost Emperor from the Ghost Nurturing Jar and sends the evil ghost straight at the enchantress, choosing an opponent with no mortal desire to be swayed by her charms. At the same time, Zhao Yu rings the corpse-controlling bell again and drives the copper corpse toward the poisonous toad cultivator so neither Foundation establishment enemy gets to attack freely. The enchantress goes pale the instant she recognizes a second-order evil ghost, and she hurriedly throws up a silk scarf barrier with fragrant mist to save herself. Her charm arts can ruin most cultivators below the top techniques, but against the White Ghost Emperor they backfire completely because an evil ghost with no desires is her natural enemy. In the next instant, the White Ghost Emperor reaches her and drives a claw straight through the silk scarf barrier. The White Ghost Emperor's black ghost energy smothered the colorful fairy's pink charm mist and shredded her silk scarf in one savage rush. Terrified, the colorful fairy hid behind Toxic Toad Elder and begged him to save her, offering herself if he did. Toxic Toad Elder had wanted to run, but her fragrance and face dragged him off reason and into battle. With a spell, Toxic Toad Elder blew up into a 10-foot poison-covered toad monster and spat a black poison stream at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu rang the corpse-controlling bell, and his copper corpse jumped in front of him to punch into the poison blast. The poison chewed through the copper corpse, but even half-corroded it still staggered toward Toxic Toad Elder. The White Ghost Emperor spat out its own ghost energy, swallowed the poison stream into darkness, and blinked straight to Toxic Toad Elder's face. Panicking, Toxic Toad Elder threw out a black toadskin spiritual tool to trap the ghost before it reached him. It lasted a heartbeat before ghost claws ripped through the toad skin and tore Toxic Toad Elder's head clean off. Toxic Toad Elder died in shocked despair, and the White Ghost Emperor tossed his head aside like it meant nothing. Now alone, the colorful fairy switched from charm to desperate begging and offered to become Zhao Yu's slave if he spared her. For one dangerous instant, her charm almost hooked Zhao Yu's heart and made him want to give her everything. Zhao Yu bit his tongue, snapped awake, raised his supreme-grade white shield, and recalled the damaged copper corpse to guard him. Seeing Zhao Yu resist her, the colorful fairy dropped the sweet act and cursed her bad luck for meeting such a cold man. She hurled her palace ribbons at full power, but the White Ghost Emperor blackened them and shredded them apart. In the next instant, the ghost was in front of her and drove a claw straight through her heart. After the fight, Zhao Yu let the White Ghost Emperor devour the 5 cultivators' souls, refined them with the Tao fruit of devouring, grabbed every corpse and storage bag, and left fast. Back in the quiet room at Wolf Ridge, Zhao Yu reviewed the battle and decided raw combat growth mattered more now than polishing alchemy further. He spent the soul gains on formation and body refining talent, and sudden insight cracked open how badly he had been using his spirit with grand formation. He realized an ordinary cultivator could only trigger a set formation rigidly, but a true array master could twist its variations into power strong enough to kill far above their realm. Only after that breakthrough in understanding did Zhao Yu turn to the dead raiders' spoils. Among the rewards were a huge pile of spirit stones, talismans, pills, and enough resources to make the ambush feel very profitable. The toxic toad technique impressed him with its strength, but he dismissed it because training it meant poisoning himself into an ugly wreck. The colorful charm technique looked even worse to him, just a seduction art for trapping men and using them as furnaces. Even if he had no use for those inheritances, Zhao Yu knew loose cultivators in the northern desolation would pay dearly for them. He also accepted the cost of victory. The copper corpse was badly damaged and would need time buried and nourished to recover. As the north grew more chaotic, Zhao Yu decided the only safe answer was to raise his own strength as fast as possible. He summoned the White Ghost Emperor, opened the Fierce Ghost Relic Jar, and drew in its negative energy to feed the ghost directly. The White Ghost Emperor's face turned fiercer, its aura thickened, and it finally advanced to second-order medium grade. Zhao Yu judged that this stronger ghost could now fight some 6th-level Foundation Establishment cultivators, but he still warned himself not to get reckless around lightning or anti-evil methods. Because the outside world was falling apart, he deliberately chose the wasteful path of faster short-term power instead of the more efficient long plan. With that settled, Zhao Yu moved to the alchemy room and started refining Foundation Establishment pills from the materials he had stockpiled. 3 days later, he opened the furnace to find 10 fragrant top-quality Foundation Establishment pills waiting inside. Zhao Yu knew exactly how precious they were: better success, less damage on failure, and a price so high he did not dare risk selling them openly. A few days later on the Wolf Ridge Mountain boat, Zhao Yu quietly told Ling Qianxue he had failed to buy her a Foundation Establishment pill in Shiyang City. Ling Qianxue took it lightly and said she could wait for the next auction, still trusting him. Then Zhao Yu surprised her by handing over a jade bottle and admitting he had prepared a top-quality Foundation Establishment pill for her instead. When she saw the pill, Ling Qianxue lit up at once because even the Danling sect rarely produced treasure of that grade. Once the gift was settled, Zhao Yu turned serious and warned that the region was becoming too dangerous to live scattered any longer. He asked Ling Qianxue to move the Ling family to Wolf Ridge for temporary shelter, warning that even a Foundation Establishment family had already been wiped out in the chaos. Ling Qianxue immediately pointed out the real obstacle. Su_Bingyun would never agree to the Ling family settling there for good. Zhao Yu pushed back that short-term refuge was different, and he used a brutal example to make the stakes clear. The Miao family had already been wiped out by raiders. That news hit Ling Qianxue hard, because if raiders could erase one Foundation Establishment family, the others were no longer safe either. After a brief silence, Ling Qianxue made the call and agreed to relocate the Ling family to Wolf Ridge until the war passed. Relieved, Zhao Yu reached over and took her hand, and Ling Qianxue answered with a shy blush instead of pulling away. After their private warmth passed, Ling Qianxue hurried home and began moving the Ling family and direct line to Wolf Ridge. Before leaving, she sealed Spirit Lotus Lake with its formation, while the major figures in Nine Deep Mountain Market also started their own patrols. Back in Wolf Ridge's alchemy room, Zhao Yu finished a new batch of 10 top-quality Golden Sha body refining pills from fiery gold ape cores. He judged the Golden Sha beast god body far stronger than his self-made Vajra dragon elephant art and swallowed a pill on the spot. A fierce sharp heat tore through his body, and Zhao Yu immediately guided it through the Golden Sha beast god body technique to forge himself stronger. Because his body was already strong, Zhao Yu broke into the Golden Sha beast god body cleanly and reached its first layer without trouble. After that, life at Wolf Ridge turned into a disciplined rhythm of alchemy, body refining, Wudyuan Gong, and formation study. When the pressure grew dull, Zhao Yu escaped it for a while by roaming the lake with Ling Qianxue and enjoying a rare stretch of spring peace. But outside that small calm, Sun Country kept sliding into chaos as markets fell to raiders and evil ghost sect forces, leaving heavy casualties behind. Refugees began flocking to Wolf Ridge, hoping Zhao Yu would let them in before the violence reached them too. Zhao Yu refused them all, because he knew a fortress was easiest to destroy from the inside once even one traitor slipped through. That hard line came from a grim lesson. The Wang family had been exterminated after a traitor broke its Thousand Trees formation and opened the way for slaughter. In these lands, even sects that usually maintained order could become merciless when punishing betrayal, so Zhao Yu kept Wolf Ridge shut tight to the very end of the excerpt. Just outside Wolf Ridge, a filthy and exhausted Xiao Cixi pushes forward, convinced that if she can reach Xiao Yu's territory, her pursuers will finally hesitate. Two loose cultivators step out of the woods and block her path, openly mocking her plan to run to Zhao Yu for protection. Xiao Cixi desperately throws out the biggest name she can, warning that she is close to Ling Qianxue and Zhao Yu, and reminding them what happened to stronger men who crossed him. The threat rattles them for a moment, but the older man sneers that a true Foundation Establishment expert like Yunling is worth more than a woman Zhao Yu barely knows. Xiao Cixi's heart sinks because she knows the ugly truth. She is only borrowing someone else's connections, and they may not be enough to save her. Then Ling Qianxue arrives from Wolf Ridge on a brocade handkerchief artifact, calm and cold, and asks what exactly these men think they are doing to her friend's companion. The two cultivators quickly change their tone and claim they are only obeying Yunling, who supposedly married into the Xiao family and wants Xiao Cixi brought home. Xiao Cixi drops to her knees and begs Ling Qianxue to save the Yefeng Xiao family, saying Yunling only married a branch daughter so he could steal the whole clan. Ling Qianxue does not argue with them at all, Her sword flashes once and the older pursuer dies on the spot. Before the younger man can do more than scream, Ling Qianshua's blade cuts off his head too. Her ruthless answer fits the North Desolate's reality. When new Foundation establishment cultivators often seize fallen families by marriage because good spirit lands are already claimed. Even so, Ling Qianxue says this decision is bigger than her, so the best she can do is take Xiao Sisi to Zhao Yu. The two women fly deeper into Tsenglong Mountain and find Zhao Yu on a lake boat hidden inside the mountain's safe inner area. In front of Zhao Yu, Xiao Sisi explains the whole disaster and kneels again, begging him to uphold justice and save her family. Zhao Yu gives nothing away and simply tells her it is late and she should rest, which feels like a quiet refusal. After Xiao Sisi is led away, Ling Qianxue quietly asks if he really plans to stay out of it. Zhao Yu answers bluntly that he has no ties to the Xiao family, and will not make an enemy of another Foundation establishment cultivator just because one girl asked him to. Ling Qianxue can only sigh and lean into him, because by now she knows Zhao Yu values caution and cultivation over reckless loyalty. Several days later, a Foundation establishment pressure crashes down outside Tsenglong Mountain as Yunling himself arrives and calls for Zhao Yu. The mountain's dense fog parts, and Zhao Yu flies out on a flower basket artifact to meet him at the edge of the formation instead of stepping into open danger. Yunling identifies himself as the new head of the Yu Maple Xiao family, and directly asks whether Zhao Yu is sheltering Xiao Sisi. Zhao Yu answers with polite ambiguity, admitting Xiao Sisi is his guest and suggesting they treat the whole thing as a misunderstanding and let it go for his sake. Yunling openly humiliates him, calling him a nobody hiding behind Su _Bingyun, then demands that Zhao Yu step out of the formation and settle it in magical combat. The onlookers around Wolf Ridge wait for a miracle, hoping the rumored killer of the Lin Mountain villains and Golden Lion will finally show his strength in public. Instead, Zhao Yu calmly says he is only a chi refining cultivator and plainly admits he is no match for a Foundation establishment opponent in magical combat. Hearing Zhao Yu admit he will not face Yunling in magical combat, Xiao Sisi bitterly realizes the rumors about him will not save her in the open. Seeing Zhao Yu refuse the bait, Yunling gives him 3 days to hand over Xiao Sisi and threatens that the Maple Xiao family will make him pay if he does not. Zhao Yu only smiles and says he will think about it, letting Yunling leave convinced he has cowed him. The moment Yunling is gone, Zhao Yu's eyes turn cold and he quietly sends out the White Ghost Emperor with a simple order: kill Yunling and anyone with him, but do it safely. Yunling soon lands on a mountaintop where an elderly Foundation establishment cultivator in official robes is waiting, revealing that his visit to Tsenglong Mountain was part of a larger plan. Yunling complains that Zhao Yu refused to leave the formation, and the official robed elder notes that Wolf Ridge only has a second-order low-grade spiritwood formation that should not stop true Foundation establishment attackers for long. Yunling lays out the scheme: wait 3 days, attack under the excuse of retrieving Xiao Sisi, and count on Ning Kanghan's help to keep Su _Bingyun from falling out with them over one chi refining cultivator. Their plotting stops cold when the official robed elder suddenly sees a white ghostly figure behind Yunling and realizes something terrifying has already reached them. The White Ghost Emperor fully reveals itself with a chilling grin, and even the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators instinctively recoil in fear. Yunling reacts first and whips out a silver-robed spiritual tool, trying to bind the ghost before it can close in. At the same time, the official robed elder throws out a heavenly thunder pearl, bringing out one of the nastiest weapons possible against a ghost creature. The White Ghost Emperor simply catches the silver rope, floods it with black ghost chi, and tears the spiritual tool apart with one claw. It spits a column of ghost aura at the incoming heavenly thunder pearl, but the explosion still tears through and blows off its right claw. Even heavily wounded, the ghost screams and instantly appears in front of Yunling, grabbing his head and ripping it free together with part of his spine. The official robed elder is horrified that the ghost survived a heavenly thunder pearl, but he still sends a crimson hook spiritual artifact that transforms into a flaming devil eagle and dives at it. The White Ghost Emperor tears into the fire eagle anyway, and black ghost chi clashes with blazing flames until the construct bursts apart and sets the ghost ablaze. Still burning from the blast, the White Ghost Emperor flashes in front of the official robed elder and rips out his heart before he can react. After killing both Foundation establishment cultivators, the White Ghost Emperor grabs their corpses and flies back toward Wolf Ridge as a white streak. Back on the lake boat, Zhao Yu is quietly drinking spiritual tea when the White Ghost Emperor returns and throws down both corpses in front of him. The ghost immediately devours their souls under Zhao Yu's Dao Fruit power, but Zhao Yu can see the fight was genuinely dangerous because the Heavenly Thunder Pearl left it badly injured. Zhao Yu quickly concludes that raw strength is not enough against Thunder Treasures, so the White Ghost Emperor needs illusion and recovery talents before it faces enemies like this again. He activates the Dao Fruit and channels a chilling power into the ghost, ordering it to awaken illusory ghost eyes and an indestructible ghost body. New ghost patterns emerge across the White Ghost Emperor's body, marking the successful awakening of both talents. Zhao Yu feeds it a spirit stone, and thanks to its new recovery talent, the battered ghost starts healing on the spot. In a guest room at Wolf Ridge, Xiao Sisi quietly panics that Zhao Yu might hand her over rather than make an enemy of the stronger Yunling hermit. When Ling Qianxue comes in smiling, Xiao Sisi blurts out that she wants to leave today so the Yunling hermit will not trouble Zhao Yu because of her. Ling Qianxue only gives her a sly smile and drags her outside, insisting Xiao Sisi see something first before making that decision. At the entrance of Wolf Ridge, Xiao Sisi freezes when she sees the Yunling hermit's corpse publicly hung up, his severed head and spine displayed beside it. The crowd buzzes in excitement, because in these dangerous times that corpse proves Wolf Ridge has a terrifying protector no one can ignore. Seeing Xiao Sisi staring at the corpse in shock, Ling Qianxue happily reveals that Brother Yu has already agreed to seek justice for the Xiao family. Soon after, Zhao Yu leads the return to Maple Spirit Mountain, riding in on a silk scarf with Ling Qianxue, while Xiao Sisi follows close behind on her flower basket artifact. Hovering outside the estate, Xiao Sisi loudly calls out for the traders inside to come receive Wolf Ridge's sect leader. Zhao Yu does not bother waiting, and with one casual strike from his supreme-grade water sword he rips a huge hole through the poorly managed red flame array. He immediately rings his corpse-controlling bell and releases the fully repaired bronze zombie to charge through the breach first. With Zhao Yu and Ling Qianxue behind her, Xiao Sisi rushes back into her family's occupied mountain to take it back. Inside the Xiao family grounds, a beautiful woman in blue palace dress blocks their path with a dozen followers and tries to intimidate Zhao Yu by invoking Yunling Wanderer's name. Xiao Sisi bitterly identifies the woman as Xiao Xuero, the family traitor who sided with the usurper. Zhao Yu cuts off the bluff at once, declaring that Yunling Wanderer is already dead and sentencing the whole group to die with him. His flying dagger flashes out first and nails Xiao Xuero through the head before she can even process what she heard. At the same time, the bronze zombie barrels into the enemy line and smashes one cultivator's chest apart with a single punch. Zhao Yu keeps firing dagger after dagger, dropping the recruited cultivators one by one with effortless precision. Ling Qianxue joins in with her top-grade magic sword, helping clean out the last of Yunling Wanderer's men. With the traitors wiped out, Xiao Sisi finally gets back inside and frees the Xiao family cultivators who had been trapped under the takeover. The usurper had never dared massacre the whole Xiao family, because a clan protected by Tsongling's sect still had value as long as he could seize control through Xiao Xuero. In the Xiao family's main hall, temporary family head Xiao Xinshan formally thanks Zhao Yu for killing the villain and restoring order. Zhao Yu answers like a practical cultivator, demanding copies of all the Xiao family's jade slips and 30 treasures from their treasury as his fee. Xiao Xinshan agrees immediately, and personally leads him to the family treasury. But once inside, Zhao Yu finds the treasury underwhelming, because Yunling Wanderer and his allies had already stripped out most of the real value. So Zhao Yu takes the remaining second-order spiritual objects, copies the jade slips, and leaves, knowing the best loot was already on the dead raiders themselves. Back in his quiet room at Wolf Ridge, Zhao Yu inspects the spoils from Yunling Wanderer and the other Foundation establishment cultivator, and finally sees where the real treasures went. One treasure stands out immediately: a spirit flame vermilion fruit that can push his fire spirit root to a higher level. Since his other spirit roots had already been raised to middle grade, Zhao Yu decides to devour this fruit next and upgrade his fire aptitude further. He swallows the spirit flame vermilion fruit and activates the Dao fruit's devouring power, drawing the treasure's essence into himself. The refinement triggers another body cleansing, and Zhao Yu successfully raises his fire spirit root to superior grade. Pleased that his cultivation speed will rise again, Zhao Yu cleans himself up and goes to celebrate with Ling Qianxue. After the Xiao family stabilizes a little, Xiao Sisi moves into Wolf Ridge instead of returning to that half-ruined home. On a boat in Wolf Ridge's lake, Ling Qianxue casually brings up the Xiao family's plan to offer Xiao Sisi to Zhao Yu as a concubine. Zhao Yu answers plainly that he does not like Xiao Sisi's temperament, even if the match would be easy to understand politically. Ling Qianxue admits Xiao Sisi is selfish, but she also points out that in the cultivation world, very few people stay truly pure. Zhao Yu softens and tells her that, for now, having Ling Qianxue beside him is already enough. Ling Qianxue immediately pokes at the weak point in that answer by bringing up Su_Bingyun. Rather than answer that directly, Zhao Yu abruptly steers the conversation into talisman theory and starts teaching instead. After listening, Ling Qianxue turns serious again and warns him that a strong group of robber cultivators from Miaoyuan State has already wiped out several cultivation families in Sun Country. Zhao Yu says he already knows, and with the White Ghost Emperor and the Spirit with Grand Formation backing him, he believes Wolf Ridge can hold. Reassured for the moment, Ling Qianxue leans into him, and the two enjoy the quiet scenery together. Several days later, Xin Yushan arrives at the foot of Wolf Ridge in a rush and sends in a talisman to beg for an urgent audience. The mountain fog parts for him, and Xiao Sisi comes to escort him inside under Zhao Yu's orders. Xiao Sisi leads him to the same lake boat, where Zhao Yu and Ling Qianxue are waiting. The moment he faces Zhao Yu, Xin Yushan drops to his knees, kowtows through red-rimmed eyes, and begs for justice after bandit cultivators wiped out the Qi Yangjing family. Zhao Yu immediately points out the ugly truth: enemies strong enough to erase the Jing family are almost certainly Foundation establishment cultivators, not small fry he can casually hunt. Still kneeling, Xin Yushan says he already begged Tsongling sect for help, but the war has stretched them too thin to spare anyone for his family's case. That answer drives home how dangerous the times are, and Ling Qianxue cannot help thinking her own family might have met the same fate if she had not aligned with Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu refuses to take the revenge mission, though he does offer Jing Yushan temporary shelter at Wolf Ridge because of Ling Qianxue. Too proud and too desperate to accept mere refuge, Jing Yushan bows once more and leaves Wolf Ridge on his own. Not far away, 3 robber cultivators are already watching Wolf Ridge from a mountain: the seductive Li Sanyang, a handsome Taoist, and their ugly old leader. Li Sanyang suggests slipping inside to sabotage the grand formation from within, showing just how boldly this group targets strongholds. The old man shuts that down, warning that Wolf Ridge's master may already have killed several Foundation establishment cultivators and cannot be treated lightly. Li Sanyang proposes raiding the Xiao family instead, but the Taoist dismisses that as easy and almost worthless after earlier looting. The Taoist argues for hitting Wolf Ridge anyway, trusting their old leader's mid-Foundation establishment strength to crush Zhao Yu despite his reputation. The old bandit leader makes the final call. Xintuhan from Sungling's sect is already closing in on them, so they have to strike now and flee Sun Country after this job. The 3 Foundation establishment robbers gather 26 vicious chi refining bandits and fly straight toward Wolf Ridge. Before they even reach the mountain, the Taoist throws a second-order band-breaking talisman into the mist to tear open Wolf Ridge's outer defense. The talisman detonates with a thunderous blast and rips a massive hole through the mountain's dense protective fog. With the way open, the Taoist roars for the charge and the 26 bandits surge in like a pack of blood-eyed wolves. As the invaders step into Wolf Ridge, Zhao Yu reacts at once, furious that anyone dared break into his mountain and ready to turn the Grand Formation into their grave. At Wolf Ridge, the Spiritwood Grand Formation erupts first, and glowing vines lash across the mountain to stop the kidnappers' assault. The bandit Taoist answers with a crimson treasure cauldron, sending out fire that burns every incoming vine to ash. At the same time, a copper corpse crashes into the raiders and starts tearing through late-stage chi refining bandits with brutal force. Li Sunyang steps in with a teasing smile and throws out a white net to lock the copper corpse down. The hooked net traps the corpse tightly, but its body is so hard the hooks only scrape white marks instead of piercing it. Then the ugly old man joins the attack too, cutting down a Wolf Ridge cultivator with a black staff and proving the raiders have 3 Foundation establishment experts. That display breaks Wolf Ridge's nerve, and more than a dozen hired cultivators turn and run instead of dying for Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu sees exactly what kind of people he recruited, and with one cold order, he sends the White Ghost Emperor to slaughter the invaders. The White Ghost Emperor's eyes twist with cursed seals, and a dense fog suddenly swallows the battlefield. Li Sanyang senses danger a heartbeat too late, and a claw bursts through her chest from behind with her own heart in its grip. The Taoist tries to break the strange fog with a second-order talisman, and the illusion finally tears open. What he sees is horrifying. Li Sanyang is already dead, and the bronze corpse is ripping her head from her body. Enraged by her death, the Taoist goes mad and drives his treasure cauldron harder, sending fire at both the formation vines and the corpse. But the real killer is behind him, and the White Ghost Emperor pierces his heart before he can fight back. The ugly elder realizes the fog is an illusion cast by a powerful second-order evil ghost, and for the first time he wants to run. Even while retreating, he still has to hack through the formation, shredding wave after wave of vines with a giant wind snake. The White Ghost Emperor blocks his escape and even slips through his first attack like a phantom. He barely throws up a white shield in time, but the ghost corrupts it with black aura, bats it aside, and tears out his heart too. With all 3 leaders dead, the White Ghost Emperor turns the fog on the remaining bandits, and makes them butcher each other in confusion. After the massacre, Zhao Yu executes the first deserters, expels the rest who ran, and rewards the brave, making Wolf Ridge smaller but more solid. Back in the quiet room, Zhao Yu decides the 3 Foundation establishment souls are too valuable to waste, and feeds them to the White Ghost Emperor through the Dao fruit. The refinement unlocks 3 new ghost talents at once, and Zhao Yu is especially pleased to gain strength, speed, and resistance to lightning and anti-evil techniques. That victory also hardens Zhao Yu's thinking, because hired cultivators proved unreliable, while people raised inside a force were willing to fight. He briefly considers taking disciples for himself, but drops the idea because all his energy is still pointed at Foundation establishment. Then he turns to the spoils and spots exactly what he wants: Earth Attribute Demon Beast inner pills that can push his Earth aptitude 1 step higher. He swallows 1 inner pill and spends 2 days refining it with the Dao fruit's devouring power. When the transformation finishes, Zhao Yu finally upgrades to a true Earth Spirit root and knows his future Foundation establishment odds have become frighteningly high. After bathing and changing, he checks his face in a Dharma mirror and finds himself looking even younger, now like a handsome man of about 22. In a good mood after that leap, Zhao Yu goes to Ling Qianxue and spends a full day relaxing with her instead of cultivating. News that 3 Foundation establishment raiders died at Wolf Ridge spreads fast, and the mountain suddenly becomes a place other robbers would rather avoid. A year passes smoothly, and Zhao Yu reaches the great circle of chi refining without any major trouble. Then in a secret chamber, Lili_Xianjiao_team comes to Zhao Yu as a grown, striking young woman and bluntly tells him she wants to establish her foundation now. Zhao Yu immediately hands over a top-quality Foundation establishment pill, choosing safety over pride even though she has a heavenly spirit root. Li_Xianjiao_teen says she could break through without a pill, but Zhao Yu insists there is no reason to take that risk. Once she goes inside to cultivate, Zhao Yu seals the area off and stations the White Ghost Emperor outside as a guard. 3 months later, a foundation establishment aura finally bursts from the chamber, and Zhao Yu knows she made it. Li_Xianjiao_teen steps out newly advanced and even more radiant, proudly telling Zhao Yu that she has entered foundation establishment. The joy only lasts a moment, because Li_Xianjiao_teen immediately thinks of her mother and hates that this power came too late to save her. Zhao Yu answers with a hard warning: the forces behind the Golden Yuan gambling house and 100 Flowers building are too powerful, so she must not seek revenge before reaching Golden Core. He follows that with an even colder rule: until she joins a sect, nobody except him can be allowed to learn that she already reached foundation establishment. Li_Xianjiao_teen understands exactly why. Because a 16-year-old foundation establishment cultivator with a heavenly spirit root would make the whole northern desolation come for her. So before his own seclusion begins, Zhao Yu spends time with her around Wolf Ridge and lets her enjoy a rare, happy celebration of her breakthrough. After arranging everything outside, Zhao Yu finally enters the quiet room himself and starts his own closed-door cultivation for foundation establishment. Alone in the quiet room, Zhao Yu steels himself for a risky breakthrough and decides his stacked advantages should be enough even without a superior foundation establishment pill. He swallows a superior red heart pill and a top-quality foundation establishment pill, then starts the Wudyuan Gong method to drive his mana into the breakthrough. His mana compresses and transforms, and the breakthrough starts remaking his meridians and organs from the inside out. The pill's heat floods through him and sustains the long transformation as his body and cultivation keep climbing in silence. 3 months later, Zhao Yu finally opens his eyes with a true foundation establishment aura and knows he made it. His status changes at once. Wudyuan Gong reaches foundation establishment first rank, his spiritual sense rises to foundation establishment second rank, and his lifespan jumps to 253 years. The breakthrough leaves Zhao Yu looking even more otherworldly, but his first real reaction is annoyed that wartime politics mean he has to hide it. He knows that if his foundation establishment becomes public, Danling's sect will drag him into the sect war unless he abandons Wolf Ridge and runs. Even so, he decides to celebrate in private, bathes, changes clothes, and steps out of seclusion refreshed. Waiting outside, Li_Xianjiao_teen greets him with a bright smile and congratulates him on reaching foundation establishment, while the White Ghost Emperor sits silently nearby. Zhao Yu takes Li_Xianjiao_teen to the lake pavilion boat, where they quietly celebrate with her cooked beast delicacies and a peaceful mountain view. After that quiet morning, Zhao Yu sends Li_Xianjiao_teen back to cultivate and heads to the study, where Ling Qianxue is already busy running his affairs. Ling Qianxue hurries over to ask if his seclusion went well, and Zhao Yu answers by letting his foundation establishment pressure spill out just enough for her to feel it. The shock hits her at once, and Ling Qianxue congratulates him much more tenderly now that Zhao Yu truly counts as a real foundation establishment cultivator. That night, Zhao Yu pulls Ling Qianxue into his arms, and her passion is stronger than ever after seeing him cross this line for real. After his breakthrough, Zhao Yu keeps disguising himself as a Qi refinement cultivator and continues cultivating quietly at Wolf Ridge. 2 years pass before a communication talisman suddenly flies to Zhao Yu while he lounges on the pavilion boat with Ling Qianxue. The message says the 5-sect war is over, and the Yin Ghost sect has officially secured a place in the North Desolate. Zhao Yu is genuinely stunned that the 4 great sects together still failed to drive the Yin Ghost sect out. Ling Qianxue explains that the 4 sects were never truly united, and without real cooperation even a stronger combined force could not finish the Yin Ghost sect. With the war settled, Zhao Yu quietly takes Li_Xianjiao_teen into a hidden chamber to decide her future. He gives her a clean choice: stay with him as a loose cultivator, or join one of the 4 great sects now that open war has ended. Li_Xianjiao_teen asks the question that really matters to her: if she stays with him, can she someday form a golden core and surpass Su_Bingyun? Zhao Yu answers honestly that he does not have a suitable golden core technique for her water heavenly spirit root, so staying with him would cripple her future chances. That blunt answer settles it for her, and Li_Xianjiao_teen sweetly says she wants to join Danling's sect and asks Zhao Yu to enter the same sect with her. Zhao Yu agrees without hesitation, promising they will join the same sect. The next day on the lake, Zhao Yu asks Ling Qianxue to leave Tsang country with him and go to Mushi country. His request hits hard, and Ling Qianxue can only ask if he really cannot stay. Zhao Yu tells her he truly wants her to come, but Ling Qianxue says she cannot abandon the Ling family that raised her and now depends on her completely. She explains that as the legitimate daughter of the Changyang Ling family, she cannot let their hard-won legacy collapse just because she wants to follow him. In the end, she apologizes and refuses to go to Mushi country with him. Since she is staying behind, Zhao Yu gives Ling Qianxue a coffin containing a foundation establishment-level copper zombie and the methods to control it. He also points out that she has reached Great Circle Qi refinement, and offers to guard her if she wants to attempt foundation establishment right now. Ling Qianxue makes up her mind on the spot and asks Zhao Yu to protect her breakthrough. Zhao Yu hands her 5 top-quality foundation establishment pills, and she is stunned that he can even produce something so precious. He brushes the question aside by saying the pills came from looted plundering cultivators, and Ling Qianxue happily accepts that answer because 6 top-quality pills make her success almost certain. 3 months later, a foundation establishment aura bursts from the quiet room at Wolf Ridge. Ling Qianxue steps out an hour later in white robes, more beautiful and more ethereal than before, having successfully entered foundation establishment. Zhao Yu congratulates her warmly, and Ling Qianxue proudly reveals she only needed one of the 6 pills to succeed. When she tries to return the extra foundation establishment pills, Zhao Yu tells her to keep them so the Ling family can raise more foundation establishment cultivators later. That kindness melts her, and the two spend another passionate night together before parting draws closer. The next day, news of Ling Qianxue's foundation establishment spreads across Sun Country and immediately stabilizes the Ling family's standing. With most great families wrecked by the 5-sect war, her breakthrough means the Ling family can still hold the market and Spirit Lotus Lake as a true foundation establishment family. 7 days later, Su_Bingyun asks Zhao Yu one last time if he really intends to leave Sun Country, reminding him she could recommend him into Tsungling sect. Zhao Yu says his mind is made up, and Su_Bingyun can only study him in silence and let the choice stand. After handing Wolf Ridge Mountain back to Su_Bingyun, Zhao Yu leaves Sun Country with Li_Xianjiao_Teen at his side. They reach Mushy Country's Tiger Spirit Mountain Market, where Zhao Yu rents Cave Mansion No. 43 in Zixin Alley for 3 years. As soon as they reach Cave Mansion No. 43, the next-door neighbor steps out, a cool, beautiful Qi Refinement 7th-level talisman master named Miao Kaiyan. Zhao Yu politely introduces himself as a pill master and presents Li_Xianjiao_Teen as his younger sister, opening the neighborly relationship on good terms. The neighbor returns the introduction, and Zhao Yu also learns that the other adjacent resident is a 9th-level Qi Refinement cultivator named Chai Lang. 2 months later, Zhao Yu goes to Tiger Spirit Mountain Market's practice room manager and asks to rent a Grade A room. The manager quotes 1 spirit stone per day, and Zhao Yu calmly pays 200 spirit stones to secure 200 days at once. When the manager asks his age, Zhao Yu says he is 46, still hiding the truth that he already broke through long ago. The manager wishes him luck, and Zhao Yu heads toward the Grade A practice room looking like a late loose cultivator about to gamble everything on foundation establishment. Left behind at the desk, the manager watches him go and privately assumes this 46-year-old loose cultivator will probably fail, because most loose cultivators die trying to establish their foundation. 3 months later, a foundation establishment aura suddenly erupts from Zhao Yu's practice room, and everyone nearby knows he actually made it. Manager Fong feels the pressure, and his old arrogance turns into envy because this loose cultivator has just stepped into a realm he once failed to reach. When Zhao Yu walks out smiling, Fong Li immediately rises and greets him as Senior Zhao, making the cultivation world's rank gap painfully clear. Back home, Li_Xianjiao_Teen grins and teases him about celebrating, already knowing exactly how he acts after a big win. Zhao Yu flicks her forehead and shoots down the idea, but he also notices with some alarm that the once scrawny girl has grown into a breathtaking young woman. Li_Xianjiao_Teen snaps that she is not a child anymore and heads back to cultivate, leaving Zhao Yu to swallow the awkward moment. News of Zhao Yu's breakthrough spreads through Huling Mountain Market, and the whole market buzzes because loose cultivators almost never survive foundation establishment. Even his neighbor Miao Kaiyan is stunned, because in 15 years here she has only heard of loose cultivators dying during the attempt. Visitors start lining up with congratulatory gifts, and several forces try to recruit Zhao Yu as a leader now that foundation establishment cultivators are in short supply after the war. Zhao Yu refuses every offer and quietly waits for the one invitation he actually wants. A month later, a sound transmission talisman finally arrives with a message from Dan Ling's sect elder Xiahou Zhenyu, and Zhao Yu knows the wait is over. Zhao Yu opens the formation and goes out to meet Xiahou Zhenyu, the foundation establishment elder in charge of Tiger Spirit Mountain Market. Xiahou Zhenyu congratulates him and presents a gift, making it clear this is not a casual visit but a formal recruitment. Inside the cave mansion, Li_Xianjiao_Teen serves spiritual tea and withdraws, leaving the two men to talk business. Xiahou Zhenyu gets straight to the point and invites Zhao Yu to join Dan Ling's sect as a guest elder. Zhao Yu immediately asks about the benefits and the restrictions, showing he wants terms, not flattery. Xiahou Zhenyu lays out the rewards, a technique up to foundation establishment completion, yearly contribution points, spirit stones, and future access to even golden core methods. He also makes the obligations clear. Zhao Yu must obey sect rules, protect sect interests, answer war summons, and complete one sect mission every 10 years. What really reassures Zhao Yu is what Dan Ling's sect does not demand: no lifeblood pledge and no soul lamp that could be used to punish betrayal. Satisfied with the terms, Zhao Yu agrees to become a guest elder of Dan Ling's sect. Xiahou Zhenyu hands him a guest elder token, and Zhao Yu sends mana into it to seal the agreement. Xiahou Zhenyu tells him they will leave for Dan Ling's sect in 5 days, and Zhao Yu is ready. 5 days later, Xiahou Zhenyu brings Zhao Yu to the Danxia mountain range, where Dan Ling's sect sits on a vast stretch of spiritual land centered on a top-grade spirit vein. Walking through the sect, Xiahou Zhenyu introduces Lingxia Peak, the main peak where the sect master and supreme elder reside. Xiahou Zhenyu explains that many high-grade peaks became vacant after the war, so Zhao Yu has arrived at exactly the right time to claim a strong residence. As they continue, Xiahou Zhenyu chats freely about Dan Ling's sect's culture, especially how its supreme elder Fairy Kai Ling only accepted female disciples, leaving the sect rich in women cultivators. Then a group of young Dan Ling's sect women walks down the mountain, and one girl in a blue palace dress instantly catches Zhao Yu's eye. Zhao Yu is visibly caught off guard, because this chi-refining girl looks even more stunning to him than Ling Qianxue and Su_Bingyun did after reaching Foundation establishment. The girls politely greet Uncle Master Xiahou, and when they hear Zhao Yu is the sect's new guest elder, they salute him too before moving on. After they leave, Xiahou Zhenyu names the beauty as Shangguan Lingxiu and admits countless people want her, but even Foundation establishment cultivators have not won her over. Zhao Yu immediately guesses a beauty that untouchable must have serious backing, and Xiahou Zhenyu confirms her master is the powerful Peony Fairy, one of the Northern Wasteland's top Foundation establishment figures. The tour finally reaches a palace, where Xiahou Zhenyu introduces Zhao Yu to Zhou Junjun, a late-stage Foundation establishment woman with white hair and real authority. Xiahou Zhenyu asks Zhou Junjun to help Zhao Yu pick a better cave mansion, cashing in a favor on the spot. Zhou Junjun agrees and lays out a map of available peaks, marking the best vacancies for him to choose from. As Zhao Yu studies the sect map, he realizes a spiritual peak is far more than a residence. Its resources belong to its master, and cultivation there is much faster than in an ordinary cave mansion. With all third-order mid-grade peaks already taken, Zhao Yu chooses the third-order low-grade Dan Yan Peak. Zhou Junjun explains the staffing rules next. Each peak master can keep 1 inner sect disciple, 5 outer sect disciples, and 20 servant disciples to run the mountain. She adds that Zhao Yu can even bring in outsiders by making them servant disciples, giving him room to build his own household on the peak. Once the choice is settled, Zhao Yu heads off on a flying artifact toward his newly assigned Dan Yan Peak. After he leaves, Zhou Junjun finally asks the real question: is Zhao Yu's background clean enough to trust? Xiahou Zhenyu summarizes Zhao Yu's history: born in a small Zhao family, sold off as a spirit farmer, addicted to pleasure in Black Mountain Market, then lifted by a lucky rescue of Su_Bingyun. He goes on to say Zhao Yu's rise came after revealing his alchemy talent under Su_Bingyun's protection, and that he also has close ties to Ling Qianxue. Xiahou Zhenyu even guesses why Zhao Yu joined now. Su_Bingyun refused to become his cultivation partner, and he still wants access to a golden core technique. That answer irritates Zhou Junjun, who dismisses Zhao Yu as a libertine the moment she hears about his old habits. But Xiahou Zhenyu pushes back hard, arguing that Zhao Yu may be lustful, yet he has proven deeply loyal and trustworthy when it really mattered. He reminds her that Zhao Yu protected a friend's wife and children, guarded the weakened Ling family without exploiting them, and even returned Wolfling Ridge to Su_Bingyun after Ling Qianxue advanced. By the end of the conversation, Zhou Junjun grudgingly agrees that if all of that is true, Zhao Yu is someone the sect can trust. Zhao Yu finally reaches Dan Yan Peak and likes what he sees, because this mountain cave mansion will be his base inside Dan Ling's sect. Inside, he finds the place fully outfitted for cultivation, alchemy, crafting, medicine, and storage, which makes it far better than a bare shelter. Zhao Yu decides the only thing he really needs to change is the protective formation, so he resets Dan Yan Peak to his own control and brings Li_Xianjiao_Teen in to live there with him. With Xiahou Zhenyu introducing him around, Zhao Yu steadily gets acquainted with the Foundation establishment cultivators of the sect over the next 3 months. 3 months later, Zhao Yu goes to Danma Hall and bows before sect master Jing Yunji, asking for an urgent audience with the Supreme Elder. Jing Yunji coolly tells him the Supreme Elder is in seclusion and will not meet people lightly, so if this matters that much, he needs to explain it to her first. Zhao Yu refuses to say more and insists the matter is so valuable that even Golden Core experts would care, which finally gets the sect master's attention. After a brief delay, Jing Yunji returns and silently leads Zhao Yu farther up Danxia Peak to the Supreme Elder's residence. Deep inside the peak residence, Zhao Yu comes face to face with Kai Ling Xianzi, the Dan Ling sect Supreme Elder, whose calm gaze alone feels overpowering. When Zhao Yu asks to speak in private, Jing Yunji is visibly displeased, but Kai Ling Xianzi orders her disciple to withdraw anyway. Once they are alone, Kai Ling Xianzi lets her golden core pressure leak out and warns Zhao Yu not to waste her time with something trivial. Zhao Yu finally reveals the real reason he came. He found a cultivator with a heavenly spirit root and wants to bring that person into Dan Ling's sect. The revelation hits hard enough that Kai Ling Xianzi crushes the tabletop by accident, because a heavenly spirit root disciple could decide whether a sect survives or dies. When she demands to know where this prodigy is, Zhao Yu says the person is hidden in his cave mansion because letting this leak could bring disaster onto Dan Ling's sect. Kai Ling Xianzi immediately approves of his caution, knowing the other sects would rather kill a heavenly spirit root genius than let Dan Ling's sect raise one. She wastes no time, wrapping Zhao Yu in multicolored light and flying straight to Dan Yen Peak with him. Back outside, Xin Yunji watches that multicolored escape light and realizes Zhao Yu must really have brought something important enough to move her master personally. At Zhao Yu's cave mansion, Lili_Xianjiao_teen comes out and innocently asks who the beautiful older sister is, forcing Zhao Yu to correct her fast. Lili_Xianjiao_teen quickly bows after the introduction, and Kailing Xianzi scans her with divine sense to confirm the truth for herself. Kailing Xianzi confirms that Lili_Xianjiao_teen really has a heavenly spirit root, then immediately regrets that she is already at foundation establishment instead of a younger disciple the sect could have raised from the start. Even with that regret, Kailing Xianzi immediately offers to take Lili_Xianjiao_teen as her disciple. Lili_Xianjiao_teen accepts on the spot and bows deeply, becoming Kailing Xianzi's 16th direct disciple. Pleased with the recommendation, Kailing Xianzi asks Zhao Yu what reward he wants for bringing a heavenly spirit root talent into the sect. Zhao Yu first asks to take her as his master, but Kailing Xianzi flatly rejects that because she does not accept male disciples. As planned, Zhao Yu moves to the request he really wants and asks instead for one of her top cultivation scriptures. Kailing Xianzi agrees to that much and summons 16 jade slips, though she still withholds the sect's core protection scripture from him. As Zhao Yu checks the jade slips, one of them catches his eye at once, and he chooses the Mountain Sutra. Kailing Xianzi warns him that the Mountain Sutra is a true top-tier nascent soul technique, but it is incomplete without a chi refinement section and notoriously devours resources. Zhao Yu surprises her by producing the missing chi refinement fragment of the Mountain Sutra, which means he can actually complete the inheritance. Since he has completed one powerful scripture already, Kailing Xianzi lets him pick a second technique too. This time Zhao Yu selects the primordial technique, aiming for another high-level path even though its later stages lead beyond the North Desolation. Kailing Xianzi warns that this technique comes from a major Great Qian sect and that if he wants the nascent soul continuation one day, he will have to go there himself. Before leaving, she gives one more hard rule: Zhao Yu must never spread these golden core techniques in the North Desolation or sell them, because the major sects would not forgive it. With the reward settled, Kailing Xianzi takes Lili_Xianjiao_teen away in multicolored light, leaving Zhao Yu alone in the now much quieter cave mansion. Zhao Yu turns straight back to cultivation, returning to his quiet room with the new scriptures in hand. The next day he goes to the Sex Scripture Pavilion, finds a top-grade transformative technique, and starts converting all his wood-attributed mana into earth-attributed mana. That conversion leaves him at his weakest, so even though he is improving his foundation, his combat power drops sharply during the process. 2 months later, the sect finally announces Lili_Xianjiao_teen as Kailing Xianzi's 16th direct disciple, and the whole Dan Ling sect is stirred by the news. The shock makes sense, because Kailing Xianzi's direct lineage is rare and famous, and this promotion instantly lifts Lili_Xianjiao_teen above Zhao Yu in sect status. 3 months later, Zhao Yu finally completes the full mana conversion and truly finishes changing over to earth-attributed power. But when he studies the Mountain Sutra more closely, he hits a brutal wall. Before he can properly cultivate it, he has to condense an earthly spirit body. The method is even harsher than he hoped, because it requires absorbing the spiritual energy of an entire suitable spiritual peak, or second-order high-grade spirit vein. Dan Yen Peak technically qualifies, but Zhao Yu knows the sect would never let him ruin its spirit vein, so that path is completely blocked. With no legal way to meet that requirement right now, Zhao Yu decides to cultivate ordinary earth element technique first and wait for a better chance before trying the Mountain Sutra later. Just then, a communication talisman flies into the cave mansion with a message from Xiahou Zhenyu inviting Zhao Yu to a small feast for some much-needed relaxation. Zhao Yu comes out to meet him, and Xiahou Zhenyu cheerfully urges him not to stay buried in cultivation all the time. Zhao Yu agrees to go, and the two leave together through the sect's skies. Watching Zhao Yu ride that flower basket, Xiahou Zhenyu gives practical advice on the move and tells him to learn a stronger flight escape art as soon as possible. Zhao Yu immediately asks which escape art in Dan Ling's sect is strongest, showing he has already taken the warning to heart. While flying together, Xiahou Zhenyu warmly teaches Zhao Yu that any real flying escape art starts with the second-order soaring cloud technique. Xiahou Zhenyu adds that the sect's true inheritance movement art belongs to the mystic true scripture, but for Zhao Yu the flying spirit escape technique is the best realistic goal. Their lesson ends at a luxurious cave palace banquet, where Zhang Yu and Tuoba Tai welcome the two latecomers with easy familiarity. Xiahou Zhenyu jokes that he deserves punishment for being late, then happily downs 3 cups in a row, proving he just wanted an excuse to drink. Zhang Yu turns the gathering into a proper show, summoning musicians until the hall fills with soft music and rising mist. Then Chen_Li Finqianli appears in white gauze and dances at the center of the hall, stunning the cultivators with beauty refined enough to rival famous enchantresses. Zhang Yu proudly reveals Chen_Li Finqianli is only a mortal, which makes the others admire her even more and regret that her talent cannot be cultivated. Seeing Zhao Yu as the guest worth flattering, Zhang Yu even offers to gift Chen_Li Finqianli to him, and Tuoba Tai has to swallow his own disappointment. Before Zhao Yu can answer, Lili_Xianjiao_Teen walks in smiling and casually breaks the mood by inviting herself into the banquet. Zhang Yu immediately hides his irritation, because everyone in Dan Ling's sect knows Kai Ling Fairy dotes on Lili_Xianjiao_Teen too much to offend her. Lili_Xianjiao_Teen walks straight to Zhao Yu, dismisses the two beauties beside him, and takes that seat for herself without hesitation. She starts pouring Zhao Yu tea and wine as if it is the most natural thing in the world, making their closeness impossible for the room to ignore. Zhang Yu catches the message immediately, and withdraws Chen_Li too, abandoning the earlier gift as the banquet shifts to safer conversation. After the small banquet ends and everyone leaves, Lili_Xianjiao_Teen goes back to her master's cave mansion and walks straight into trouble. Kai Ling Fairy sharply calls her out for visiting Zhao Yu again, already sounding like a mother who knows the answer and hates it. Lili_Xianjiao_Teen meekly admits it, and that only opens the door for Kai Ling Fairy to lecture her about the brutal gap between Zhao Yu's limits and her own future. Kai Ling Fairy insists Lili_Xianjiao_Teen is destined for golden core and maybe even nascent soul, while Zhao Yu may never reach that level at all. She pushes even harder, saying the northern wasteland is only a corner of the world and Lili_Xianjiao_Teen will one day attract top geniuses and even nascent soul proposals. Lili_Xianjiao_Teen does not argue point by point. She just murmurs the one answer Kai Ling Fairy cannot refute, that she only likes Uncle Xiao. That blunt confession leaves Kai Ling Fairy helplessly angry, and she can only send Lili_Xianjiao_Teen off to cultivate, while the girl leaves with a sweet smile. Left alone, Kai Ling Fairy admits Lili_Xianjiao_Teen is nearly perfect as a disciple, and that only makes Zhao Yu the one flaw she cannot stand. So she comes up with a practical solution: pair Zhao Yu with Peony Fairy, and Lili_Xianjiao_Teen's fixation might finally break without ruining the master-disciple bond. A few days later at Lingpei Peak, Peony Fairy gathers her 7 direct disciples, including the famously beautiful Shangguan Lingxiu. Peony Fairy says the order is clear: in 7 days she must meet Zhao Yu at Qianming Building, because the Grand Master wants the two of them to become Dao companions. Fan Lingdai immediately objects that the match is absurd, saying her master is a future golden core seed while Zhao Yu is a 46-year-old loose cultivator with a reputation for chasing women. Peony Fairy tells her not to insult the Grand Master, but her mild tone makes it obvious she does not truly disagree. Another disciple proposes a colder fix: let Shangguan Lingxiu marry Zhao Yu as a concubine, expose his lustful side, and cut Lili_Xianjiao_Teen off that way. The suggestion lands exactly where it was meant to, and several disciples look at Shangguan Lingxiu with poorly hidden satisfaction. Peony Fairy finally asks Shangguan Lingxiu herself, but the question is almost a formality because the decision has clearly already been made. Knowing resistance is useless, Shangguan Lingxiu bows her head and says she will marry if her master commands it. Peony Fairy seals it in one sentence and orders Shangguan Lingxiu to accompany her to Qianming Building in 7 days. 7 days later, Zhao Yu arrives early at a private room in Qianming Building and waits for whatever arrangement is coming. At the appointed time, Peony Fairy enters with Shangguan Lingxiu, and the meeting immediately feels more like business than romance. Once they sit, Peony Fairy gets straight to the point and says she has no interest in romance, so she wants to send her disciple Shangguan Lingxiu to Zhao Yu as a concubine instead. Zhao Yu agrees immediately, because he understands this is already the gentle version of what a powerful elder could have done to someone in his position. With the deal accepted, Peony Fairy orders Shangguan Lingxiu to stay by Zhao Yu's side from now on, then leaves without wasting another word. Zhao Yu brings Shangguan Lingxiu back to Danyan Peak on his flower basket artifact, and her new place in his household becomes real the moment they arrive. At the Peak residence, Zhao Yu hands Shangguan Lingxiu a restriction token and puts her in charge of the ordinary affairs of Danyan Peak. Once that is settled, Zhao Yu goes straight back to cultivation and starts hammering away at the soaring cloud technique on the summit. The first attempts keep collapsing under him, and Zhao Yu is left annoyed that his spell talent is still painfully ordinary even at Foundation establishment. He reflects that he already spent sect contribution to exchange the soaring cloud technique and air evasion technique, but 7 hard days still were not enough to master the easier one. Even so, Zhao Yu refuses to stop and keeps forcing mana through the technique again and again. After more failures, a real cloud finally forms under Zhao Yu's feet and lifts him cleanly into the air. He manages a steady short flight for the first time, and the beginner level of soaring cloud technique is finally his. That first self-powered flight leaves Zhao Yu genuinely pleased, even if he has already decided not to waste energy on other spells until his talent improves. Soon the sect hears that Shangguan Lingxiu has married down to Zhao Yu as a concubine, and the news quietly wounds a lot of jealous men. But because a Golden Core Elders will stands behind the arrangement, none of Shangguan Lingxiu's admirers dare to make trouble openly. 10 days later, Xiahou Zhenyu arrives at Danyan Peak in an escaped light and calls for Zhao Yu in person. Inside, Xiahou Zhenyu finds Shangguan Lingxiu already seated beside Zhao Yu serving spiritual tea, and he cannot help sighing at Zhao Yu's outrageous luck. Zhao Yu skips the teasing and asks why Xiahou Zhenyu came, sensing this visit is not just social. Xiahou Zhenyu's face turns grave as he delivers the real news. The 5 great sects will jointly explore the Sunlong mountain range, and Zhao Yu has been officially ordered to join the team as a guard heading to Xiaoyuan Mountain Market in 3 months. When Zhao Yu questions why he is being forced out on another mandatory mission so soon, Xiahou Zhenyu makes it clear this order came straight from the sect master. Zhao Yu immediately understands the pressure behind it, and suspects fairy-colored spirit is using the sect master's authority to push him away from Dan Ling's sect. Xiahou Zhenyu softens the blow by saying the sect will pay Zhao Yu 60,000 contribution points, but in return he must guard the Sunlong Mountains for 30 years and cannot come back without an imperial decree. The offer is not comforting, because Sunlong Mountain is rich but dangerous, and Zhao Yu's assigned destination only has a poor second-order low-grade spirit vein compared to the sect. Still, Xiahou Zhenyu is openly excited, because the pioneering order lets any cultivator who seizes and holds a spiritual land for a year keep it as their own. He reveals that he, Zhang Yu, and Tuobatai have all applied to go, and he urges Zhao Yu to join them in carving out territory to found their own foundation establishment families. Zhao Yu does not argue further, and after a few more words Xiahou Zhenyu leaves him alone with the order hanging over him. Afterward, Zhao Yu tells Shangguan Lingxiu the truth. In 3 months he is leaving for Sunlong Mountain for 30 years, and she can choose whether to follow him or stay in the sect. Shangguan Lingxiu answers immediately that husband and wife should share hardship, so if Zhao Yu goes, she wants to go too unless he truly sees her as a burden. Her answer pleases Zhao Yu, and he quietly rewards that loyalty by handing her several jade bottles filled with precious pills. When she recognizes superior-grade yellow spirit pills and red jade pills, Shangguan Lingxiu is visibly stunned, because even inner-sect disciples normally cannot get resources like this. Zhao Yu also makes the unspoken line clear to himself. If she had chosen to stay behind, he would not have forced her to go, but he would not have kept supporting her either. Once the assignment is settled, Zhao Yu immediately spends 30,000 contribution points inside the sect on several rare foundation establishment pills to strengthen his cultivation before the journey. He knows the sect keeps those recipes tightly controlled, so for now the only way forward is to buy finished pills and later analyze them through his own methods. 3 months later, Dan Ling's sect's departure square is packed with 32 massive spirit boats, and long lines of mortals boarding for the frontier. The scale of it shows what pioneering really means. Cultivators will clear demons and evil spirits, while mortals will build cities, farm the land, and turn wilderness into human territory. As the fleet prepares to leave, Zhao Yu arrives by drifting down on a white cloud with Shangguan Lingxiu beside him. Xiahou Zhenyu laughs at Zhao Yu's clumsy cloud riding, teasing that his soaring cloud technique still needs work. What really stands out is Shangguan Lingxiu's new look, because Zhao Yu has hidden her beauty under a dusty gray robe, thick braids, and loose hair falling over her face. When Xiahou Zhenyu jokes that such a disguise is a waste, Zhao Yu bluntly admits he did it to stop trouble before it starts. Zhao Yu's caution is practical, because without exposing his strongest hidden card, he knows he still looks like an ordinary early foundation establishment loose cultivator by sect standards. More escaped lights land on the flagship, and 5 more foundation establishment cultivators join the expedition, including Zhang Yu and Tuo Batai. The newcomers are introduced as Cui Qing, a tall bald monk, Qianli in a plain gray robe, and the strikingly beautiful Wei Yahui in goose yellow robes. With all 7 foundation establishment cultivators aboard as guardians, the 32 spirit boats light up together, and finally head for the Sunlong Mountains. During the trip, the 7 guardians gather on the flagship and start sounding each other out with casual conversation about plans in the frontier. Cui Qing notices Zhao Yu lacks manpower and offers him 3 boatloads of people, hinting that Zhao Yu could use them to seize land and build a family line. Zhao Yu refuses the bait and says he has just reached foundation establishment. His foundation is not stable, and he plans to spend the next 30 years safely cultivating at Xiaoyuan Mountain Market instead. Xiahou Zhenyu backs him up at once, praising that decision as the smart choice for someone who has only recently broken through. Once the fleet enters the Sunlong Mountains, the danger starts immediately when a second-order iron feather giant eagle dives in from the sky. Xiahou Zhenyu leaps out eagerly to claim the prey, whipping out a silver rope that expands in midair and snakes around the giant eagle. Before the eagle can break free, Xiahou Zhenyu sends out a green flying sword and cuts it down in a clean, brutal finish. Wei Yahui sweetly praises Xiahou Zhenyu's strength, and he accepts the compliment with cheerful modesty. Soon after, a blood-red cloud of Qishui man-eating sparrows rushes toward the fleet, and this time Cui Qing asks to handle it. Cui Qing brings out a strange pill furnace with 9 incense sticks, and the drifting fragrance turns into smoke serpents that slam into the flock. Instead of killing them outright, he stuns the whole flock and neatly captures the birds, showing off a profitable and unusually refined method. As more flying demon beasts keep coming, the other foundation establishment cultivators rush out to hunt them, while Zhao Yu stays put and avoids exposing himself for no reason. By evening, the fleet reaches the frontier, and huge numbers of mortals are unloaded around the market and the nearby 13 cities of mortals to begin settlement. Zhao Yu and the other foundation establishment cultivators press on to Xiaoyuan Mountain Market, where a burly bearded cultivator named Huat Sunghai eagerly comes forward to greet the new arrivals. Xiahou Jinyu introduces the newcomers, revealing that Huatsunghai is the Danling sect enforcement leader stationed at the market. Huatsunghai wastes no time building goodwill and invites all of them to the market's best restaurant, Yinsheng Building, for a welcome banquet. After the drinks start flowing, Zhao Yu brings up his real plan and tells Huatsunghai he wants to open a pill shop in the market. That instantly gets Huatsunghai's attention, and he asks the key question: can Zhao Yu refine pills that raise foundation establishment mana? The whole table turns toward Zhao Yu, because in the northern wilderness those pills are so rare that even wealthy cultivators usually cannot buy them. Zhao Yu answers carefully that he can only make top-grade first-order pills for now, but he is studying the triple snake pattern pill and will pay well for its materials if anyone brings them to him. That answer is enough to stir the table, because even the hope of buying foundation establishment pills locally is valuable in this frontier market. Huatsunghai immediately promises Zhao Yu the best shop location in the market, and even says he already has a stock of triple snake pattern materials, making it clear he intends to become Zhao Yu's first major buyer. With Huatsunghai's help, Zhao Yu settled into a cave mansion in Xiaoyuan Mountain Market and opened Xiaodan Pavilion in the market's best spot. As soon as Zhao Yu put superior yellow spirit pills and superior red jade pills on sale, Xiaodan Pavilion became the hottest shop in the market. The local alchemists could not match that quality, so Zhao Yu used the traffic to unload years of captured magic artifacts and talismans while buying valuable cultivation materials. Outside the shop, Xiahou Jinyu and 5 Danling Sect Foundation establishment cultivators kept recruiting Qi cultivation disciples and pushed deeper into the Tsunlong Mountains to clear demon beasts. Their hunts flooded Xiaoyuan Mountain Market with demon beast materials, crashing prices and handing Zhao Yu a perfect chance to stock up. Because the triple snake pattern pill relied on second-order demon beast ingredients, Zhao Yu bought the materials in bulk, and Huatsunghai even sold to him at a discount. 2 years passed, and in his quiet room Zhao Yu finally broke through to Foundation Establishment Level 4. He was openly pleased with himself, because this step pushed him into mid-stage Foundation Establishment at last. Zhao Yu knew he had advanced this fast because Xiaoyuan Mountain Market had far richer resources and wealthier cultivators than his old market ever did. He also checked on the White Ghost Emperor and saw that feeding it fierce ghost relics had already raised it to second-order mid-grade. Since the mountains produced plenty of evil spirits, Zhao Yu had been buying up fierce ghost relics in bulk and turning them into food for his strongest protector. When Zhao Yu stepped into the dining hall, Shangguan Lingxiu was already waiting in beautiful clothes with spirit food prepared for him. Her cooking had improved so much in less than a year that Zhao Yu genuinely enjoyed these quiet meals with her. After eating, Zhao Yu patiently answered Shangguan Lingxiu's cultivation questions and guided her practice. Seeing her sit there so gently after the lesson, Zhao Yu could not help pulling Shangguan Lingxiu into his arms. Shangguan Lingxiu shyly confessed that she was willing too, but Zhao Yu forced himself to stop. He explained that keeping her primordial Yin body intact would improve her odds of surviving Foundation Establishment, so he wanted to wait for her sake. That answer reassured her, and she leaned into him with a sweet smile instead of feeling rejected. Zhao Yu even offered to buy servants to lighten her workload, but Shangguan Lingxiu politely refused. Part of her relief was personal too, because Zhao Yu spent his days cultivating at home instead of chasing women outside, and she did not want pretty maids dividing his attention. Thanks to Zhao Yu's superior elixirs, Shangguan Lingxiu had already climbed all the way to the 8th level of Qi cultivation in just these 2 years. That quiet evening broke when a communication talisman arrived carrying Xiahou Jinyu's booming voice from outside the cave mansion. Zhao Yu opened the array gate and found Xiahou Jinyu standing there with Huatsunghai. After tea was served, Huatsunghai glanced at Shangguan Lingxiu and teasingly said Zhao Yu had every reason to stay home all day. Xiahou Jinyu got to the point and invited Zhao Yu to help hunt more than a dozen second-order demon beasts guarding a newly found third-order low-grade spirit vein. Zhao Yu refused without hesitation, admitting that his alchemy was strong but his direct combat was still too weak for that kind of risk. Huatsunghai just laughed, because he had already expected Zhao Yu to choose caution over glory. Since Zhao Yu would not join the hunt, Huatsunghai asked him to manage Xiaoyuan Mountain Market for a few days while they went after the spirit vein. The reward was huge enough to tempt them, because a third-order spirit vein could earn sect merit on the level of a Golden Core Path manual. Zhao Yu accepted the temporary post, and the next day Huatsunghai left with Xiahou Jinyu for the mountains. At the Danling Sect Enforcement Headquarters, the Deputy Captain Zongqing formally saluted Zhao Yu as the acting manager of Little Yuan Mountain Market. Zhao Yu made one thing clear right away: the rules would not change, and he only wanted urgent matters brought to him. Zongqing still brought him one real problem: an evil spirit case in Yuanyi City where Captain Fan Yu had vanished for 2 days after leading the investigation. Because even Fan Yu had not returned, Zongqing suspected a Foundation Establishment ghost creature and asked Zhao Yu to step in himself. Zhao Yu reviewed the file, confirmed the details, and immediately flew toward Yuanyi City. In Yuanyi City's deserted Wei Alley, the open gate of the abandoned Lu Mansion made the whole street feel wrong at a glance. Using his enhanced sight, Zhao Yu saw ghostly black qi soaking the Lu Mansion and immediately confirmed this was the source of the evil spirit. He stayed relaxed anyway, because beside him stood the White Ghost Emperor, a ghost king strong enough to crush ordinary evil ghosts. As Zhao Yu entered the front yard, Steward Lu and 4 servants came out looking like ordinary people asking the immortals for help, but something about them felt wrong. Zhao Yu did not let the fake steward and servants get close and instantly cut all 5 human bodies in half with his magic sword. His strike exposed the trap at once, as evil ghosts burst out of the split bodies and lunged for him. Because the White Ghost Emperor had already warned him, Zhao Yu was ready and destroyed the ghosts before they could surprise him. Leaving 5 ghost relics behind him, Zhao Yu kept walking deeper into the Lu mansion and cut down more evil ghosts along the way. Deep inside the mansion, the real mastermind sensed movement and brightened when he thought Huat Sunghai had finally taken the bait. He rushed out in black escape light, only to stop cold when he saw Zhao Yu instead of the man he expected. Zhao Yu identified himself as Dan Ling Sex Zhao Yu and attacked immediately, releasing the full pressure of Foundation Establishment Level 4. Instead of panicking, the Ghost Cultivator got excited and decided Zhao Yu would make an even better chief spirit for his blood banner than Huat Sunghai. He raised the blood banner of 100 ghosts, and the blood-red artifact swelled with ghostly power as faces and evil spirits poured out. One face tore free from the banner and revealed Fan Yu, now twisted into a vicious ghost under the enemy's control. As more ghosts fed into Fan Yu's ghost body, it rose to second-order mid-grade and caught Zhao Yu's flying sword with black claws. A second banner face became an even larger evil ghost, and it also rose to second-order mid-grade before throwing itself at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu admitted his own combat spell work was still lacking and finally called for the White Ghost Emperor to kill them. The White Ghost Emperor grinned, leaped in front of the giant ghost, and overpowered it the moment their claws met. Then the White Ghost Emperor simply bit the giant ghost down and swallowed it whole. That sight finally scared the Ghost Cultivator, because even his strongest banner method was being crushed with ease. Desperate to hold the line, he threw out an evil-suppressing talisman as the White Ghost Emperor closed in. The talisman's cleansing light filled the courtyard, and even Fan Yu's ghost form started smoking as it clung to Zhao Yu's sword and recoiled from the purification. The White Ghost Emperor ignored the evil-suppressing talisman's purifying light, burned through the backlash, and lunged straight at Fang Li. In one savage claw strike, the White Ghost Emperor killed Fang Li, ripping out his head and spine as the evil-suppressing talisman burned to ash. With Fang Li dead, the evil ghost he had refined shrank back into the Blood Ghost banner, leaving only a tormented face twisted inside the cloth. Zhao Yu took Fan Li's storage pouch while the White Ghost Emperor swallowed the dead demonic cultivator's soul and stripped away his memories. From those stolen memories, Zhao Yu learned Fan Li was a loose cultivator who found an ancient cave mansion and got both the Blood Ghost banner method and the demonic blood technique. Those memories also showed how Fan Li slaughtered innocents to strengthen the banner, stole a Foundation Establishment pill, and rose to Foundation Establishment by demonic means. Worse, Fan Li's next target had been Huat Sunghai, because refining a Foundation Establishment cultivator into the banner would push it even higher. Zhao Yu quickly judged that the Blood Ghost banner was far too cruel and too obviously demonic to keep, no matter how powerful it was. Zhao Yu knew the major sects would wipe out demonic cultivators on sight, because their quick cultivation came from turning people into materials and destroying whole regions. So Zhao Yu fed the entire Blood Ghost banner to the White Ghost Emperor instead. Zhao Yu used the power of his devouring Dao fruit to help the White Ghost Emperor refine that dangerous treasure. Even with Zhao Yu's help, it took 10 full days for the White Ghost Emperor to digest the third-order evil relic at the banner's core. Because Shaoyuan Mountain sat beside dangerous demon beast territory, Zhao Yu decided the smartest move was to pour the gains into the White Ghost Emperor's strength. He sent a surge of energy through their human ghost pact, and the White Ghost Emperor's ghost body began a fierce new evolution. 3 days later, the White Ghost Emperor completed the upgrade and came out with an even more frightening aura. Now at second-order high grade, the White Ghost Emperor had late Foundation Establishment combat power, and Zhao Yu finally felt a little safer. Zhao Yu realized another Crimson Blood 100 Ghosts banner could push the White Ghost Emperor into third order, but a treasure built from a third-order evil ghost relic was far too rare to count on. When Zhao Yu finally checked Fan Li's storage bag, he was instantly disappointed because almost everything the man had owned had already been poured into refining the banner. The real prize in Fan Li's memories was the ancient cave mansion on a third-order medium-grade spirit vein deep inside Sanglong Mountain. But after thinking it through, Zhao Yu gave up on rushing in, because even with the White Ghost Emperor, a swarm of second-order beasts could still kill him. Before leaving, Zhao Yu swept through the loose cultivator's remaining ghost-nurturing sites and fed every useful nether item to the White Ghost Emperor. After that purge, Zhao Yu rode his flying treasure back to Shaoyuan Mountain Market. Back at the market, Zhao Yu told Zongqing that Elder Fang and everyone sent with him were dead, and the mess needed to be handled at once. Zongqing could only bow and accept it, already realizing Fan Yu's death had dumped a mountain of extra work onto his shoulders. Once home in his cave mansion, Zhao Yu consumed the dead Foundation Establishment cultivator's soul power to sharpen his magic talent. The improvement paid off quickly, and spells like the Soaring Cloud technique suddenly felt far easier for Zhao Yu to grasp. Later, After another session of cultivation, Zhao Yu frowned because his usual pills were losing effect and his next stage of progress would be much harder. He worked out the problem. The tricolored mist spirit pill materials were tightly controlled, and the 5-beast spirit pill demanded dangerous second-order beast cores and blood. Since even Xiaoyuan Mountain Market could not supply everything he needed, Yao Yu started thinking seriously about finding a better place to cultivate. That was when a communication talisman arrived, carrying Xiahou Zhenyu's voice from outside. Zhao Yu opened the formation and found Xiahou Zhenyu waiting alone at the door, looking unusually dejected. Zhao Yu brought him in, and Shangguan Lingxiu quietly served tea while the two men sat down to talk. Xiahou Zhenyu admitted the expedition had gone badly, even though they captured 7 spirit veins and killed more than a dozen second-order beasts. Then he dropped the real blow. What Sunghai, Tuo Batai, and Wei Yahui had all died. With 3 foundation establishment cultivators gone, Zhao Yu immediately understood how badly the market area's strength had just been cut down. Xiahou Zhenyu explained that the Hua, Tuoba, and Wei families now wanted Zhao Yu to join one of them and guard their spirit vein in exchange for full clan support. The reason was simple. Whoever held a spirit vein for a year under the joint decree kept it, and those families would lose everything if they could not defend what their dead elders won. Since Xiaoyuan Mountain's own spirit vein was too weak for his new stage, Zhao Yu asked what grade each family's spirit vein was. Xiahou Zhenyu told him the Hua and Tuoba families held second-order middle-grade spirit veins, while the Wei family had the best one at second-order high-grade. Zhao Yu immediately made his move and offered a top-quality foundation establishment pill in exchange for the Wei family's high-grade spirit vein. He added that if the Wei family refused, they could still negotiate with the Hua or Tuoba families instead. Xiahou Zhenyu praised the offer as generous, because the Wei family had no chance of holding that spirit vein on their own after Wei Yahui's death. Elsewhere in Fengyan City, Wei Minghui bristled that Zhao Yu wanted her ancestor's spirit vein for just one pill. But her father, Wei Hongqiu, shut that down at once and warned her not to speak carelessly about a powerful foundation establishment senior. Wei Hongqiu laid out the hard truth. Zhao Yu was already being proper by offering a top-quality foundation establishment pill, because without their ancestor, the Wei family could never defend that vein. He had already decided to hand the spirit vein over to Zhao Yu and send a woman from the family to serve him, with Wei Minghui as his first choice. Wei Minghui protested that Zhao Yu already had a concubine and she would only end up as a maid, so she pushed for another beautiful relative to be sent instead. After a brief hesitation, Wei Hongqiu agreed to send Xinlan instead. At the Tuoba family residence, Tuoba Ing made the same survival-minded choice and decided to offer his family's spirit vein to Zhao Yu in exchange for protection and continued access. To prove the Tuoba family's sincerity, Tuoba Ing said he would send his only daughter Shuer to serve Zhao Yu. An elder tried to talk him out of sacrificing his own daughter when a by-born girl would do, but Tuoba Ing refused to fake his respect. In the Hua family residence, Huing made a different calculation and chose to attach the family's spirit vein to Xiahou Zhenyu instead. When an elder asked why not choose another senior, Huing answered plainly that the others were only early foundation establishment, while Xiahou Zhenyu was already in the middle stage. Flying over his newly claimed second-order superior spiritual land, Zhao Yu sees just how huge it is and immediately realizes the problem. Rich spirit energy means nothing if no one is there to tame the wilderness. He understands that one foundation establishment cultivator can only carve out a cave or a small herb patch here, while turning the whole spirit vein into farms and medicine fields will take a crowd. That is exactly why Zhao Yu accepted the Wei family and Tuoba clan when they offered allegiance, because manpower matters as much as strength for frontier expansion. Before he can think any longer, a roaring swarm of golden ring poison bees rushes at him through the air. The bees are not terrifying one by one, but in a swarm their poison needles can even pierce talisman shields and force peak chi refining cultivators to run. Zhao Yu does not dodge at all and simply tells the White Ghost Emperor to move. The White Ghost Emperor opens its mouth and floods the sky with black ghost chi, wiping out the entire bee swarm in one brutal breath. Then the ghost sweeps over the falling bodies and devours their souls, letting Zhao Yu refine the harvest with the Dao fruit of devouring. Zhao Yu quickly judges the result with a little disappointment and a little satisfaction. Thousands of insect souls still do not equal one foundation establishment cultivator, but this monster-filled mountain range is perfect feeding ground for his Dao fruit. So Zhao Yu and the White Ghost Emperor spend the next stretch roaming the spirit land and killing every demon beast foolish enough to attack them. After a single day of non-stop hunting, he pours the gains into his weakest craft and raises his artifact refining talent to remarkably excellent. He keeps hunting for a month, and the constant soul harvest lets him push both his talisman path talent and ghost control talent up to remarkably excellent as well. By the end of the month, Zhao Yu sees the area is mostly cleared of demon beasts, but he also knows the problem will return unless the land is fully settled and turned into human territory. With that decision made, Zhao Yu turns into escape light and heads back toward Xiaoyuan Mountain Market to start real reclamation. 10 days later, north of Xiaoyuan Mountain Market, a huge reclamation force gathers at the forest edge, with Zhao Yu and the other foundation establishment cultivators standing at the front under Xiahou Zhenyu's lead. When the sun reaches the right point, Xiahou Zhenyu gives the order to begin. Torches soaked in kerosene fly into the forest, and the entire tree line erupts into a towering wall of fire. Jiang Yu follows up with a fan-shaped spiritual artifact and drives the blaze north with a gale, making the firestorm even more ferocious. The simple brutal method works exactly as intended, burning poisonous insects alive and forcing animals and low-level demon beasts to flee deeper into the mountains. Once the fire passes, ordinary cultivators reshape the scorched ground into hard stony roads where weeds can barely grow back. With the new routes secured, large groups of commoners start moving into the mountain interior under cultivator protection. 10 days into the campaign, Jiang Yu argues in camp that moving together is too slow and that the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators should split up before the rainy season ruins their chance. Zhao Yu pushes back at once, warning that splitting their strength in the Sunlong Mountains could turn one unexpected threat into a disaster. Jiang Yu dismisses that as cowardice and insists the second-order beasts here have already been wiped out, so delay is now the bigger danger. Qianli and Cui Qing both side with Jiang Yu, judging the remaining danger manageable compared to the coming rains. With the majority in favor, Xiahou Jinyu makes the final call and orders the teams to split. The next day, the huge reclamation force divides into 5 columns, each led by one Foundation establishment cultivator deeper into the wilderness. While leading his own team, Zhao Yu learns the Gale Force spell with shocking ease and keeps using it until the technique becomes sharper and stronger. 5 days later, he pushes the spell all the way to Grandmaster level, able to stir powerful winds across a 1,000-meter area and steer them at will. With that breakthrough, Zhao Yu's group starts clearing land even faster than before. Then one night, a half-asleep camp cultivator stumbles out to relieve himself and drifts toward the forest. Just outside the camp, he suddenly sees an impossible sight in the trees, a red mansion ringed by spirit flame vermilion fruits. The glowing fruit hooks him instantly, and greed takes over as he imagines buying a breakthrough with spirit stones. Without even questioning the trap, he walks straight toward the mansion like someone already under its pull. He ignores the fruit completely and steps through the mansion door, already lost to whatever is inside. The moment he enters, the door slams shut, the whole building shudders, and blood starts pouring out before being sucked back into the red walls. Back in his tent, Zhao Yu is jolted awake when the White Ghost Emperor suddenly rises in warning, making him suspect an evil spirit rather than an ordinary enemy. Zhao Yu steps outside and notices the patrols are still calm, which only makes the hidden threat feel stranger. A patrol leader hurries over to greet him, but Zhao Yu cuts him off with one warning: stay back and protect yourselves. Hearing the danger in Zhao Yu's voice, the patrol quickly falls back and watches from a distance with a defensive artifact ready. Following the White Ghost Emperor to the edge of camp, Zhao Yu finally sees the red mansion and the 10 spirit flame vermilion fruits around it, and even he feels a flash of temptation. The longer he looks at the mansion, the worse the premonition gets, so Zhao Yu decides the fruit is not worth a reckless approach. Instead of walking in, he tests it with a top-grade umbrella magical instrument and sends spirit silk threads toward the fruit. The mansion reacts instantly, coughing out black chi that rots the spirit silk and sends a black wind rolling back at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu does not hesitate and counters with an evil-suppressing talisman, using purifying light to strip away the evil wind. Under that purifying light, the red mansion starts trembling and burning with black smoke, as if its disguise is being forced apart. Then the house reveals its true form, a 4-fathom red monster packed with human and beast faces and swollen muscle, and it swallows the precious fruits into those screaming mouths. Watching from afar, the chi-refining patrol cultivators nearly freeze, finally understanding why Zhao Yu told them not to come closer. The first talisman keeps raining evil-dispelling light onto the monster, making it howl and reach upward in agony. Zhao Yu answers that opening with a low-grade spiritual tool's sword and strikes at the creature's neck with the full aura of a 4th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. But the monster's neck is a trap of living faces, and they bite into the sword one after another until the blade jams in place. Worse, more faces spit black corruption over the sword and ruin much of its spirituality in seconds. Seeing that the monster can foul his weapon, Zhao Yu clenches down and spends 2 more evil-suppressing talismans to pin it harder under purifying light. With the evil thing screaming under triple suppression, Zhao Yu launches another spiritual tool's sword and cleanly cuts off its head. Even that is not enough, because black aura immediately condenses a new head, forcing Zhao Yu to keep chopping again and again. Only after 10 brutal decapitations does the monster finally collapse and dissolve into drifting black smoke, leaving behind a single red piece of wood. Watching the fight's aftermath, the distant patrol cultivators are shaken by a new realization that Zhao Yu is far stronger than the market rumors claimed and must already be in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Zhao Yu feels a quick sting of regret over the lost spirit flame vermilion fruits, but the victory matters more than the missed prize. He picks up the strange redwood, fails to identify it on sight, and immediately feeds it to the White Ghost Emperor instead of wasting the chance. Using the Dao fruit of devouring once more, Zhao Yu refines the monster's remains into the White Ghost Emperor and pushes its cultivation to second-order high-grade, 2,000 out of 3,000. After wiping out the Red Mansion monster, Zhao Yu's group fought through more low-level beasts and finally reached a second-order superior spiritual land worth claiming. But once they stepped into that rich land, Zhao Yu banned the old slash-and-burn method because it would ruin the spiritual medicines and damage the spirit land itself. He laid down the rules on the spot: 3 rent-free years for newly opened farmland, then the rent would rise gradually, and the first reclaimers would keep renewal priority. With so much land and only 30,000 people, the families spread out peacefully and began opening fields instead of fighting over territory. Zhao Yu went straight to the heart of the spirit land, set up a basic Gathering Yuan Grand formation, and carved out a large if rough cave mansion for himself. Then he released the White Ghost Emperor to hunt freely while he patrolled the area and prepared to build a stronger defensive formation. Because the land already held many second-order spiritual plants, Zhao Yu chose to anchor a second-order inferior spirit with grand formation directly into the terrain. His years of formation study paid off here, especially after inheriting the Wang family's array notes, so he quickly began laying the spirit with grand formation across the entire territory. Half a month later, a stranger's escape light flew in from afar and triggered the new formation the moment it crossed into Zhao Yu's territory. A giant wood serpent burst from the formation, wrapped around the incoming cultivator, and a powerful suction force locked the whole area down. The trapped visitor hurriedly identified himself as Xiahou Mingde, disciple of Xiahou Jinyu, and the formation withdrew at once. A smoky path rose from the ground to guide him in, and Xiahou Mingde quietly realized just how impressive Zhao Yu's formation skills already were. Inside the cave mansion, Xiahou Mingde delivered bad news. Zhang Yu and Qianli had both died to red mansion monsters just like the one Zhao Yu had already faced. He also warned Zhao Yu to stay alert, because Xiahou Jinyu had sent him here specifically after those deaths. From that talk, Zhao Yu learned the dead men's families and the remaining clans had already shifted their allegiance to Xiahou Jinyu. The warning made the stakes plain again. Everyone in the Canlong Mountains was gambling their lives for land that could not be won any safer way. After delivering everything, Xiahou Mingde took his leave and Zhao Yu was left to keep building his foothold in the new territory. The next day, Tuo Bing came in person and respectfully offered his only daughter, Tuo Shui, to serve Zhao Yu. Tuo Shui's looks and bearing were striking enough that even Zhao Yu gave her an extra glance. Wei Hongzhou clearly understood what that gesture meant, but he stepped up right after and offered his foster daughter Wei Xinlan as well. Zhao Yu said he did need 2 servant girls and asked the women directly if they were willing to stay. Tuo Shui answered without hesitation, while Wei Xinlan paused first and only then agreed in a small, uncertain voice. Once the family heads were dismissed, Zhao Yu spoke with the 2 women and quickly saw the difference between them. Tuo Shui was sharp and well-bred, while Wei Xinlan was timid and lacked confidence. He immediately put Tuo Shui in charge of guiding Wei Xinlan, making the capable one train the fragile one. After that, Zhao Yu returned to Shaoyuan Mountain Market and brought Shangguan Lingxiu over to his new spiritual land residence. He introduced the 2 new maids to Shangguan Lingxiu and placed them under her management at once. The 2 women addressed Shangguan Lingxiu as Madam, making their status in Zhao Yu's household unmistakably clear. Seeing Shangguan Lingxiu's beauty, Tuo Shui instantly understood why Zhao Yu had kept them only as servant girls. But Shangguan Lingxiu also felt a small jolt of pressure when she saw how pretty the new servant girls were. Once the maids withdrew, Zhao Yu told Lingxiu he wanted her to handle the inner household and start learning some of the outside affairs too. Shangguan Lingxiu answered sweetly and accepted the role with clear delight, eager to become more useful to him. From the next day on, Zhao Yu expanded fast, recruiting servants and followers, planting a medicinal garden, and turning the crude cave mansion into a grand residence. A month later, a new escape light arrived, and this time it revealed a beautiful Foundation establishment woman in goose yellow robes riding a silk scarf artifact. Zhao Yu welcomed Fang Xuanlan in, and the formation raised its usual smoky path to lead her to the mansion. Inside, Tuo Shui and Wei Xinlan served tea beside Zhao Yu while Fang Xuanlan got straight to the point about the second-order medium-grade spirit vein in his hands. Fang Xuanlan proposed that Zhao Yu simply let her develop that spare spirit vein, arguing that he could not possibly manage 2 at once. Zhao Yu named a hard price instead, 30,000 spirit stones, no favors. She first tried to bargain, claiming she had only just reached Foundation establishment, and asking to pay later after developing the vein. Zhao Yu shut that down with one blunt refusal. So Fang Xuanlan switched tactics and offered herself as his Dao companion, hinting that marriage should be enough to earn the spirit vein. Zhao Yu refused that too and made it clear the deal would happen only for spirit stones. With a resentful sigh, Fang Xuanlan finally produced all 30,000 spirit stones after all, exposing that her earlier shortage had been a test or a ploy. After carefully counting the payment, Zhao Yu drafted the transfer document and sold her the spirit vein. Document in hand, Fang Xuanlan left at once, having gotten exactly what she came for and nothing more. A month later, Zhao Yu saw the last 3 ownerless spirit veins sold off by Xiahou Jinyu and Shui Qing to other Foundation establishment cultivators too. That was the practical choice in Sunlong Mountain Range, because unused land meant nothing without enough people to develop it, and enough experts to help bear the danger. Another month passed before Xiahou Mingde returned to Zhao Yu's residence with a personal invitation from his master. Even while staying polite, Xiahou Mingde could not help envying Zhao Yu when he saw a beauty like Tuo Shui serving openly in the household. Inside, Xiahou Mingde formally handed over an invitation. Xiahou Zhenyu would marry Fang Shuanglan as his Dao companion in 1 month. After hearing the news, Zhao Yu quietly reassessed Fang Shuanglan, realizing a woman who could make Xiahou Zhenyu take her as a Dao companion so quickly was far more formidable than she looked. Zhao Yu accepted the invitation, and Xiahou Mingde left again as quickly as he had come. A month later, Zhao Yu arrived at the wedding banquet in a luxurious cave mansion on Shiquan Ridge, where the Foundation establishment cultivators sat together at a jade table, while the other guests stayed at separate wooden tables farther away. With Xiahou Mingde introducing people around, Zhao Yu met the 3 unfamiliar Foundation establishment cultivators Tai Kunlin, Kong Feng, and Tong Shorin. Xiahou Zhenyu raised his cup first, openly delighted that so many peers had come to witness his wedding. Beside him, Fang Shuanglan looked dazzling in full wedding dress and returned his attention with a perfectly pleased smile. The other guests praised the match, and both bride and groom answered with polished words that showed they were presenting this union as a happy success. The marriage made more sense the longer one looked at it, because female Foundation establishment cultivators were rare in the northern wilderness, and Fang Shuanglan had targeted a man eager for exactly that kind of partner. In the middle of the feast, Fang Shuanglan cheerfully proposed forming a joint demon hunting team for the minor beast tide coming in 3 months. The table went quiet immediately, because none of the 7 Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to split their strength under Xiahou Zhenyu's lead unless they had to. Sensing the resistance, Xiahou Zhenyu laughed the subject away and pulled the banquet back to drinking before the mood could sour. After the feast ended, everyone returned to their own spirit lands and began preparing for the coming beast tide in their own way. Back on his own land, Zhao Yu kept sending the White Ghost Emperor out to thin the nearby demon beasts before the tide could swell. At the same time, Zhao Yu refined the souls of those slain beasts with his Dao fruit power, turning every kill into fuel for his own talent growth. He also organized his territory for war, recruiting cultivators into a demon hunting team and drilling commoners in evacuation, guidance, and emergency combat support. 3 months later, the beast tide finally reaches Xiaodan Ridge when a pack of crimson-furred fierce apes charges the edge of Zhao Yu's spiritual land. The White Ghost Emperor intercepts them alone and rips the heart from the first ape before the others can even react. The rest swarm him, but he moves like a blur and drops the whole group in moments. After the cleanup kill, the White Ghost Emperor fires a rainbow signal talisman into the sky and vanishes. Wei Tianyi arrives with his demon hunting team, sees the dead First-Order superior beasts, and realizes Zhao Yu has hidden Foundation establishment backing guarding the ridge. He cannot help comparing their calm situation to the other 6 families, whose teams are already taking casualties every day. That relief shatters when a black evil wind rolls in and a giant second-order snake slithers toward the team. Wei Tianyi and the others freeze in fear, because a second-order demon beast can wipe out a Qi refinement squad on the spot. Then Zhao Yu drops from the sky and escape light, and the team's panic instantly turns into hope. Zhao Yu wastes no time and sends his earthy yellow magic sword straight at the snake. The snake spits a yellow gale to stop the strike, but Zhao Yu's sword cuts through the wind and loops around its neck. One clean slash later, the second-order snake loses its head and crashes dead to the ground. Seeing a second-order corpse at his feet, Zhao Yu calmly thinks ahead to how badly beast tide hunting will crash demon beast prices. Wei Tianyi and his squad bow in gratitude, treating Zhao Yu like the guardian that keeps their morale from collapsing. Zhao Yu takes the snake's inner core for himself and leaves the rest of the carcass to the team to dismantle. But on a mountain 20 miles away, 3 second-order demon beasts are already watching Xiaodan Ridge and sizing up a real assault. The fox gives the signal, and the ape and wolf immediately launch toward Zhao Yu's territory. Behind them, hundreds of demonic apes and wolves pour forward under the 2 mid-grade second-order leaders, and the minor beast tide truly begins. Floating on clouds above the ridge, Zhao Yu sees the scale of the attack and knows only preparation will keep Xiaodan Ridge alive. Zhao Yu orders an immediate retreat, and the demon hunting team hurries from the outer edge back toward the ridge core before the horde reaches them. As the demon beasts cross into range, Zhao Yu activates the Spirit Wood Grand Formation with the Restriction Jade card. A barrier rises from the second-order Spirit Wood and cuts off roughly half the horde outside the formation. Inside the array, the Spirit Wood twists into wooden dragons that slam into the invading beasts. The weaker apes are shredded, but the armored mid-grade ape smashes wooden dragons apart with brute force. The giant wolf leader and its pack tear through the formation beasts too, forcing Zhao Yu into a costly defensive grind. At the formation core, Zhao Yu keeps feeding mana and spirit stones into the array as it shifts and counterattacks from every direction. Then the White Ghost Emperor joins the real fight and dives straight at the mid-grade demonic ape leader. The ape meets him head-on with a demonic punch powerful enough to shatter what looks like the Emperor's body. But the White Ghost Emperor had already cursed and deceived it, and a black ghost claw suddenly punches through the ape's back to rip out its heart. Their strongest ape drops dead, and the smaller apes can only roar helplessly as the wooden dragons keep them off the killer. The White Ghost Emperor immediately changes targets, and rushes the mid-grade wolf next. The wolf fires a yellow-brown beam that petrifies the White Ghost Emperor into a stone statue and blasts it into sand. That only tricks the wolf for an instant, because the real White Ghost Emperor appears above it, and crushes its head from behind with a ghost claw. With both second-order leaders dead, the White Ghost Emperor opens his curse-sealed eyes and releases a huge mass of eerie ghost fog across the battlefield. Every beast caught in the fog loses its mind and starts slaughtering its own side. The ghost fog keeps spreading through the ape horde until the formation grounds are carpeted with demon beast corpses. Even when the spirit-wood barrier finally drops and more beasts flood in, they just stumble into the fog and kill each other too. By the end of it, the entire attacking herd has been annihilated. Watching from a distant peak, the black demon fox decides Xiaodan Ridge is too dangerous and flees deeper into the Tsunglong mountain range. Zhao Yu is relieved the herd is gone, but he can already tell this defense only worked because the White Ghost Emperor burned a huge amount of power. He admits to himself that several more herds like this would be hard to stop, and his current spirit-wood grand formation is still not strong enough. While the demon hunting team starts cleaning the battlefield, the exhausted White Ghost Emperor returns to Zhao Yu and begins devouring spirit stones to recover. Looking over his options, Zhao Yu gives up on the impossible idea of raising the White Ghost Emperor's soul talent through 100 Foundation Establishment Beast Souls and chooses to unlock a new talent instead. The White Ghost Emperor's body trembles as a new ghost pattern slowly appears across him. The new talent is gathering in Ghost Body, letting the White Ghost Emperor absorb Death Chi, Resentment, and Ghost Chi while building a Yin domain to grow faster. Zhao Yu likes the new talent immediately, even if he still lacks any true ghost cultivation method to pair with it. Then Zhao Yu remembers the real payoff from this fight. The two mid-grade beast leaders just handed him the hard-to-find core materials for 5 beast spirit essence pills. The White Ghost Emperor suddenly tugs at him and passes over memories stolen from the dead demonic ape. That memory shows the trace of a spirit stone vein, and Zhao Yu is thrilled for one heartbeat before caution takes over. He quickly realizes mining a spirit stone vein would need manpower and secrecy, and a rich enough find could bring even Dan Ling Sec down on his head. So Zhao Yu decides to leave the vein untouched for now and not gamble on a fight he cannot control. The White Ghost Emperor passes him another memory, this time from the dead demon wolf. This memory is even more exciting. 7 Heavenly Cloud Ganoderma fruits, the main ingredient for Foundation Establishment pills, and proof that the wolf rose on them. Zhao Yu stays in the Xiaodan area, sorting through beast memories and crushing the useless ones with the devouring Dao fruit, while the nearby herds retreat from his territory. Not long after, an escape light crashes in at Zhao Yu's cave mansion and reveals a blood-soaked, ragged Xiahomingda. He calls out urgently for Uncle Master Zhao, sounding like a man who barely made it here alive. The cave door opens, and Tuoba Shui comes out to bring the battered visitor inside. The moment Xiahomingda sees Zhao Yu, he drops to the floor and begs for help, revealing that his master Xiahou Zhenyu is dead. Tuoba Shui is shaken by the news, suddenly realizing the beast tide was far deadlier outside Zhao Yu's protected Xiaodan Ridge than she thought. Zhao Yu frowns and questions how a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator like Xiahou Zhenyu could fall to a mere beast tide instead of escaping for help. Xiahomingda finally blurts out the real disaster. Fan Shuanglan betrayed his master in the middle of battle, struck the killing blow, stole the formation token and storage bag, and fled. With Stream Spring Ridge already overrun by demon beasts, Xiahomingda begs Zhao Yu one more time to save what is left. At Little Dan Ridge, Zhao Yu does not agree right away when Xiahomingda begs him to save Creek Spring Ridge. Xiahomingda throws himself into full desperation, crying and smashing his head on the floor until his forehead bleeds as he begs Zhao Yu to honor his master's face. Tuoba Shui steps in and coolly points out that if the Xiahou family wants help, they should show real sincerity. Zhao Yu lightly rebukes Tuoba Shui to keep the upper hand himself, and she immediately retreats with perfect obedience. Realizing what Zhao Yu wants, Xiahomingda desperately offers Creek Spring Ridge itself to buy his family's rescue. With a small sigh, Zhao Yu finally agrees to make the trip for Xiahou Zhenyu's sake. Before leaving, Zhao Yu calls for Shangguan Lingxiu, and her dazzling entrance leaves even the desperate Xiahomingda staring. Zhao Yu hands Shangguan Lingxiu the formation token and orders her to activate the spirit with grand formation the moment he leaves. He warns that if a second-order demon beast attacks Little Dan Ridge, Shangguan Lingxiu must send Tuoba Yun and Wei Tianyi to find him at once, and she quietly accepts the burden. Zhao Yu immediately departs, taking Xiahomingda and the White Ghost Emperor with him in a flying artifact toward Creek Spring Ridge. At Creek Spring Ridge, the whole family is trapped in a cellar, and Hui Ying collapses into despair over backing the wrong protector from the start. The elders bitterly admit that everything fell apart the moment Xiahou Zhenyu was killed, because without him the ridge could not hold the beast tide. Their hiding place suddenly bursts open when a second-order black-armored burrowing beast smashes into the cellar with open mockery in its eyes. Hui Ying fires the family's last second-order red flame talisman in a furious last stand and manages to blast a scorched wound into the monster. The injured beast answers with one brutal swipe, shattering the golden barriers and crushing 3 elders to death on the spot. The remaining cultivators bombard it with talismans in panic, but the attacks barely matter against its armor. When the beast snatches one of them and tears into him in front of everyone, the whole cellar sinks into raw despair. Then Zhao Yu's Earth Attribute flying sword drops from the sky and cleanly takes the burrowing beast's head off. Zhao Yu lands with Xiahomingda and the White Ghost Emperor, and Hui Ying greets him like a savior. Zhao Yu only leaves a quick order to butcher the corpse and collect its essence blood, then immediately heads on toward the Xiahou family. That instant kill draws a stronger threat, and a second-order mid-grade red fire demon fox comes bounding in from afar. The White Ghost Emperor meets it with his curse eyes, quietly setting up another deadly illusion trap. The fox thinks it has burned Zhao Yu and the others to ash, but the image is fake, and Zhao Yu's sword takes its head in the same breath. Watching that effortless kill, Xiahou Mingde is stunned into realizing Zhao Yu's combat strength may be even beyond the late Xiahou Zhenyu. With the fox dead, the beast tied below wavers, but two more second-order mid-grade leaders turn their attention toward Zhao Yu. The ape and serpent scream in attack order, and 1,000 demon beasts surge toward Zhao Yu like a living flood. Instead of retreating, Zhao Yu simply tells the White Ghost Emperor to act. Black ghost fog pours out across the battlefield, and the charging beasts instantly turn savage against each other inside the illusion. Even the two mid-grade leaders fall for it, turning their full strength on each other instead of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu seizes the opening and sends his low-grade spiritual weapon through both of their necks in one clean execution. Xiahou Mingde can barely process what he just saw and starts wondering if Zhao Yu might already be at Foundation Establishment grade perfection. Zhao Yu stays sober about it, knowing the Ghost Mist illusion technique is terrifying against the weak but useless if an enemy can break illusions. As the fog keeps working, the battlefield fills with demon corpses until only a few survivors are left alive. One more mid-grade second-order monster, a steel-armored lizard, sees the massacre and tries to run with 100 lizard beasts behind it. The White Ghost Emperor catches that lizard too, and the entire lizard pack suddenly charges into the ghost fog to slaughter one another. Zhao Yu tries to finish the steel-armored lizard with his sword, but this time its armor actually holds and only leaves a shallow wound. The lizard even bats the sword away, exposing the limit of Zhao Yu's weapon and sword technique. So the White Ghost Emperor ends it up close, diving in and driving a ghost-covered claw straight into the lizard's head. With the danger over, Zhao Yu coldly warns Xiahou Mingde that if today's secret gets out, old friendship will not save him. Xiahou Mingde hurriedly swears silence, and Zhao Yu accepts it for now. Zhao Yu cuts open the 3 second-order mid-grade corpses, pulls out their inner cores, and finally shows a flicker of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the White Ghost Emperor devours the beast's souls, turning the massacre into fuel for its own growth. After the battle, Xiahou Mingde brings Zhao Yu down into the Xiahou residence, and calls inside that he has brought Uncle Xiao. The Xiahou clan head, Xiahou Yuanjing, rushes out with 8 elders and anxiously asks where Zhao Yu is. When Xiahou Mingde says Zhao Yu has already wiped out most of the beasts, Xiahou Yuanjing can hardly believe anyone could do that alone. Xiahou Mingde insists Zhao Yu is no ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, and that even Xiahou Zhenyu was not his equal. That is enough for Xiahou Yuanjing, and he immediately leads the clan out to help Zhao Yu. Once they emerge from the underground passages, the whole clan freezes at the sight of Creek Spring Ridge carpeted in demon corpses. Seeing the scale of it with his own eyes, Xiahou Yuanjing admits Zhao Yu's divine power surpasses the old ancestors. Under the Xiahou family's lead, the other cultivation families finally crawl out to collect bodies and calm the surviving people. Xiahou Yuanjing formally salutes Zhao Yu, treating him with the full respect owed to the man who saved the ridge. Zhao Yu skips celebration and orders Xiahou Yuanjing to move everyone out of Creek Spring Ridge and head for Little Dan Ridge under his escort. Xiahou Yuanjing carefully points out that Creek Spring Ridge has the better third-order spirit vein, so in theory Zhao Yu could move his own people here instead. Zhao Yu makes his real decision clear. He is taking Creek Spring Ridge for a spiritual medicine garden, so every resident must leave. After crushing more demon beasts around Xichuan Ridge with the White Ghost Emperor, Zhao Yu finally scares the beast tied back far enough to escort Xichuan Ridge's people safely to Xiaodan Ridge. The moment Zhao Yu returns home, Shangguan Lingxiu tells him Cui Qing has sent a disciple to beg for help at Misty Maple Ridge. Zhao Yu immediately agrees to meet the envoy. Nian Feizhong rushes in, drops to his knees, and begs Zhao Yu to save Misty Maple Ridge from a full beast assault. Zhao Yu is not close to Cui Qing, but since they are fellow Danling sect cultivators, he still agrees to help without hesitation. With fresh gains from Xichuan Ridge already in hand, Zhao Yu sets out again at once, taking Nian Feizhong and the White Ghost Emperor toward Misty Maple Ridge. Before they even reach the ridge, dozens of flying first-order demon beasts swoop in to intercept them. Zhao Yu treats the ambush like free practice and wipes the whole flock out in one flashing volley of flying daggers. Even as he wins easily, Zhao Yu knows this mortal martial technique is only useful for weaker enemies, not real peers at his own level. At Misty Maple Ridge, Zhao Yu finds nearly 1,000 demon beasts grinding down a spirit with grand formation from every side. The real pressure comes from 6 second-order demon beasts working together and smashing apart the formation's wooden defenses. Inside the formation, Cui Qing opens a passage and urgently calls Zhao Yu to enter before the defense collapses. Zhao Yu refuses Cui Qing's invitation to shelter inside and says he will wipe out the demon beasts first. He brings out a ghost banner seized from the Yin Ghost sect, and black ghost fog pours down over the battlefield. The White Ghost Emperor joins in, its curse-marked eyes flaring as its own ghost fog merges with Zhao Yu's attack. Caught in the fog, the demon beasts lose themselves to illusion and start tearing each other apart. Even the 6 second-order leaders turn on each other, and the siege breaks into a brutal self-inflicted massacre. An hour later, only the badly wounded elephant is still standing, and Zhao Yu finishes it with a clean sword strike through the fog. When Zhao Yu finally pulls the ghost fog back into the banner, the battlefield around Misty Maple Ridge is revealed as a sea of dead demon beasts. Cui Qing is shaken by what he just saw and realizes the man he once thought was cowardly may be the strongest of their whole group. Cui Qing and the rescued cultivators come out to thank Zhao Yu with full ceremony for saving Misty Maple Ridge. Zhao Yu uses the moment to ask Cui Qing to help him gather rare pill ingredients, promising he will pay whatever spirit stones it takes. He also tells Cui Qing to send the demon beast corpses to Little Dan Ridge once they are processed, then heads back to guard his own territory. Watching him go, Cui Qing quietly decides he has to stay on good terms with Zhao Yu from now on, because this kind of strength could carry a cultivator all the way to Foundation Establishment Great Perfection. As soon as Zhao Yu reaches his cave mansion again, Shangguan Lingxiu reports that White Peach Mountain, Linshan Cave, and Bailan Lake have all sent envoys begging for rescue. Zhao Yu tells her to bring all 3 envoys in. The 3 petitioners arrive together, the scholar Shang Yangrong, the young cultivator Kong Ting Nan, and the beautiful Envo Lan Yao. Shan Yangrong throws himself to the floor in tears and begs Zhao Yu to save White Peach Mountain for his master's sake. Kong Ting Nan follows with his own plea, warning that Linshan Cave and its 70,000 civilians cannot hold out much longer. Lan Yao raises the stakes by offering a tale of Thousand-Year Mountain Marrow and Bailan Lake's submission to Little Dan Ridge if Zhao Yu saves them first. That third-order treasure is too valuable to ignore, so Zhao Yu immediately decides Bailan Lake gets his help first. Shan Yangrong keeps begging so hard that blood starts running from his forehead as he kowtows. Zhao Yu ends the argument by activating the Hall formation and throwing Shan Yangrong and Kong Ting Nan out on the spot. Without wasting another breath, Zhao Yu takes Lan Yao and the White Ghost Emperor and flies straight for Bailan Lake on a magic artifact. When they reach Bailan Lake, Zhao Yu sees the main array has already fallen and demon beasts are swarming onto the Spirit Islands. Tong Shorin is barely staying alive by dodging and defending while 4 second-order demon beasts keep him pinned down. Zhao Yu calls out that he will take the 4 beasts himself, and immediately unleashes ghost fog over them. At the same time, the White Ghost Emperor's illusory ghost eyes twist the beasts' minds and turn them on one another. The 4 second-order demon beasts butcher each other until only the crocodile survives, and even it dies under a crushing ghost claw. Tong Shorin is stunned by Zhao Yu's hidden strength, and instantly sees a real chance for Bailan Lake's family line to endure. In open gratitude, Tong Shorin presents the promised Thousand-Year Mountain Marrow to Zhao Yu. When Zhao Yu opens the box and confirms the treasure is genuine, he immediately asks whether he should wipe out the remaining demon beasts too. Tong Shorin asks for that help as well, because Bailan Lake cannot survive a drawn-out fight against the rest of the horde. Zhao Yu sends the ghost banner's fog rolling across the islands, and the remaining demon beasts fall into another frenzy of mutual slaughter. Hours later the crisis is over. Only a few beasts escape, and the White Ghost Emperor devours the dead souls to grow stronger again. With Bailan Lake secured, Zhao Yu returns to Little Dan Ridge and faces the 2 waiting envoys again. Shan Yangrong tries again first, offering 5,000 spirit stones if Zhao Yu will rush to White Peach Mountain immediately. Kong Ting Nan immediately argues back that Linshan Cave has even more civilians, and should not be passed over for money. Zhao Yu takes one look at Kong Ting Nan's naive outburst, and has the array throw him out too. This time Zhao Yu takes only Shan Yangrong with him and heads for White Peach Mountain. When they arrive, White Peach Mountain's spirit formation has already been breached, and demon beasts are rampaging through the ruined stronghold below. A mid-grade second-order steel-feather demon hawk spots Zhao Yu in the sky and dives straight at him and Shan Yangrong. Zhao Yu answers with a magic sword, and under the White Ghost Emperor's illusion the hawk flies straight onto the blade and drops dead from the sky. Above the beast horde, Zhao Yu snaps open the ghost banner and floods the battlefield with ghost fog. The fog scrambles the weaker beasts' minds, and the horde starts tearing itself apart instead of charging forward. One second-order ghost-faced jackal wolf realizes the danger and bolts, leading its pack in a panicked retreat. The White Ghost Emperor locks onto the jackal wolf with its illusory ghost eyes and almost drags it into the fog. But the eyes on the wolf's back scream awake and break the illusion, showing this beast is naturally resistant to mind tricks. Zhao Yu instantly switches tactics and throws a shining silver net to pin the escaping wolf in place. The wolf barely blocks the net, but that opening is enough for the White Ghost Emperor to appear behind it and rip through its heart. The last big threat, a fortress-like steel-haired gray rock pig, also tries to run once it senses Zhao Yu's side has the upper hand. The White Ghost Emperor catches that one with another illusion and smashes its skull the moment it charges the wrong way. Watching the clean kill, Zhao Yu can't hide his excitement at how terrifying the White Ghost Emperor has become. He realizes the ghost has already unlocked 6 soul talents, and if it can rise to a higher grade with proper ghost path methods, its power should climb even further. Once the 3 second-order beasts are dead, the rest of the horde finally breaks and runs. Zhao Yu keeps driving the ghost fog forward and methodically hunts down the fleeing beasts. Elsewhere at White Peach Mountain, Shan Yangrong lands with Zhao Yu and calls for the family head to come out. A devastated middle-aged cultivator rushes out and reveals the family head died in battle 4 hours earlier. Shan Yongrong goes pale, then forces himself steady and orders the survivors to help Zhao Yu kill the remaining beasts because their lives now depend on him. After a full day of fighting, White Peach Mountain is finally cleared of most of the invading beasts. The old Tai family head, Tai Yuanqing, personally brings the promised 5,000 spirit stones and thanks Zhao Yu for saving White Peach Mountain. Tai Yuanqing goes further and asks to bring White Peach Mountain under Zhao Yu's protection, even offering up the spirit vein itself. Zhao Yu accepts, but tells them to prepare first because he still has to rush to Linshan Cave. Even after back-to-back battles, the White Ghost Emperor recovers fast thanks to its ghost body traits and the materials Zhao Yu feeds it. Zhao Yu understands why the ghost can keep fighting this hard. Its illusions make the beasts kill each other first, which saves huge amounts of mana. With Kong Tingnan in tow, Zhao Yu heads straight from Xiaodanling toward the devastated Linshan Cave. The moment they arrive, Zhao Yu sees Linshan Cave covered in demon beast and human corpses, with monsters still prowling for survivors. Seeing the ruin, Kong Tingnan breaks down and blames Zhao Yu for coming too late, saying 70,000 people died because of him. Zhao Yu shuts him down coldly, saying rescue was never an obligation and that Linshan Cave fell because Kong Feng abandoned his duty and Kong Tingnan is too foolish to grasp reality. Then Zhao Yu casually throws Kong Tingnan away, refusing to babysit a man who just turned on him. Kong Tingnan's panic turns into pure terror when a giant steel feather sparrow swoops straight at him. Zhao Yu watches from the side and lets the bird swallow Kong Tingnan whole before he finally makes his move. Only after Kong Tingnan is dead does Zhao Yu cut off the demon bird's head with one clean sword strike. That disturbance draws out the real threats inside Linshan Cave, a magic ape, a giant python, and a crimson-striped tiger, all second order and all looking straight at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu answers by unleashing the ghost banner again and pouring ghost fog down over the 3 beasts. The crimson-striped tiger counters immediately with a pillar of demonic fire that burns a path right through the fog. That quick clash makes the limit clear. Ghost fog can bully weaker targets, but it cannot tank a proper second-order fire attack. So the White Ghost Emperor shifts targets and hits the magic ape with its illusory ghost eyes instead. The confused ape suddenly turns on the crimson-striped tiger and hammers it into the ground with one crushing blow. With the strongest beasts now tangled up, the White Ghost Emperor floods the area with even more fog and lets the whole pack slaughter itself. An hour later, only the badly wounded magic ape is still standing, and Zhao Yu calmly decapitates it with his yellow-brown magic sword. After clearing the second-order beasts in Linshan Cave, Zhao Yu keeps hunting because this beast tide is a disaster for small powers but a rare feast for his White Ghost Emperor. He knows chances like this are rare, because in normal times the mountain beasts hide deep in dangerous territory guarded by third-order great demons. By the end of another hard day, most of Linshan Cave's remaining beasts are dead and the stragglers finally scatter. But Zhao Yu frowns at the silence, because a place with 70,000 people should still have survivors somewhere. He flies over the city and announces that he is Zhao Yu of Xiaodanling and will wait 1 hour for any survivors to come out. Before long, a man named Jing Qianye emerges from a hidden tunnel under a mansion and respectfully presents himself as the Jing family head. When Zhao Yu asks about Cave Master Kong, Jing Qianye bitterly reveals that Kong Feng fled alone as soon as the Grand Formation broke. That means Linshan Cave is now ownerless under the frontier rules, and because Zhao Yu came to save it, he can lawfully take control. Zhao Yu tells Jing Qianye to gather everyone left alive, because once the timing is right he will move them all to Xiaodanling. For the survivors, that promise feels like real salvation, because following a strong foundation cultivator is the only way to stay alive out here. With Linshan Cave secured, Zhao Yu immediately flies on to Changyuan Mountain, the spiritual land Fang Shuanglan had neglected. What he finds there is even grimmer. Demon beasts still searching for food and human skeletons scattered across the land. The sight fits what Zhao Yu already knows about Fang Shuanglan. She chased wealth and treated the people on this land as disposable. A second-order black spirit night crow spots him and leads a whole flock to attack from the sky. The White Ghost Emperor grins and drowns the flock in ghost fog, turning the crows on each other mid-flight. While the flock falls like rain, Zhao Yu's magic sword slips into the fog and beheads the crow leader. Zhao Yu and the White Ghost Emperor push deeper into Changyuan Mountain, drawing out another wave led by 3 second-order beasts. The White Ghost Emperor answers the rush with illusory ghost eyes and another flood of ghost fog, and the whole horde turns into a self-made massacre. After the 3 second-order beasts maul each other, only the demon pig is left, and Zhao Yu finishes it off without trouble. Then Zhao Yu searches the towns for survivors and finds none at all. The reason is brutal and simple. Even hiding underground could not save people here because burrowing demon beasts hunted them down. Changyuan Mountain is completely dead, another reminder that opening spiritual lands in the Canglong Mountains is as cruel as the sect rewards are high. Afterward, Zhao Yu escorts the survivors he gathered from Linshan Cave and the other spiritual lands back to Xiaodan Ridge. Back inside his cave mansion at Xiaodan Ridge, Zhao Yu finally turns from slaughter to harvest and thinks about what all those demon souls should buy him. He decides the smartest upgrade is his alchemy talent, because better pills will push his cultivation forward faster than anything else. The soul talent evolves, and Zhao Yu feels a cool rush through his spirit as stubborn alchemy problems suddenly become clear. When he sees the result, Zhao Yu is openly thrilled because his alchemy talent has finally reached prodigy level. He tests it right away by refining 5 beast spirit pills and discovers the efficiency jump is massive. Now each successful batch and each pill he feeds into the Dao fruit gives far more progress than before, turning slow practice into a sprint. That means Zhao Yu can push a pill recipe to Grandmaster in barely 2 batches and start making superior grade pills with much less waste. So he shuts himself in the alchemy room, masters 5 beast spirit pills first, and immediately begins refining superior grade versions. A month later, most of Zhao Yu's second-order mid-grade demon cores have been turned into superior grade 5 beast spirit pills. With the pill stockpile ready, Zhao Yu sets his next goal: forge the Wutu spirit body so he can finally cultivate the Mountain Sutra. Zhao Yu studies the Mountain Sutra and realizes why it is so coveted. Once he can cultivate it, foundation establishment alone can give him a 400-year lifespan and smooth the path toward core formation. The catch is brutal. Only cultivators with Earth's spiritual roots or an Earth spirit body can use this top-tier method, which locks Zhao Yu onto his next major cultivation goal. When Zhao Yu leaves the alchemy room, Shangguan Lingxiu meets him and quietly reports that Cui Qing and Tong Shorin are here to see him. Zhao Yu agrees to receive them, and Shangguan Lingxiu immediately has the guests brought into the living room. Cui Qing and Tong Shorin arrive with 2 stunning young women, one tall and coldly elegant, the other gentle and demure, making it obvious this visit is not just social. As Zhao Yu enters with Shangguan Lingxiu, Tong Shorin sees her up close and silently admits that her reputation as the sect's top young beauty is deserved. Tuoba Shui and Wei Xinlan serve spiritual tea and stand at Zhao Yu's side, underlining how established his household has already become. Once Zhao Yu asks their purpose, Cui Qing frankly offers his direct descendant Cui Lihua as a servant girl to repay Zhao Yu's favor. Cui Qing had wanted a marriage alliance, but with Shangguan Lingxiu already at Zhao Yu's side, he knows sending Cui Lihua as a wife would only invite humiliation. Zhao Yu accepts the gesture without fuss, because Little Dan Ridge has swollen after the beast tide and he now needs more people he can fold into his own power base. Tong Shorin follows the same path and offers his descendant Tong Ziling, praising her cultured talents as another sign of gratitude. Zhao Yu accepts Tong Ziling too, making it clear his residence is short on hands and he is willing to enlarge the household. The meeting settles into cultivation talk, and Zhao Yu's mid-stage foundation establishment insight keeps impressing the other 2 men even as they trade useful secrets back. Watching the 2 new beauties join the household, Tuoba Shui feels the pressure immediately, and realizes the competition around Zhao Yu is only going to get fiercer. A few days later, Zhao Yu quietly slips into the Tsunglong mountain range to exploit one of his strangest advantages: the memories stolen from second-order demon beasts. Because those demon beast memories reveal safe routes and hidden resource sites, Zhao Yu steadily gathers rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he could never have found through normal searching. 3 months later in the alchemy room, Zhao Yu finally lays out enough rare ingredients for 4 furnaces of second-order life-extending pills and cannot hide his satisfaction. He knows exactly how big this is, because even the major sects struggle to buy the main ingredients, yet the beast memories let him gather enough for all 4 batches inside Senglong Mountain. He opens his top-grade magical artifact pill furnace, lights it with foundation establishment spiritual flame, and begins the dangerous refinement in earnest. 7 days later, Zhao Yu has burned through 2 batches to sharpen his control, and the costly gamble pays off when his second-order life extension pill skill finally reaches Grandmaster level. That breakthrough changes everything for him, because now he can aim for superior grade second-order life-extending pills instead of settling for ordinary results. He thinks back to how much a first-order life extension pill helped him and starts refining the final 2 batches with real anticipation. 3 days later, Zhao Yu succeeds and produces 24 superior second-order life-extending pills in one huge alchemy windfall. Zhao Yu immediately swallows 1 pill and uses the Dao fruit of devouring to refine it, testing the reward without waiting another moment. The result is useful but sobering. Even a superior second-order life-extending pill only adds 20 years, which reminds Zhao Yu just how hard it is for cultivators to steal more time. Even so, he keeps going and spends 10 days refining 20 of the superior pills until his lifespan surges by a full 210 years. When he finishes, Zhao Yu has more than 400 years to live, and the sheer feeling of gaining youth through time leaves him openly delighted. Still riding that high, Zhao Yu walks into the study and finds Tuoba Shui diligently handling household affairs behind a desk. Tuoba Shui stands at once and greets him sweetly, and her warm smile hits Zhao Yu at exactly the wrong moment for restraint. Zhao Yu reaches out and takes her hand, and Tuoba Shui blushes hard but does not pull away. With his lifespan suddenly widened and his mood soaring, Zhao Yu lifts Tuoba Shui into his arms and carries her off to celebrate in the bedroom. The next day, Zhao Yu makes the result official by promoting Tuoba Shui to chief of the female servants, second only to Shangguan Lingxiu, and rewarding her with superior spirit pills. 3 months later, a broad-shouldered scholar cultivator named Qiu Jining arrives above Little Dan Ridge on a cloud and announces himself at the edge of Zhao Yu's formation. Zhao Yu answers with full host manners, and the formation misparts into a path that guides the guest into his cave mansion. Inside the mansion, Wei Xinlan and the newly accepted Cui Lihua serve tea to Qiu Zhining, showing how quickly Zhao Yu's household has expanded. Qiu Zhining tastes the tea and is instantly impressed, recognizing it as rare second-order white jiao aroma that can even steady foundation establishment cultivation. That little display quietly proves Zhao Yu's wealth, because the tea tree itself is a valuable second-order spiritual plant worth serious spirit stones every year. When Zhao Yu asks his purpose, Qiu Zhining gets straight to it and offers 100,000 spirit stones to buy Shichuan Ridge. Zhao Yu shuts that down immediately, because a third-order spiritual land is far too precious to hand over for such a low price. Qiu Zhining argues that the monster tide proved one foundation establishment cultivator cannot hold multiple lands forever, even someone as strong as Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu counters that the first beast tide wave is the real killer, and once that is survived and enough demon beasts are slain, later attacks usually drop sharply in scale. Forced to keep bidding, Qiu Zhining raises the price to 200,000 spirit stones. Zhao Yu still refuses to sell Shichuan Ridge, making it clear that even 1,000,000 spirit stones would not pry away a land he needs for his Earth spirit body plans. For Zhao Yu, losing that third-order spirit land would mean hunting deep inside Senglong Mountain for another vein and slowing his Earth spirit body cultivation by more than tenfold. Qiu Zhining then questions why Changyuan Mountain now costs 200,000 spirit stones when Zhao Yu sold it for only 30,000 before the beast tide. Zhao Yu coldly points out the obvious. Without the monster tide, 100-mile second-order mid-grade spiritual land would never have been sold that cheaply in the first place. When Qiu Zhining hesitates and tries to drag the price back down, Zhao Yu makes the power balance plain by saying that if he will not buy it, someone else will. After weighing the situation, Qiu Zhining finally accepts the 200,000 price for Changyuan Mountain. The deal closes fast, Qiu Zhining pays the spirit stones, and Zhao Yu watches him leave with more thoughts than satisfaction. Left alone, Zhao Yu realizes that a third-order spirit land is not just treasure but a magnet for deadly schemes, and Xiahou Zhenyu's death suddenly looks far less simple. He follows the logic further. If Xiahou Zhenyu had lived, Creek Spring Ridge would have stayed with the Xiahou family. But once he and the other Foundation establishment cultivators died, several spiritual lands were suddenly left ownerless. Even if he might be overthinking it, Zhao Yu decides the real answer is simple. He needs faster ways to raise his combat power before the next trouble comes. Since cultivation and spells will not improve overnight, he focuses on the methods that can: puppets, stronger demon beasts, and most of all more lethal formations. That narrows his answer to formations. His current Spirit with Grand formation is too weak, and if he can replace it with 1,000 trees formation, even a large group of Foundation establishment attackers could be trapped and killed. 2 months later, Zhao Yu heads to Shiryang City and walks into the Shiryang Trade Association with a very specific plan in mind. A blue-clad maid comes to assist him, but once Zhao Yu releases a hint of Foundation establishment pressure, he coldly tells her to call the manager. Realizing she is dealing with a Foundation establishment senior, the maid quickly bows and escorts Zhao Yu to a private room while she goes to summon the manager. Soon Bairu, the manager, arrives with Elder Zhang the appraiser, and Zhao Yu calmly identifies himself as an elder of Danling sect. Once Bairu asks what he wants to auction, Zhao Yu places 2 jade bottles before them without dramatics. Then Zhao Yu calmly reveals what they are: 1 superior Foundation establishment pill and 1 superior second-order life-extending pill, shocking both trade experts on the spot. Bairu nearly loses her composure on the spot, because Shiryang's auction has seen a superior Foundation establishment pill only once before, and never a superior second-order life-extending pill at all. For Bairu, the superior Foundation establishment pill is more than an auction item, because it could give her an 80 to 90% chance of changing her own fate and stepping into Foundation establishment. And the superior second-order life-extending pill is even heavier, a prize that countless Foundation establishment cultivators would desperately fight to obtain. At the Shiryang Commerce Guild, Bairu asks whether Zhao Yu will sell his 2 rare pills directly instead of sending them to auction. Zhao Yu names exactly what he wants in return: Earth attribute treasures, preferably third order, plus top-grade beast taming and puppetry inheritances. Bairu offers 60,000 spirit stones for the superior Foundation establishment pill and 5 tails of mountain marrow for the superior longevity pill, but admits the guild does not have those 2 inheritances. After weighing the deal, Zhao Yu produces 2 more superior longevity pills and offers all 3 for 1 full caddy of mountain marrow. Bairu agrees on the spot, clearly pleased to lock in the mountain marrow trade. Zhao Yu presses for another scarce resource next and asks for evil ghost relics, especially second order or higher, saying he can pay in spirit stones. Bairu explains that in ghost sect buyers have nearly emptied the city, and the guild only has 3 second-order evil ghost relics left. When Bairu names the price at 20,000 spirit stones each, Zhao Yu buys all 3 without hesitation. Now that he has money to spend, Zhao Yu asks the guild for 1 supreme-grade offensive spiritual artifact and 1 supreme-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Bairu assures him the guild has such artifacts, then quickly leaves to fetch them. Half an hour later, Bairu returns with the Shiryang hermit, the city lord of Shiryang and a great Perfection Foundation establishment expert. Feeling the pressure of a top foundation establishment expert, Zhao Yu rises and gives the Shiryang hermit a respectful greeting. The Shiryang hermit opens 3 jade boxes and lays out the artifacts Zhao Yu asked for. He introduces them one by one: the Xian Turtle Spiritual Shield, the shield-breaking Wind Shadow Needles, and the heavy-hitting Tiger Spirit Spear. When the city lord names the steep prices, Zhao Yu still decides to take all 3. He hands over several storage bags full of spirit stones, and the Shiryang hermit confirms the payment is exact. After Zhao Yu collects the artifacts, the Shiryang hermit casually changes the subject and offers 1 million spirit stones for Creek's Spring Ridge. Zhao Yu refuses at once and makes it clear he has no intention of selling that spiritual land. The Shiryang hermit drops the land issue and pivots to pills instead, asking to buy 10 foundation establishment pills at 15,000 spirit stones each. Zhao Yu does not budge and says the only pills he has left are top-quality foundation establishment pills at 30,000 spirit stones each. The city lord accepts Zhao Yu's counteroffer at once, and the pill sale is settled without further bargaining. Zhao Yu hands over 10 top-quality foundation establishment pills and takes back 300,000 spirit stones. Before leaving, Zhao Yu asks the guild to help him look for fierce ghost relics and rare heavenly materials of the 5 elements: thunder, poison, and ice. After buying more materials for his Thousand Trees formation, Zhao Yu leaves Shiryang City in a streak of escaped light. From behind him, Bairu suggests that the city lord could have pressed Zhao Yu harder and bought his spiritual land anyway. The city lord turns that down, saying the guild survives on fair trade and that keeping a genius alchemist friendly matters more than seizing one spiritual land. Bairu is visibly impressed, and the matter ends there. Zhao Yu returns safely to Little Dan Ridge without any bandit trouble and immediately starts refining his newly bought supreme-grade artifacts. On a practice ground, Zhao Yu sends the wind shadow needles silently slicing through the air, but the drain turns his face pale almost at once. He realizes the supreme-grade artifacts are far stronger than his old gear, but with his current cultivation and divine sense he can only sustain one at a time. He also understands the danger clearly. The moment he tries to drive 2 supreme-grade artifacts together, his stamina would fail almost instantly. Over the next several months, Zhao Yu finishes setting up the Thousand Trees formation across Little Dan Ridge and Stream Spring Ridge. After the array is complete, 2 foundation establishment visitors arrive at Little Dan Ridge in streaks of escaped light: Luo Weihao and the black-clad beauty Yi Wanqing. Luo Weihao calls out to request an audience, and the formation guides both guests inward through drifting smoke. Inside the cave mansion, the 2 visitors greet Zhao Yu properly before taking their seats. Wei Xinlan and Chui Lihua serve spiritual tea beside Zhao Yu, quietly showing how established his household has become. When Zhao Yu asks their purpose, Luo Weihao bluntly asks to buy White Peach Mountain and Yi Wanqing says she wants Linshan Cave. Zhao Yu sets firm prices right away: 300,000 spirit stones for White Peach Mountain and 200,000 for Linshan Cave, all paid up front with no delay. Luo Weihao agrees immediately, and Yi Wanqing also says the price is fair. Then Luo Weihao reveals the catch and asks whether Zhao Yu will allow him to pay for White Peach Mountain on credit over several years. Zhao Yu refuses the idea without softening at all. Luo Weihao switches tactics and opens a jade box to reveal a fingernail-sized lump of rare black and white divine mud. Zhao Yu recognizes it at once as 4th Order black and white divine mud, a treasure so rare that spirit stones alone cannot buy it in the Northern Desolation. Luo Weihao confirms what it is, and Zhao Yu accepts the trade on the spot. But Luo Weihao immediately presses harder, saying the divine mud is too precious for White Peach Mountain alone and asking Zhao Yu to add spirit stones on top. After a brief pause, Zhao Yu agrees anyway because the amount is small but the opportunity is too rare to miss. Yi Wanqing pays 200,000 spirit stones for Linshan Cave, and Zhao Yu uses part of his own funds to settle Luo Weihao's balance before handing over both deeds. With the deal done, the 3 cultivators relax and spend some time discussing the Dao together. After the guests leave, Zhao Yu goes straight to his quiet room, swallows the black and white divine mud, and starts refining it with his devouring Dao fruit. 1 month later, Zhao Yu opens his eyes and feels his earth aptitude rise sharply, but it still falls short of the final heavenly spirit root threshold. In a better mood after his successful refinement, Zhao Yu leaves the quiet room and heads into the study. Shengguan Lingxiu greets him in the study and hands over a document listing the immortal seedling candidates gathered from Little Dan Ridge. After reading it, Zhao Yu frowns because the group has only 2 mid-grade spiritual roots and no one with high-grade talent at all. Shengguan Lingxiu explains that children with high-grade roots are usually claimed by major sects or protected by their own families, so they almost never end up here. Tuoba Shui mentions one exception: a Wei family boy with high-grade roots who has not yet gone to seek a sect teacher, and hints that he could be made to come. Zhao Yu rejects that idea immediately and warns that forcing a disciple only blocks their path and plants future disaster. Shaken, Tuoba Shui lowers her head and obeys, and Zhao Yu tells her to bring in the 2 mid-grade candidates, while the rest begin basic training in cultivation and practical skills. Soon the 2 selected boys arrive: Su Xionian in fine brocade from a small cultivation clan, and Fan Shi Tu in plain hemp clothes from a farming family. Prompted by Tuoba Shui, Both boys kneel and awkwardly pay their respects to Zhao Yu as their new master. Zhao Yu looks them over and knows they are far from the ideal earthroot prodigies he wanted. But boys like that would never follow a mere foundation establishment cultivator anyway. He accepts both boys as registered disciples only and tells them they must reach foundation establishment before he will take them as direct disciples. The boys rise, bow again, and leave with their new status settled. With the formal business finally over, Zhao Yu catches Tuoba Shue's hand and his mood turns intimate. Tuoba Shue blushes and melts into Zhao Yu's arms, ending the chapter on a private spring-like note. Deep in misty Maple Ridge, Zhao Yu finally starts forging the Earth Attribute spirit body he has been aiming for. 5 months later, he checks the result and sees the hard truth. The spirit body has barely begun, and finishing it naturally would take 41 years. Unwilling to wait decades, Zhao Yu swallows the mountain marrow and uses his Dao fruit boost to force the breakthrough forward. The moment he adds a point to the Earth's spirit body, his body turns into a hungry vortex and the transformation tears through him in brutal pain. 10 years pass in cultivation, and misty Maple Ridge pays the price as its earth-veined spiritual energy collapses into barrenness. Back inside the cave mansion, Zhao Yu opens his eyes with a smile because the Earth Attribute spirit body is finally complete. The finished spirit body brings 2 mastery-level minor supernatural powers, Earth Escape Technique and Earth Vein Gathering Spirit Technique. Zhao Yu quickly grasps how valuable this is, because the spirit body now lets him cultivate Earth techniques with talent on the level of heavenly spirit roots. He gathers the formation materials at Misty Maple Ridge and decides to test his new movement art for real. With a single thought, Zhao Yu slips straight into the ground for the first time. Underground, his normal sight is nearly useless, but his divine sense spreads cleanly through the soil and replaces his eyes. That realization excites him, because in the northern wilderness this technique could let him escape even terrifying enemies as long as his feet touch the ground. He also keeps a cool head and notes the weakness right away. Earth Escape is deadly useful, but it burns too much mana to maintain for long. Later at Small Dan Ridge, Zhao Yu walks into the book room and finds Shangguan Lingxiu and Tuoba Shui handling documents together. The two women greet him warmly, and Zhao Yu immediately notices that Shangguan Lingxiu has reached Qi Refining Great Circle and is ready for foundation establishment. When Zhao Yu says he has already prepared a foundation establishment pill for her, Tuoba Shui cannot hide a flash of envy. Shangguan Lingxiu still hesitates, quietly admitting she is afraid to fail and wants to delay a few more years. Zhao Yu sends Tuoba Shui away first, making it clear he has something more important to reveal in private. Once they are alone, Zhao Yu reveals his real support, 5 superior foundation establishment pills, enough to carry even poor spiritual roots safely through. Her fear disappears on the spot, and Shangguan Lingxiu kisses Zhao Yu in delighted gratitude. With Zhao Yu promising to guard her, Shangguan Lingxiu finally enters seclusion and commits to the breakthrough. 3 months later, a foundation establishment aura surges from the quiet room and announces her success before anyone even sees her. Shangguan Lingxiu emerges in white, now a foundation establishment cultivator, and returns 3 unused jade boxes after succeeding with only 2 pills. Zhao Yu is simply glad she made it, and her fresh breakthrough only makes her beauty hit harder. Shangguan Lingxiu teases him about how they should celebrate, and the playful hint lands exactly as intended. Zhao Yu laughs, scoops her into his arms, and carries his blushing wife straight toward the bedroom. The next day, Zhao Yu decides her breakthrough deserves a public celebration and plans to invite their foundation establishment peers. Shangguan Lingxiu asks to invite Peony Fairy and her senior sisters too, because she wants the people who once arranged her marriage to see where she stands now. Zhao Yu agrees, and invitations spread out from Little Dan Ridge while the household prepares a banquet worthy of the occasion. At Misty Maple Ridge, Cui Qing reads the invitation and bitterly admits that Zhao Yu must have pampered Shangguan Lingxiu with precious pills to push her ahead. A month later, Little Dan Ridge is dressed in lanterns and streamers as cultivators crowd up the mountain for Shangguan Lingxiu's celebration. Watching the crowds arrive, Wei Hongqiu can only admit that Zhao Yu has turned Little Dan Ridge into a thriving place. The reason is obvious on the ground. Zhao Yu's formation, order-keeping, and crackdown on bandits have pulled loose cultivators in and made the whole ridge prosper. Among the old families, that prosperity has also shifted power, and the Wei elders quietly resent how Tuoba Shue's position lets the Tuoba family edge them out. They console themselves by looking down on the badly weakened Hua family, which now arrives with only a thin, diminished group. Then Wei Xinlan comes hurrying down the mountain to greet her parents, cheerful and glowing in a way her old family has not seen before. Wei Minghui sees that Xinlan has already reached the 6th level of qi refining and instantly turns that reunion into pure jealousy. Inside the grand hall, Wei Hongqiu and the Wei family are stunned by the expensive spirit food and wine Zhao Yu has laid out for the guests. Wei Xinlan blurts out that this food feels normal because she eats it all the time now, and that innocent answer makes Wei Minghui even more bitter. At another front table, Peony Fairy's 6 disciples sit together in open envy, stunned that Shangguan Lingxiu was the first among them to reach foundation establishment. One sister says it plainly, Shangguan Lingxiu got the right husband, and Zhao Yu's steady devotion has turned into real results. One sister takes it the hardest, staring at Shangguan Lingxiu's place with pride and regret because she cannot stop thinking the breakthrough should have been hers. At the main table, even the Foundation establishment men look at Zhao Yu with envy, because Shangguan Lingxiu's beauty has only become more dazzling after her breakthrough. Shangguan Lingxiu raises her cup to Peony Fairy and pointedly thanks her for helping her find such a good match. Peony Fairy accepts the toast with a calm smile, saying that seeing her disciple live well is enough to put her at ease. As the banquet winds down, Zhao Yu seizes the rare gathering and proposes turning it into an exchange meeting for the Foundation establishment guests. Tong Shorin and the others quickly support the idea, and even Peony Fairy nods along after a brief pause. After the banquet, the Foundation establishment cultivators move into a spacious palace hall for serious trading. Zhao Yu steps onto the platform and opens aggressively, offering Foundation establishment pills, superior snake and beast pills, and even superior second-order life-extending pills. He also names exactly what he wants back, including advanced pills, materials, fierce ghost relics, and rare metal or earth-attributed treasures. The hall heats up immediately, and the words superior life-extending pill hit Peony Fairy especially hard, because she has been saving her limited Foundation establishment lifespan pill chances for the best possible quality. Peony Fairy decides to move first. She throws out 9 second-order evil ghost relics and asks for 3 superior life-extending pills in return. Zhao Yu refuses the price without wavering and says those 9 relics are only worth 1 superior life-extending pill. After a brief hesitation, Peony Fairy raises the stakes and opens another jade box to reveal a lump of black and white divine clay. At the exchange meeting, Zhao Yu immediately tried to buy all of Peony Fairy's black and white divine clay, offering 3 superior second-order longevity pills plus 300,000 spirit stones for her 9 second-order evil ghost relics. Peony Fairy pushed for more, demanding 6 Foundation establishment pills, 5 superior triple snake pattern pills, and 5 superior quintessential beast spirit pills on top of the deal. Zhao Yu accepted on the spot, locking down a huge haul of spirit root treasure and ghost relics in one move. Seeing that trade, the aging Luo Weihao hurried forward and asked Zhao Yu what 1 superior second-order longevity pill would cost in pure spirit stones. Zhao Yu told the elderly buyer that 1 superior second-order longevity pill could add 20 years of life, but the price was 200,000 spirit stones. Even at that painful price, the elderly cultivator gritted his teeth and bought one, because he was already near the Foundation establishment lifespan limit. After that, Tong Shorin and the other Foundation establishment guests lined up to trade with Zhao Yu for pills, using spirit stones or rare materials when they came up short. But the longevity pills stayed almost untouched by everyone else, because ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators simply could not afford them. When the exchange finally ended, the Foundation establishment cultivators dispersed, and Zhao Yu returned straight to quiet cultivation with his newly won divine clay. Inside the quiet room, Zhao Yu split off a small piece of the black and white divine clay, swallowed it, and refined it with the Tao fruit of devouring. A month later, Zhao Yu's body suddenly trembled and burst out a layer of foul filth, as if he had shed old impurities all at once. As the filth fell away, spiritual energy started flowing into him on its own, and Zhao Yu realized his earth spirit root had finally risen to heavenly spirit root grade. He could barely contain his joy, because this was the moment he finally believed he had become a true cultivation genius with a real path toward golden core. He also checked on the White Ghost Emperor and found that years of feeding it evil ghost relics had raised its quality again, bringing it closer to a future third-order breakthrough. In a bright mood, Zhao Yu bathed, changed clothes, and went out to the study to share the good news. The moment Shangguan Lingxiu saw him, she lit up and blurted out that her husband looked even more handsome than before. Tuoba Shui was just as surprised, and her reaction made it clear Zhao Yu's repeated transformations had visibly refined both body and spirit. Laughing, Zhao Yu pulled Shangguan Lingxiu into his arms and repeated that a breakthrough like this deserved a celebration. Zhao Yu, Shangguan Lingxiu, and Tuoba Shui spent more than 10 relaxed days enjoying themselves before he shut the door again to focus on the Mountain Sutra. Even with a heavenly spirit root and an earth spirit body, Zhao Yu found the Mountain Sutra extremely hard to cultivate, which only showed how profound the technique really was. 1 month later, 5 Foundation establishment cultivators arrived outside Xiaodan Ridge's Grand Formation to visit Zhao Yu. Qiu Jining called out for Mountain Master Zhao, and Zhao Yu opened the formation from inside, parting the fog to let them in. Inside the Zhao residence, Wei Xinlan, Chui Lihua, and Tong Zilin served spiritual tea to the 5 visitors, while Zhao Yu received them with Shangguan Lingxiu seated at his side as an equal Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing Zhao Yu seated with Shangguan Lingxiu, Tong Shorin privately admired them as a perfect pair, while Luo Weihao could not help stealing a few extra looks at her beauty. Qiu Jining finally explained the real purpose of the visit. The 5 other spiritual lands wanted Zhao Yu and Shangguan Lingxiu to join a new demon hunting team and help clear second-order beasts from the Tsenglong Mountains. Their logic was simple: if second-order beasts kept breeding in the depths, the next beast tide would threaten places like Xiaodan Ridge all over again. There was profit in it too, because second-order demon beasts were valuable from head to toe, which was why the other Foundation establishment cultivators were so motivated. Zhao Yu refused decisively, saying he was focused on cultivating profound arts and Xiaodan Ridge would not join the expedition. Luo Weihao quickly tried to tempt him with money, arguing that one trip with all 6 of them could earn each person tens of thousands of spirit stones. Zhao Yu shut that argument down with one line: he simply did not lack spirit stones. The 5 visitors fell awkwardly silent, because they all knew Zhao Yu was telling the truth after years of spending so much of their spiritual land income on his pills. They kept trying a little longer, but Zhao Yu never budged, so the 5 guests had no choice but to leave Xiaodan Ridge empty-handed. After leaving, the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators went ahead with the demon hunting team anyway, and their joint banner quickly attracted many loose cultivators. Inside Little Dan Ridge, the now-grown Su Xionian urged Fan Shitu to join the hunting team with him so they could earn real resources for their future. Fan Shitu refused with a simple smile, saying he would rather stay on the mountain, tend the spiritual medicine fields, and repay their master's kindness. Su Xionian argued back that they were only nominal disciples, got fewer resources than Zhao Yu's favored women, and would never reach Foundation establishment without taking bigger risks. Fan Shitu still did not waver, admitting his talent was ordinary, and saying he would be satisfied with a peaceful life on Little Dan Ridge, a wife, and steady service to Zhao Yu. Realizing he could not change his fellow disciple's mind, Su Xionian gave up and headed alone toward Zhao Yu's cave mansion. Fan Shitu went back to the spiritual medicine garden and quietly read a spirit plant manual instead, content with the path he had chosen. After formally reporting in, Su Xionian knelt before Zhao Yu and begged permission to join the demon hunting team. Zhao Yu agreed, but only on one condition: from that moment on, Su Xionian would no longer be his nominal disciple and would lose all the attached benefits. Su Xionian trembled at that price, but he still kowtowed in thanks and accepted the break. Right after that, Zhao Yu told Tuoba Shui not to stop anyone else who wanted to leave for the demon hunting team, and announced he would return to closed-door cultivation. Several more nominal disciples soon left as well, and Tuoba Shui released them without making things difficult. After months of preparation, the demon hunting team finally set out under the leadership of the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators and headed deep into Tsenglong Mountain. A year passed in seclusion, and inside his quiet room Zhao Yu finally completed the Mountain Sutra. The breakthrough changed everything at once. Zhao Yu reached the 11th level of the Mountain Sutra, gained 200 years of lifespan, and refined his mana into something far purer and harder to shake with spells. Satisfied again, Zhao Yu bathed, changed clothes, and went out looking for someone to share the moment with. He found Wei Xinlan alone in the garden pavilion, dressed in white and reading quietly among the flowers. Startled by his arrival, Wei Xinlan set down her book, stood up with a sweet smile, and greeted him at once. Zhao Yu asked her to walk with him, and Wei Xinlan happily agreed. As they strolled through the garden, Wei Xinlan chatted about the flowers, showing the simple cheerful side that made everyone at Xiaodan Ridge fond of her. When the walk ended, Zhao Yu suddenly took Wei Xinlan's hand, catching her off guard. Her surprise melted almost instantly into shy happiness, and she willingly leaned into Zhao Yu's arms. With a faint smile, Zhao Yu lifted her in his arms and carried her back toward the cave mansion. Another month later, the demon hunting team finally returned from Tsenglong Mountain. Su Xionian came back to Xiaodan Ridge in plain clothes with his right arm gone, staring up at the mountain with a mess of regret and hard-earned realism in his eyes. Fan Shitu came down from the mountain and froze in shock when he saw Su Xionian had lost his right arm. Su Xionian explained that a poisonous demon insect had bitten him in the mountains, costing him the arm and almost his life. He admitted the worst loss was his future, because before major cultivation success a ruined body usually meant cultivation had reached a dead end. When Fan Shitu asked why he had come back, Su Xionian answered honestly that he could no longer hunt demons and hoped to find some small job on Xiaodan Ridge to finish out his days. After he went up the mountain, Su Xionian never even got to see Zhao Yu again, and Tuoba Shui was the one who received him instead. In the end, the fallen former disciple was only given a rent-collecting job for the spirit fields, a small place in the order he once hoped to rise through. At Zhao Yu's cave mansion on Little Dan Ridge, a lavish banquet was in full swing as Foundation establishment guests watched dancers, drank spiritual tea, and tested his mood. Qiu Juning brought up their last trip to the Tsenglong mountain range and invited Zhao Yu to join next year's demon hunt, tempting him with the huge profits. Cui Qin eagerly backed him up, boasting that with the 7 of them together, almost nothing in Tsenglong mountain could stop them unless the demon king himself appeared. Zhao Yu answered with a mild smile that he and Shangguan Lingxiu had little real combat experience, making his refusal sound modest instead of blunt. Tong Shoren laughed at that excuse, because everyone in the room still remembered Zhao Yu crushing the beast tide years ago, and no one truly believed he was weak. Yuan Qing shifted the pressure onto Shangguan Lingxiu and asked if she wanted to leave Little Dan Ridge and see the wider world. Shangguan Lingxiu answered gently that she would follow Zhao Yu wherever he chose to go, and if he stayed here, she would stay by his side and serve him. Her obedient answer made the other Foundation establishment guests look at Zhao Yu with open envy, because a gentle and beautiful woman like Shangguan Lingxiu was rare among cultivators. Even after more persuasion, Zhao Yu quietly refused to join the hunt, and the banquet eventually broke up with everyone going their separate ways. Not long after, the masks dropped in a secret chamber at Changyuan Mountain, where 6 Foundation establishment bandits gathered to discuss how badly Zhao Yu had resisted their bait. Qiu Jining complained that Zhao Yu was hiding like a turtle in Little Dan Ridge and might stay in seclusion for decades if nothing forced him out. When Qiu Jining suggested changing targets, Luo Weihao rejected it at once because killing easier men like Chui Qing or Tong Shorin would only put Zhao Yu on guard and ruin everything. Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up as she admitted the real goal was never small loot, but Zhao Yu himself, because controlling a top alchemist could feed them endless wealth and maybe even a golden core future. Fan Shuanglan, missing for 11 years, reappeared in the plot and warned that Zhao Yu's ghost banner was the real danger, since its ghost fog and illusion techniques could turn the fight against them. The silver-robed Shin_Leafin bragged that he could counter the ghost banner, then crudely demanded Shangguan Lingxiu for himself after Zhao Yu was captured. The pale old bandit backed him up and said that once the banner was neutralized, 6 of them should easily capture Zhao Yu alive and turn his alchemy into their road to golden core. The whole group visibly took the bait, because to desperate bandit cultivators, an alchemy master under their control was better than any robbery. A few days later, a woman named Zhou Yulan arrived above Little Dan Ridge on a silk scarf artifact and announced that she had come on Yi Wanqing's orders. The protective clouds over the ridge opened for her, letting Zhou Yulan enter Zhao Yu's cave mansion instead of being blocked outside. Led by Cui Lihua into the reception hall, Zhou Yulan respectfully presented Zhao Yu with a moon-silver thread envelope from Yi Wanqing. The lover's envelope made Zhao Yu immediately suspicious that Yi Wanqing was trying to seduce him rather than send an ordinary message. Inside, Yi Wanqing invited him to meet her at Linshan Lake 7 nights later, right when 3 spirit night lotuses were due to bloom. Zhao Yu dismissed Zhou Yulan for the moment, already choosing caution over curiosity. Instead of answering alone, he immediately sent for Shangguan Lingxiu. Shangguan Lingxiu arrived in a goose-yellow palace dress, graceful and fragrant, and sat down beside him to hear what was wrong. When Zhao Yu handed her the letter, Shangguan Lingxiu teasingly joked about his luck with women and whether she was about to gain a little sister. Zhao Yu pulled her into his arms and turned the moment flirtatious, insisting that since he had shown her the letter honestly, he deserved a reward instead. By the time Zhou Yulan returned, she found Shangguan Lingxiu already seated openly beside Zhao Yu, making the answer painfully clear. Zhao Yu had Zhou Yulan carry back a flat refusal, saying he was about to cultivate a technique and had no time for Yi Wanqing's moonlit invitation. Back at Linshan Cave, Zhou Yulan reported the refusal, and Yi Wanqing smashed the table in fury at being rejected. Fan Shuanglan mocked Yi Wanqing's rejection and made it plain that the 2 women in their robber gang regularly used seduction to lure male cultivators to their deaths. Yi Wanqing shot back that Fan Shuanglan had failed with Zhao Yu too, and Fan Shuanglan admitted the ghost banner had ruined their earlier plan. The old bandit elder cut their bickering short and ordered the group to drop the beauty trap and move on to the next step. Several days later, Tong Shorin arrived alone at Yi Wanqing's cave mansion in Linshan Cave and walked in unsuspectingly after a servant led him toward the garden. In the garden, Yi Wanqing waited in finery beside a censer, posed on a beauty couch so enticingly that Tong Shorin's guard started to slip at once. Yi Wanqing invited him to sit close, letting the incense and her perfume work together until his mind grew hazy. Then she grabbed his hand and softly claimed she had fallen for him at first sight, offering to become Dao companions and pushing him right over the edge. Tong Shorin felt a flicker of unease, but the fragrance clouded his judgment and desire won out, so he agreed. The instant Yi Wanqing kissed him, a silver flash shot from her mouth and pierced straight through his head. Tong Shorin crashed to the ground in disbelief, and Yi Wanqing calmly stripped his corpse while Qiu Jining and Fan Shuanglan stepped out, ready to launch the next part of the plot. Qiu Jining and the others stepped out from hiding, and with Tong Shorin dead, they declared that the real plan could finally begin. That same evening at Misty Maple Ridge, the silver-robed man set out an incense burner and lit beast-attracting incense while Fan Shuanglan stood ready with stolen young animals. Before long, a huge silver-winged demon crane was drawn in by the incense, proving the bait was working exactly as planned. Fan Shuanglan crushed the bird egg, enraging the crane and sending it charging toward Misty Maple Ridge instead of them. Inside Misty Maple Ridge, the alarms went up at once as people realized the second-order demon beast was attacking and activated the Spirit Wood Grand Formation. Then a second-order Crimson Scale Flame Hound arrived too, and Fan Shuanglan killed the pup in front of it to drive that beast and its pack into the same frenzy. Chen_Leafin regretted that a third second-order beast had not shown up, but Fan Shuanglan decided 2 enraged mid-grade demon beasts were enough and told him it was time to leave. Back in Misty Maple Ridge's core cave mansion, Qiu Jining saw the beast's tide was serious and volunteered to seek help from Zhao Yu immediately. Chui Qing agreed, because even with the Ridge's second-order formation and his own cultivation, he did not feel confident facing the tide alone. Qiu Jining rushed to Little Dan Ridge in a streak of light and shouted for Zhao Yu to come save Misty Maple Ridge from a beast tide on the verge of collapse. Inside his cave mansion, Zhao Yu frowned at once, because a beast tide this sudden made no sense and set off his suspicion before he ever moved. He still opened the formation and let Qiu Jining in, choosing to question him directly instead of ignoring the call. Face to face, Zhao Yu pressed him on why a beast tide had appeared with no warning. Qiu Jining smoothly blamed the chaos on someone stealing the young of second-order demon beasts, using a known past cause to make the story sound believable. After a short pause, Zhao Yu decided to go help Cui Qing anyway, showing that suspicion had not outweighed old ties and immediate danger. Qiu Jining hid his relief, because the trap had finally pulled Zhao Yu out of the safety of Little Dan Ridge. Before leaving, Zhao Yu handed Shangguan Lingxiu the Thousand Trees formation token and ordered her to seal the ridge completely and kill anyone who tried to break in or out. Shangguan Lingxiu accepted the order without hesitation, taking charge of the superior formation while Zhao Yu prepared to step into the unfolding ambush. Zhao Yu finally went out with Qiu Jining, but the moment they were outside, Qiu Jining paused in surprise because Zhao Yu was still traveling on foot instead of flying.